Hi guys, welcome to Novum, where today by popular request we'll be looking at all the folklore, mythology and occult illusions at work in True Detective Season 1, which I'm sure many of you will agree is one of the greatest single seasons of television ever produced, if not the greatest. A story full of lofty ideas, brutal philosophizing, and very possibly a cosmic battle between light and dark, defined by the phenomenal and contrasting relationship of its two central characters, Matthew McConaughey's Rustin Cole, a man who has stared into the abyss so long that the abyss has started to become genuinely concerned for its own sanity, and Woody Harrelson's martyhart, a far more self-righteous example of manhood that would be deserving of the pedestal on which he puts himself if only he could stop eating arse that doesn't belong to his wife. And in this video, we're going to be diving deep on everything from Blair Witch-style devil nets to communicating with angels and eldritch horrors residing outside of time itself. And by doing so, we'll be able to unpack exactly what's lurking under the surface, along the bayous and backroads of this Louisianan nightmare. A brand of evil so mind-boggling that we can only perceive the very edges of it, the symptoms of it, the ways in which it manifests on our material plane. But this isn't just learning about the show, it's learning about the history and beliefs and literature that went into building it. And that requires a close lens because the show is mashing together many different ideas and folkloric elements, and by exploring them we can hopefully find answers to the things the show never makes fully explicit, like what's Carcosa, what role is the Yellow King playing exactly, what does the spiral represent, what's going on between Christianity and the Satanic, whatever is happening right here, and why it never truly feels like the crime has been solved. And for me, as much as the show is doing some really interesting things like mirroring horrendous real-world crimes, a game-changing, one-take action scene, and a dark commentary on the home lives of these detectives and their relationships, I personally think the allusions to the supernatural might be the most fun part to talk about. Fair warning, we are going to be dealing with some pretty rough subject matter throughout, all the spooky, disgusting, and horrific stuff that makes the show feel so weird, and that makes the world it's building feel so corrupted and threatening. It's going to start out relatively broad, things you likely already know, and as we progress, things are going to get darker, more specific, and certainly more insane. A little bit like a spiral. So trigger warning for those of a sensitive nature, and for those with the opposite, there's a fully uncensored and desanitized version available on my Patreon, with lots of other fun stuff beyond that. As always, there's chapter times in the video description, so if you're looking for an answer to something specific, you can check there. Alright. On to the show, and we need to get a couple of things out of the way. Firstly, I understand that a lot of this stuff has been built upon by later seasons of True Detective, especially Night Country. We can maybe look at that in future videos, but for right here, we're not including any of it. For a few different reasons, but mainly that we're looking at Season 1 as its own self-contained thing. And secondly, none of the supernatural, mythical, or folkloric elements are definitively or actually happening within the canon of the show. People might believe them, they may practice them, but we can't say that anything supernatural is actually at work. There could well be prosaic explanations for everything we see. Childress may very well just be a complete lunatic. The Carcosa cult may not actually be participating in supernatural rituals. They may just be some iteration of satanic worshipper with slightly more exotic lore, something that we have in our own mundane world. In fact, we see exactly that in some of the real-world influences the show pulled from when designing these grisly murders. And I think we can safely presume those crimes didn't legitimately involve summoning Satan into our realm. And the things we see Rust see, like the spiral in the murmuration of birds and this spiral during the climax, may well just be hallucinations driven by his past experiences experimenting with drugs, exacerbated by Rust's poor living, and probably worse than average levels of stress. In fact, we know he is hallucinating. He discusses it, and we see very non-supernatural looking hallucinations in episode 2. There is still a possibility that what Rust is seeing has legitimacy. When he does discuss it, he describes them as visions, and suggests that at points he felt as though he was mainlining the secret truth of the universe. That's the kind of ambiguity we see throughout. Is there some hidden truth to the wackier things we see, or is this proximity to legitimate insanity, to a legitimate but ultimately human evil, causing us to doubt our own reality? And despite the show allowing for that ambiguity, despite it touching on all of this wonderful supernatural lore, the show never fully goes there and 100% confirms it. And there's no ifs or buts about that. It's designed to stay grounded. It's designed to stay ultimately ambiguous. We can actually go a step further and say that according to the writer, there isn't anything anything supernatural occurring. When discussing the ending of the show, Nick Pizzolatto said, "To retreat to the supernatural, or to take the easy dramatic route of killing a character in order to achieve an emotional response from the audience, I thought would have been a disservice to the story." He expanded by saying that doing so would deny the sort of realist questions the show had been asking all along. So we know straight from the creator there isn't meant to be an ironclad takeaway about the supernatural. He didn't want you to be able to retreat into the comfort of this all being the work of demons, as that would excuse the human nature of the evil. And before the show's conclusion, Pizzolatto also said, "If you look at the series so far, what seems supernatural actually has real-world causes, like Cole's hallucinations, or even the nature of the crime. It has occult portents, but there is nothing supernatural about it." So we absolutely should approach the potential manifestations of the supernatural within the show as something being alluded to but purposefully never confirmed. However, there's still a tiny bit of wiggle room, and there are some definite subtextual clues that there's possibly something going on. We'll prosecute that more at certain points during the video, but for now, as a broad stroke, we can say that there are occult and supernatural suggestions throughout, however none of them are proven to be true. All of it can be explained by the waning sanity of our characters. And that's the primary takeaway the writer intended you to have. We should see it first as human evil, human insanity. But while the show may never validate the strange beliefs it explores, they are nonetheless built from real-world occult beliefs. So for this video, where we are considering all the supernatural connotations, we can mostly shelve the main understanding that this is an earthly story following the actions of a depraved and ultimately deluded cult. That's always going to be present, but for right now, we're only interested in the other option. What can we uncover if we follow these strange superstitions all the way to Carcosa? Let's start with something as broad as possible. How can we define the show? At its most simple, we could say detective fiction, and we can point to further influences alongside that, like film noir. But it's also weird. There's this undercurrent of potential supernatural elements, cosmic horror. It's full of philosophy and religion and other things we may not readily associate with the detective genre. And we can't really call it full cosmic horror because ultimately there's nothing truly supernatural proven to occur. So I'd say it fits most comfortably into the category of the Southern Gothic. And it's there we find this vibe of lurking evil, poisoned religion, and corrupted communities. So what do we mean by Southern Gothic exactly? The Gothic genre predates the founding of the United States by just over a decade, starting with Horace Walpole's The Castle of Otranto, a Gothic story, in 1764, and quickly became a landmark genre in literature through works like Bram Stoker's Dracula, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, and Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights. Fred Botting suggests the Gothic condenses threats associated with supernatural and natural forces, imaginative excesses and delusions, religious and human evil, social transgression, mental disintegration, and spiritual corruption, suggesting that it sought to expose the underside of enlightenment and humanist values, a writing of excess that shadows the despairing ecstasies of romantic idealism. Its creepy castles, hauntings of the mind, and often a feeling known as the unheimlich, German for unhomely, although we now generally refer to it as the uncanny. Something that should feel welcoming and familiar, being twisted until it feels threatening and strange. The Gothic mainstay of the haunted house is an excellent example of this, the home becoming unhomely, your sanctuary becoming a threat. The Gothic is usually focused on, or at least inclusive of, the psychological, and is broadly accepted to be the precursor genre to what we now recognize as psychological horror. Over in the US, writers like Edgar Allan Poe, Henry James, and Nathaniel Hawthorne introduced the American Gothic, and by the early to mid-1900s, a more specific subgenre had emerged in the Southern Gothic, which, as the name would suggest, emerges from the American South and the more specific anxieties that exist within it. To quote the Paul Sawyer Public Library's Introduction to the Southern Gothic, a hallmark of Gothic fiction is the haunting of the past in the present. In Southern Gothic, this often manifests as the looming spectre of racism and slavery, or of poverty and war that continue to affect the region to this day. The genre also often plays upon the deep religious roots of the region, as well as the folk magic that exists as a result of migration and the transatlantic slave trade, such as hoodoo. Southern Gothic often deals with dismantling the myth of the idyllic antebellum South, highlighting the dark, flawed history of the region and exposing the ways in which this history is often suppressed. That's Southern Gothic in a nutshell. Old castles are replaced with decaying plantations. The languor of luxury is replaced with ever-worsening poverty, and demonic hauntings are often replaced by haunting via Christianity and the evils carried out in its name. It's perhaps slightly less concerned with the supernatural than the traditional Gothic genre, focusing instead on the traumatic history of specific communities and locations. Some big names in the genre include Tennessee Williams, Cormac McCarthy, Flannery O'Connor, and William Faulkner. And while I'm sure all of those names serve as some level of influence on his writing, Pizzolatto has been very specific about the influence of William Faulkner, going as far as to say that Faulkner, along with Joseph Conrad, was a far bigger influence on the show than any of the texts it actually references directly. More recent examples of the Southern Gothic in media would be The Devil All the Time, Where the Crawdads Sing, and The Walking Dead, especially the dilapidated and abandoned renditions of the American South we see in the title credits. And of course True Detective Season 1, which I think serves as the standout example in contemporary media. Now, the cosmic horror that we see in the show, the Yellow King, Carcosa, and so on, that's born from something else, so-called weird fiction, or sometimes the American weird. Weird fiction refers to this specific blend of horror, sci-fi, and fantasy, its cosmic dread, lurking indescribable entities, madness, and alien realms of being. We can see the roots of it in Edgar Allan Poe. He provides a bridge from the Gothic into the weird, but the genre is summed up most famously in the work of H.P. Lovecraft, on whom Poe had been a major influence. I'm sure we all know H.P. Lovecraft from Cthulhu, from his repopularizing of the word eldritch, and of course from good old-fashioned racism. And there's another name in the genre also relevant to us, Robert W. Chambers, who wrote the book called The King in Yellow, and who also listed Poe as a major influence on his writing. And to quote Pizzolatto directly, he noticed that Southern Gothic took you smoothly into the weird tale when describing the supernatural elements of the show, that he found one to be a logical and comfortable progression of the other, which one might expect given they're both born from the Gothic. Pizzolatto continues, so it made sense, to me at least, to allude to an external narrative that is supposed to create insanity, or as I prefer, deranged enlightenment. When I did that, a kind of secondary language began to form in the scripts, where the notion of cosmic horror became a very real part of the environment, at least for those who know Chambers' work. So, at a very broad level, that's what's happening. He's writing a show in the style and tone of the Southern Gothic, and for the more horrifying and mind-bending elements, he's slipping into the American weird, and specific elements of Lovecraft and Chambers' yellow mythos. And that's crucial to recognize right from the get-go, because this show is a crazy mashup of influences, and later when we're trying to figure out moments of supernatural ceremony and folkloric practices, we're going to see the exact same thing happen with that. Elements from one set of beliefs merging with others to create this truly strange and unique mythology we find within the show. Let's stick with the Southern Gothic for a moment longer, because there's one really important way that it manifests within the show. The idea that there is something deeply wrong, deeply poisonous about its setting. Some evil lurking just out of reach, its tendrils touching, interfering with the local community in horrendous and unseen ways. A sickness that pervades the area. Not just something physical, but something spiritual too. The idea that there is something about this place that wears on people, that breaks people. A wicked pollution that stains the soul and corrupts the heart. Now, at its least insidious, we could describe this as an actual pollution, something dark but ultimately environmental. We hear references to this in the title song, a looming shadow over a dusty mesa, something hidden in the branches of the poisoned creosote under a boiling sun. It's building the image of a land where nature itself is hostile, a bleak land corrupted by industry. We see this referenced in the visuals of the opening credits too. This is something we generally associate with the South, and specifically with some of the locations we see in the show. It's not just a harsh landscape, but a poisoned and polluted one. And there are many examples we can pull on here. The Mississippi Basin, for example, has been heavily contaminated by pesticides and heavy metals. We also have coal ash dumping in the Mississippi Basin and forever chemicals in the drinking water that cause immense harm to those who might ingest them. But perhaps most relevant is the petrochemical corridor in Louisiana, cheerily dubbed Cancer Alley by environmental groups and local residents. It's an 80-mile stretch of the Mississippi River that's home to over 200 petrochemical industrial plants and refineries that in certain areas have a cancer risk from air pollution exceeding the national average 50 times over. I think the scientific description of this area is environmentally fucked. And as you might expect, the residents of this area are largely impoverished, and many of the communities there are majority African American. It's a land that in many areas has sadly been sacrificed to industry, a land stained with blood in the name of building America. Many of the named locations in the show take place in close proximity to this area, and many of the establishing shots are visually alluding to it. And no one recognizes this better than rusting coal. While walking to the car with Marty, he describes a bad taste in my mouth out here. Aluminum, ash, I can smell the psychosphere. So right there, he's describing some perceived pollution in the air, and he cites two things, ash and aluminum. As we just covered, there's been major coal ash dumping in the area. Aluminum, or more specifically aluminum oxide, is a byproduct of that gets released over time from coal ash dumping sites. And while that's all devastating and factual, it's also tying this very real industrial pollution to this broader idea of lurking evil. That's why Rust mentions the psychosphere. We can define psychosphere as a collection of consciousness, described by Google as a realm of thought and a shared mental atmosphere, as if all the pain and mistreatment, everything that's been endured here, is clinging in the air around you. We can maybe put this down to Rust's superpowered synesthesia, as if he can taste all the evil he's surrounded by. Rust's name is of course indicative of this too, rustcohle. Coal is one of, if not the biggest pollutant in the area, and even the name rust speaks to decay and degradation, of corrosion specifically. The area is eating away at him, but rust is a special case, some kind of cosmic anti-venom that eats back at the evil pervading it. And when we look beyond the land, to the people inhabiting it, we see this lurking evil with much higher fidelity. We can see it in the majority of side characters we meet outside of the police higher-ups and local religious figures. The people that frequent this place are haunted and broken, weighed down by the past and staring down a hopeless future, tight-lipped and terrified. And there's two key factors that cause this, both perfectly in line with the Southern Gothic and its depiction of hardship: trauma and labor. People destroyed by their labor and the things they've had to endure, physical and psychological hardships, abuses lurking behind closed doors. And there are many examples we can pick here. Johnny Joni, who has lived a life of abuse, addiction, and sex work, we can presume his current line of work is likely influenced by the trauma he's incurred and supporting the addictions he's picked up to cope with it. Or the mother of Dora Lang, one of the victims of the Carcosa cult. Her hands are destroyed and she's suffering from flash headaches after 20 years of being exposed to chemicals working in dry cleaning. She's taking pills to cope with the horrible things she's done, which we can't confirm, but likely includes turning a blind eye to her daughter's abuse, something that has almost certainly damaged her sanity. Again, chemical pollution, labor, and trauma. But there's something else being linked there too, something we know Pizzolatto was getting at in his referencing of the Yellow King, that this horror that surrounds these people, that infects them, also drives them to madness. And this depiction of labor and trauma isn't something our main characters are exempt from, their families either. In the present-day narrative, both Marty and Rust have been truly broken by their experiences. Their second names, Heart and Coal, a phonetic play on heart and soul, are again indicative of that. They're the heart and soul of the area, components of this toxic psychosphere, and they're on the edge of being completely destroyed, with both having given up on detective work in their own way. When they finally catch up in the present day, Marty tells Rust he looks brittle. And he isn't wrong. Rust has aged horrendously. In roughly a decade, he's gone from Dolce & Gabbana to do not enter this man's survival bunker under any circumstances. As we'll look at, there's an even more insidious reason why Rust looks so bad compared to Marty, but for now, we can definitely say they've been destroyed by both labor and trauma during their time in the police force. Marty has worked homicide for decades, falling to lust and alcohol and destroying his family until the job finally breaks him. And Rust especially, left undercover far longer than anyone should be, losing his daughter, becoming estranged from his wife, suffering from addiction and obsession as he attempts to cut one head from a hydra that remains far beyond his comprehension. And all of this is the Southern Gothic to a T. Even the driving force of the show, this split narrative between past and present, is indicative of it. Our characters are haunted by the trauma of an unsolved past filled with murder and darkness. They are this land is in their blood, and by virtue of the evil pervading it, this terrible malignance is in their blood too. That's something we see alluded to in the titles as well. These barren and hostile images of Louisiana are within them, making up their muscles, their bones, and it's something that we see them both recognize in their personal lives too. Especially Marty, who keeps seeing worrying sexual and satanic symbolism start to creep into his life, from his extramarital activities to his daughter's concerning mimicry of these crimes in her playing with dolls. Rust notices it too through this twisted, almost psychic ability he has to see the horrible truth of things. If we go back to his description of the area in episode 1, he says, "This place is like someone's memory of a town, and the memory's fading. It's like there was never anything here but jungle." He can feel the area fading out, being reclaimed by primal forces that predate its development. A place weakened by the dark at work there, being figuratively and literally bled dry. He can sense that there is something here, something more malicious than just pollution, and as we come to find out, that thing is the Carcosa cult. And the people we see that are happy with their station, those seemingly unaffected by the terrors in the local area, are members, or at the very least are tacitly connected to and or financially benefiting from the Carcosa cult. Tuttle serves as a great example of this. He's clearly living large with the shit-eating wealth that popular evangelist figures so often possess. Despite horrendous living conditions, Reggie and DeWall seem to be thriving the way they want to live. Errol too. But perhaps the best example of this corruption comes from the other police officers in Marty and Rust's department. Given the show takes place over a long period, we actually see 4 different superior officers. None of them want Marty and Rust pursuing the case, even if we only get very subtle indications of it. And we have allusions to them all being either corrupt or compliant with the corruption and directly benefiting from it. Let's quickly go through them, starting with Major Ken Quesada. And just from a vibe check, he doesn't strike me as evil, but rather weak and keen to impress his higher-ups and community figures like Tuttle. We can put him in the useful idiot category. We've got Commander Speece, who spends most of his time eye-fucking Rust whenever it looks like he's going to investigate something. His outfit is garishly piped with yellow, which, as I'm sure you're aware, is a good indicator of evil here. He's setting up the task force investigating alleged anti-Christian crimes. He's almost certainly connected to the cult, even if we can't say he's actively participating. We have Sheriff Tate, who at the very least avoided properly investigating the Marie Fontenot disappearance. His explanation is that the report was filed in error, language we'll hear again later in the show from Steve Garazzi too. That came from one Sheriff Ted Childress, who by his name we know to be connected to the Carcosa cult. Not only that, but Sheriff Tate has 2 deer heads on his office wall, and as we know, antlers are a key part of the imagery symbolizing the Carcosa cult. He also has a German mug, or perhaps stein, on his desk with a relief scene in a forest. We can't see it close enough to verify, but it's likely a hunting scene. And as we'll come to find out, forest and garden imagery also plays a key role here. So whether Tate is legitimately evil or just benefiting from his own complacency, we can't say for sure, but it's not looking good either way. As for Sheriff Garazzi, formerly Detective Garazzi, he admits his own wrongdoing at the end, and he's perhaps the character we see benefiting most directly from it, driving around in a Maserati, playing golf, and taking fishing trips. He even confirms that his promotion came on Ted's recommendation, Ted of course being Sheriff Ted Childress. That's pretty clear language for corruption and cult involvement, but let's face it, the moment Rust slapped this man like a bitch, we knew he was working for the wrong side, because Rust has a 6th sense for evil. We also have Major Leroy Salter, the replacement for Quesada. Presumably, Quesada was promoted or retired. Either way, a happy end for a useful idiot, and I think we can put Salter in the same camp. He's angry at Rust for pursuing Tuttle, and ultimately that friction and the crumbling relationship between Rust and Marty leads to Rust being suspended and quitting the force. We've also got the word police in yellow writing right next to his head, another office full of hunting trophies, and a nice shot of him holding some yellow paper. Nothing concrete there by any means, but he also makes fun of Rust's theory on the crime, that the geographic proximity of victims may suggest a prolific perpetrator and links to Tuttle's religious infrastructure. Salter suggests that they should investigate any disappearance within 10 miles of a Walmart and use it as reason to bring in Sam Walmart for questioning. This is very likely a reference to how one of the real-world crimes the show is influenced by was pieced together, with bodies being found in similar swampy terrain within close geographic proximity to one another. Rust references this in episode 7 as we see him doing the same thing. He says, "I've covered a surface area, pulled runaways in state and missing persons, and if you notice there's twice as many along the bayous. I don't know why. Hell, someone should do a study as to why." The real-world crime in question is known as the Jeff Davis 8, and there are many similar hallmarks to what we see here. Alleged corruption in the police force that allegedly led all the way to Congress, a member of the sheriff's office being reported as a murder suspect by several witnesses, and so on. There's a phenomenal documentary series, Murder in the Bayou, that bears a lot of the visual hallmarks of True Detective if you'd like to learn more about that. But for now, we can see how Rust's hunch is deliberately mirroring the case, and Salter's complacency with that, combined with his desire to protect Tuttle, is concerning to us as the audience. And lastly, we have Detective Robert Lutz, later Lieutenant Lutz. Like Garazzi, he was a colleague of Rust and Marty that got promoted. In the present-day narrative, Marty goes to him to access case files under the guise of wanting to write a book. Now again, Lutz strikes me as more of a useful idiot than anything else. However, it is important to note that Marty absolutely shouldn't be accessing those case files, and he does so while asking it to be kept from the detectives currently investigating him for his actions during that exact case. That's a big no-no, and the reason Lutz acquiesces to the request is likely due to Marty bribing him with a bottle of single malt. And that might just be the casual gift of an old friend asking for a favor, but it demonstrates that Lutz is corruptible, that just like everyone else in the department, he is willing to benefit from breaking the rules. Now, I know when the show first aired, there was speculation about all these characters potentially being part of the cult, and we never get that confirmed for us in the show. But I hope with time now, we can say they are all at the very least useful idiots that benefited from it, and it's likely given many different indicators that the corruption ran deeper than that. In fact, we know for sure it goes a lot further than the figures we see in the show. Billy Lee Tuttle has a cousin, Edwin Tuttle, who is a previous Louisiana governor and now a serving US senator. Again, seemingly linking back to accusations made amid the Jeff Davis 8 case. The Tuttle's bastard offshoot family, the Childresses, are doing the same thing. There's a Childress prison guard likely involved in covering up the crimes. There's Sheriff Ted Childress, who was responsible for halting the previous investigation into the Tuttle family. This is why everyone seems so unnerved by the cult, so terrified of it, because it truly is powerful, certainly at a local level, and perhaps far beyond that. They're able to terrify, control, infiltrate, pervert, and murder anyone they choose, and outside of Rust and Marty, they have very little opposition. And many of the cult members are never apprehended. We know there were other direct offenders beyond the Tuttles, the Ledoux, and the Childresses. We know there were people at least adjacent to Tuttle, perhaps above him, that made the decision to assassinate him once they knew Rust had evidence of his crimes. We have visual allusions to the spread of the cult, like this amazing shot of the antlers reaching out like claws or tendrils across the local area. This is something very far-reaching that, come the show's conclusion, is not truly solved. And outside of their extrajudicial executions, multiple assaults, breaking and entering, deeply problematic undercover work, and an evidence room robbery that would get Scarface fully talked, Rust and Marty really aren't all that corrupt. Sure, they break the rules consistently, but in terms of their grander moral compass, they're very clearly working against the cult, actually trying to solve crimes and combat evil. And that, exactly what they're supposed to be doing as police officers, is precisely what puts an end to their careers. Rust ultimately quits after being scolded multiple times for pursuing someone with what can only be described as resting pedo face, and Marty, despite working for Homicide for decades and having heroic successes, he's given a very minor promotion and otherwise worked until he is exposed to something so horrible that he finally gives up. They are punished for doing the right thing, and everyone that is at the very least compliant or unquestioning is allowed to reap the rewards of this corruption and get promoted to comfortable positions. And here again, we see another mainstay of the Southern Gothic, that this is a place of exploitation, a place where the few in power reap all the benefits, while their communities suffer all the fallout of their twisted excess via a broad spectrum of hardships and abuses. This exploitation is something we also see referenced in the locations chosen by the show. For example, the fields we see Dora being placed at during the season opening were filmed at the Oak Alley Plantation, somewhere you might recognize from Red Dead Redemption 2 and Interview with a Vampire, that has horrendous and ubiquitous links to slavery. This is true of other locations we see or hear about in the show too. To quote Don Keatley's True Detective's Folk Gothic, the oak tree by which Dora Lang's body is found, marker of the grandeur of Oak Alley, built entirely on slave labor, brings race and slavery from the periphery to the center of True Detective. Now, the police force and political arenas are not the primary offenders here. They're facilitating and protecting it, but the primary institution responsible for this exploitation is the church. So let's move on to the broadest expression of the supernatural within the show, another key aspect of the Southern Gothic, Christianity. Flannery O'Connor said that while the South is hardly Christ-centered, it is most certainly Christ-haunted. And that rings true here. For all the purported Christianity we see, there doesn't seem to be much piety, much living under the instruction of the gospel. It's a narrative filled with abuses coordinated by local church groups and religious figures. Christ haunts the area via a multitude of heinous acts purportedly carried out in his name. The best example of this being the Reverend Billy Lee Tuttle, leader of Tuttle Ministries. He sets up charitable infrastructure like the Wellspring Program and the Light of the Way Christian Academy to facilitate finding victims for their terrible crimes. Along with Speece, he sets up the task force to investigate alleged anti-Christian crimes that instead works as a foil to prevent anyone from investigating the pseudo-satanic crimes of the cult. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing that seems to be the most well-to-do local figurehead of the cult, but we can't really consider him the ultimate leader of the cult if such a thing exists, given we know he's ultimately assassinated by his co-conspirators. He's more into it because he's a prolific paedophile rather than trying to ascend to an actual Carcosa like Childress. And lower down the totem pole, we see a pastor that preaches about all the love that's in the hearts of his congregation, who behind closed doors is drinking himself to death after uncovering horrendous abuses carried out within his previous church, and who employs a sex offender within his other one. So in terms of how the church is presented, the answer is pretty horrendously. The church serves as a mockery of its own ideals, a mask, a route through which evil can seize hold of the local community and fester unimpeded. But I think we can go a step further than that. If we go back to these beautiful visuals during the title scene, some of which I may have to censor on YouTube, there's three things being contrasted: industrial pollution, sex, and Christianity. And I think that's quite clear language for Christianity, the twisted, sexually abusive Christianity we see in the show, being this poison that pollutes the area. Just like we see with the industrial pollution, it's being contrasted with. According to Pew Research, Louisiana was the third most religious and subsequently third most Christian state in America, with Mississippi coming in first place. This is an area defined by religion, and so it's difficult not to see this as some level of commentary on the dark side of Christianity in the American South. There are, of course, many other examples we could look to, minor hypocrisies the show highlights, but hopefully that's enough to prove the point. At least in the show, this is an area being poisoned by Christianity rather than being uplifted by it, and that poison works both ways. The idea of Christianity itself has become poisoned and perverted, and that becomes a vehicle through which the community as a whole is poisoned and perverted. So we've established there's a sickness, a lurking evil pervading the area, and we've established that this evil is institutional via the police force, via members of government, and most crucially by the church. And Billy Lee represents that in totality, given he's the head of a church that somehow holds sway over local law enforcement, and he's first cousins with the governor, Edwin Tuttle. Now, in the current era of paedophilic conspiracy, post-Catholic Church scandals, post-Epstein, post-Bohemian Grove, these are things we take for granted somewhat. But hopefully that's enough to say that in the show, Christianity has been perverted, and we get lots of supplemental imagery supporting that. One of my personal favourites being the statue of Mary that Dora Lang's mother has, somewhat yellowed from smoke, that serves as a direct visual metaphor for the Yellow King corrupting Christianity in the local area. Mary's caring gaze and gentle rocking of the baby Jesus calling into question the type of parenting that Dora received from her mother. So the Christianity we see in the show is not the same Christianity we find in real life. We can view it as a criticism of the Christianity we have in real life, a not so hyperbolic view of its worst excesses and our anxieties towards it made manifest. But clearly this is not Christianity as intended. It's a perverted and dangerous vehicle for a pagan cult that has very little to do with God or the teachings of Christ. As we'll find out, there's a clear distinction between this corrupted and hypocritical vision of the Christian church and the notion of a creator figure and universal concepts of good and evil. The church is a man-made institution capable of immense evil, but that is not a criticism of God or even what the everyday Christian might believe. It's a criticism of how human frameworks of belief can be corrupted for evil ends and how private or rural communities can foster concerning practices and dangerous bubbles of thought. The main way we see Christianity discussed in the show, like most of the philosophical musings, is via the phenomenal contrast between our main characters. They're both somewhat outspoken on the issue, with very different conclusions on it. Marty is a lifelong Christian, Rust only has negative things to say about it, and at face value, one of those is shown to have a far more positive effect than the other. Marty has a family, he has a more optimistic, friendly outlook on things. He has a more traditional sense of outward morality than Rust, and despite working in homicide far longer than Rust, he still seems to be more shocked by the horror of it all. He has more humanity left. If we compare that to the Spartan lifestyle of Rust, one path certainly seems to be much happier than the other. Marty's life is spiritually full, Rust's life is spiritually absent in most senses. Following their initial work on the Dora Lang case, we see Marty go home to a doting wife and sleeping children, while Rust heads to a dive bar to interrogate prostitutes. So it would seem at first as though a life of Christianity is the obvious winner here, but as we know, things are not so simple. Marty describes himself as steady, which he seems to be on the face of things, at least more so than Rust, and that allows him to weather the course as a stable and decent detective, in contrast to Rust's extremely talented but decidedly more volatile approach to their work. And this backbone of Christianity is one of a few key factors allowing for this steadiness in Marty. Another one would be having a family. He makes multiple references to this being something that a man needs. These things are cornerstones of Marty's identity, this stable image of a Christian family man. But Marty is by no means a zealot. He's maybe somewhat perturbed by Rust's rejection of religion, but he makes it clear he isn't interested in trying to convert Rust. He's more just curious as to what Rust actually believes, because Christianity is such a ubiquitous part of life in 90s Louisiana. For Marty, Christianity is a set of cultural norms. It's a thing you believe because it's what you've always believed and it's what the people around you believe. And as we come to find out very quickly, Marty doesn't see it as a rigid moral structure to live by. In fact, the more time we spend with Marty, the more we see his failings, the more we realize that his behavior can be decidedly un-Christian. Some very quick examples being him cheating on his wife multiple times, quite viscerally threatening one of his affair partners, forcing his way into her house and using his position in the police force to intimidate her new lover. He kidnaps someone to interrogate them. He viciously beats a pair of teenage boys that are being held in police custody. He executes a handcuffed man and then provides false testimony about it. And that's not the full list. So it's safe to say that Marty isn't exactly following the commandments to the letter. But with all that being said, he does fundamentally believe in God and his own spiritual place in things. When we see him first encounter Tuttle, whether it's influenced by career gain or good manners, he does seem to have genuine respect for him. When Tuttle mentions a war going on behind things, a timeless battle of light v dark and good v evil, Marty acknowledges the truth of Tuttle's words. He believes his community to be mostly of good standing and doesn't share in Rust's suspicions regarding the involvement of church groups in the wider conspiracy. And so an image starts to form of dual notions of Christianity, the first being something universal, something supernatural, the idea of a creator, of light and dark, right and wrong, God and the devil, and so forth. And the second being the human-built institution of Christianity, the set of rules, the local figures, the cultural performance of Christianity that Marty has been acting out his entire life. And this second notion is frequently shown to be flawed, hypocritical, and a vehicle for evil behavior. Just like the cult used this performance of Christianity to pursue their horrendous goals, Marty uses Christianity as a mask too. On the outside, he's a God-fearing family man, but he clearly doesn't view its moral teachings as anything rigid. And the more we get to know him, the more we understand that the rules only apply to him when they're convenient. And in stark opposition to Marty, we have Rust, who acknowledges Christianity as a scam and seems to have zero respect for the people who believe in it. When he hears about the Christian task force, Rust reacts very sharply because he quite rightly sees it as a strange extension of church power through the police force, where things that are allegedly anti-Christian are now deemed illegal. This is of course redundant, given this allegedly satanic murder has been perpetrated by the same group setting up the task force, but that fits perfectly because Rust sees Christianity as a framework for hypocrisy and deception. So he immediately sees an issue with this kind of religiously canted and religiously preferential form of police work. He never says it fully explicitly, but it's clear he sees it as a route for potential perversions of justice, if not an outright cover-up of the crimes he's trying to investigate, which he does allude to when trying to explain his theory to Salter. Now, this doesn't seem to be exclusive to Christianity. Rust feels this way about all religion. In his own words, it's been that way since one monkey looked at the sun and told the other monkey, he said for you to give me your fucking share. When confronted with the evangelical congregation at the start of episode 3, he asks Marty, what do you think the average IQ of this group is, huh? I see a propensity for obesity, poverty, a yearn for fairy tales, folks putting what few bucks they do have in the little wicker baskets being passed around. I think it's safe to say that nobody here is going to be splitting the atom. It's clear he sees religion as a deception that people cling to for comfort and catharsis. As he puts it, the transference of fear and self-loathing to an authoritarian vessel. But he also sees it as a lie designed to exploit the vulnerable and the desperate and people of low intelligence. Marty, of course, takes umbrage with this and retorts by pointing out how Rust's life is spiritually empty, saying not everyone wants to sit alone in an empty room beating off to murder manuals. Some folks enjoy community, the common good. Again, Marty isn't making some claim about Rust's eternal soul. He's pointing to the everyday communal aspects of Christianity that have little to do with the actual teachings of it beyond the broader aspect of human decency. Rust replies by pointing out that it's not a common good if it's all based on fantasy, and Marty continues with, "Can you imagine if people didn't believe the things they get up to? It'd be a fucking freak show of murder and debauchery, and you know it." And that's interesting because Marty does engage in murder, he does engage in debauchery, and yet he feels some level of moral superiority in comparison to the non-believers. Rust rejects Marty's appraisal, falling back to the atheist talking point that if someone is only not murdering people due to the expectation of divine reward, then that person was a piece of shit to begin with. Again, Marty doesn't back down, asking Rust if he believes that his trademark notebook is a stone tablet, meaning that Rust has replaced belief with investigation and also feels a level of superiority from it. And then we come to perhaps the most biting criticism of actual Christianity within the show. As the camera pans across the crowd raising their hands in agreement, and our evangelical pastor becomes more and more animated, Rust asks, "What's it say about life? You gotta get together, tell yourself stories that violate every law of the universe just to get through the goddamn day. What's that say about your reality, Marty?" Now there's two key takeaways there. Firstly, this mention of every law in the universe. As we'll look at shortly, Rust's manner of belief is something decidedly more scientific, more cosmic, we could say. And secondly, that Rust's outrage stems from people needing this belief system as a crutch in order to cope with our general position of terror and uncertainty. So it's not a huge leap to suggest that the awful things that have happened to Rust, namely losing his young daughter, are the instigators for this resentment. Rust has had to deal with horrendous tragedy, and he hasn't fallen back into belief, instead choosing to see it as part of some immutable cruelty to the universe. He sees those who have chosen belief as being goddamned frail because they haven't been able to confront this uncaring coldness like he has. But Marty's final response to Rust has a lot of truth to it too, that when he gets to talking like this, he seems panicked, that his words don't ring true, that he may be trying to convince himself more than anyone else. This assessment seems to momentarily unnerve Rust, and as we get to know Rust better, we'll see his view on this isn't quite so concrete. Let's start with the fact that Rust, despite criticizing Christianity for exploiting the vulnerable, for providing false hope, is completely willing to use the messaging and language of Christianity to do the exact same thing to people he deems to be deserving of it. In episode 3, we'll see Rust interrogating a man who is engaged in perverted acts while breaking into people's houses. Rust is known for being the best interrogator his fellow detectives have ever encountered, and here we see him fluently adopt the language of a priest, telling the obviously quite pathetic man, "Listen to me, son. You've got one way out, and it's through the grace of God. You're only how the Lord made you. You are not flawed. We, you, me, people, we don't choose our feelings. There's grace in this world, and there's forgiveness for all, but you have to ask for it." And because Rust is very good at what he does, and because religion can be an excellent tool for manipulating the hopeless, the man immediately falls into the same performance, adopting the language of the lost sheep looking to be saved. He says, I do, I want it, I want it, I want it. I'm asking, please just tell me what to say. I want to confess. It's obviously emotionally charged, but this is directly in line with the more hyperbolic language we might associate with the evangelical, of people crying out that they want to accept the Lord into their heart. Rust follows suit, resting his hand on the man's head as if he's performing some symbolic baptism. And it is, of course, shameless. Rust doesn't believe a word of what he's saying, he just knows it will work. This also introduces us to something that will be crucial during the ending, the notion of Rust being his own brand of priest. Childress will refer to him as Little Priest. Reggie Ledoux will call him Pastor. That's why, from a meta perspective, he's so good at interrogations. He, just like a priest, is taking confession. That's really the subtext behind the many instances of us seeing him interrogate evil people. He may not believe in the Lord, but he does want them to confess, and he is very directly using this method to combat the evil forces at work around him. During a different interrogation in episode 5, we even see him say to Francis, "You want forgiveness for that? Say it." Obviously, the point of confession is that you're ultimately forgiven for your sins, so the show is being extremely direct in demonstrating Rust as this priest figure. And the comparisons between Rust and Christianity don't end there. We see multiple allusions to Rust as Christ, with him appearing in frame next to depictions of the crucifixion, like this one, or this beautiful shot of a crucifix that Rust keeps on his wall at home. It's this crucifix that leads Marty to ask what Rust actually believes, and why he'd have a crucifix if he doesn't believe in what it stands for. And here Rust directly compares himself to Christ with no subtext necessary. He tells Marty, "I contemplate the moment in the garden. the idea of allowing your own crucifixion. He is, of course, referring to Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, the moment where he confronts and accepts his ultimate sacrifice. Now, Rust has already mentioned that he lacks the constitution for suicide, so we could see this as an unhealthy attempt at accepting self-destruction, but I think it's more accurate to say that he understands the sacrifice his job demands of him, that pursuing this evil may result in his death. And just like Christ on the cross, it's a sacrifice Rust is willing to make, in his own words, to keep bad men from the door. So while Rust is explicitly against Christianity, in moments he's philosophizing on it, and subtextually he's very much being positioned alongside it. He's our little priest, he's Christ in the garden, Christ on the cross, and by the end of the show, following his symbolic sacrifice and his willingness to die at Childress's hands, we'll see that his atheistic certainty is somewhat in question. Rust has a profound experience with his daughter, of which he seems entirely convicted. He claims to have felt her loving connection in the afterlife, or perhaps some pre-afterlife gateway, his deceased father too, and this seems to have been a genuinely joyous moment, one that he happily accepted prior to being resuscitated. It's a really crucial and beautiful moment, so let's just take a minute to look at the quote in full. There was a moment, I know when I was under, in the darkness, whatever I'd been reduced to, not even consciousness, it was a vague awareness in the dark. I could feel my definitions fading, and beneath that darkness there was another kind. It was deeper, warm like a substance. I could feel, man, and I knew my daughter waited for me there. So clear, I could feel her. I could feel a piece of my pop too. It was like I was a part of everything that I ever loved, and we were all, the three of us, just fate now. And all I had to do was let go, man, and I did. I said, darkness, yeah, and I disappeared. But I could still feel her love there, even more than before. I tell you, Mardi, I've been up in that room looking out those windows every night here, just thinking, it's just one story, the oldest, light versus dark. And Marty replies with, well, I know we ain't in Alaska, but it appears to me that the dark has a lot more territory. And the show concludes with Rust's final assessment, you know you're looking at it wrong, the sky thing. Once there was only dark. If you ask me, the light's winning. Which, when you see it in the show, is extremely uplifting, given how dark things have got by the end. In feeling his daughter's love again, Rust has found a route back to hope. He's moved from being a staunch atheist to allowing in a small bit of spiritual optimism. But you may notice none of that language was explicitly Christian. It's likely a lot of people will interpret it that way. It's the framework the show is built around, is the dominant religion in the area, but Rust never suggests a god or heaven or hell or angels. He mentions darkness several times, he mentions love and light, and the experience seems profoundly spiritual. But it hasn't suddenly made him believe in a Christian god or a Christian afterlife. It's something more general, more universal. There are perhaps a couple of bits of Christian canted phrasing. Firstly, it's just one story, the oldest. That's teasing the audience with Christianity somewhat, but it's not confirming it. It's actually pulling Christianity into something broader. Clearly he's alluding to humanity and all its religions sharing a singular and basic truth, the conflict of good and evil, of light and dark. That despite all the nuances, contradictions, and disagreements, all these belief systems have identified something fundamental about our realm, that it exists as a battleground between inherently good and inherently evil forces, and Christianity is just one interpretation of this cosmic truth. There is another possible reference to Christianity in Rust's acknowledgement that once there was only dark. And despite also resonating with other creation myths and even the Big Bang, that's obviously going to call to mind the book of Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty, darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. You may notice the one thing that God didn't invent, rather just attached a name to, was the darkness. You may also notice that God sees the light as good, and so presumably darkness is bad, and he makes the decision to separate the two. And that's exactly what Rust is describing. Once there was only dark. And that's crucial to what we're going to be looking at here, because it's using recognizable biblical language to tie together the existing Christian framework with the cosmic elements, with strange Carcosa, this place out of time, this primordial evil that predates our universe. That's the darkness they're facing down. And however we choose to interpret the light, humanity, God, spirituality, all that comes after, Rust's had confirmation of the dark his whole life, and certainly throughout the show. But he leaves the show with the understanding that the light is winning, that evil can be conquered, and that there is good everywhere to cling to. And so we begin to see alignment between the beliefs of the cult and the beliefs of our main characters. Tuttle is the first person to tell us of this war behind things, of the battle between light and dark. We've seen Marty acknowledge the truth of it, and here Rust is agreeing too. This show provides a glimpse of this never-ending cosmic battle, the symptoms of it at a local level. But Christianity, Satanism, they're just human-made frameworks through which we translate this eternal conflict into something relatable. And this is why, despite his cosmic pessimism, despite being so certain of Christianity's falsehoods and the delusions of divine judgment and karmic justice through which we better suffer the world, Rust is an agent of karma, a dispenser of that justice. It's the answer to the question, if the world is as hopeless as Rust thinks it is, why does he dedicate every piece of himself to it? Why does he suffer so much to protect it? Because he and Marty are agents of the light. Marty may understand this light as something Christian, but Rust certainly doesn't, and yet they're in entire agreement about what they need to do to protect it, what they dedicate their lives to. It's even the answer to Marty's hypocritical and unchristian behavior, why we as an audience accept them both as heroic despite them doing some absolutely horrendous shit. They've been tainted by the dark, skewed by the evil they encounter, and so it encroaches on their behavior, their families, their futures, their decision to kill defenseless men. They'll break every rule imaginable, but will always stay on their side, because they are fundamental good combating fundamental evil. They're flawed, they're dark, but they are agents of the light, arbiters against evil, amongst evil. They're not good in an everyday moral sense, but they represent the fundamental good, and they combat the worst brand of evil. Now, we're not done looking at everything that Rust believes. He's a complicated guy, and there's a lot to go through, but we need to discuss the opposing team first. So let's move on to the Satanic. And right from the jump, as we're confronted with the Dora Lang crime scene, Sheriff Tate lets us know that there's potentially something occult happening. He tells Marty, them symbols, they're satanic. And it's not just Tate. The newspapers are quick to describe the scene as an occult murder outside Erath. The occult part presumably stemming not just from the spiral symbol on the body, but the crime scene in general, the kneeling position, the crown of antlers, and strange Blair Witch-like twig structures dotted around. It's a ritual. It's the sacrifice of a young woman with certain hallmarks seemingly mocking the Christian faith, like her hands being bound in prayer and the base of the crown having a thorned wreath. It's very likely that we'd have jumped to this being somehow satanic in nature without the show telling us. We can say that antlers are sometimes associated with the satanic, although there's deeper pagan associations we'll look at later. But we often see satanic associations among horned or otherwise crowned animals because of the long-standing imagery of the devil having a pair of horns. And indeed, when we see crime scene photos from a more recent killing in the present day, once again we'll see a mockery of traditional Christian imagery. In this case, the fact that the victim is strung up with rope in a position mimicking Christ on the cross, and again wearing a thorned crown of sorts. So by the end of episode 1, it's seemingly pretty certain that something satanic is happening in Louisiana. Charles Lang certainly seems to think so. He tells Rust and Marty about a place down south where all these rich men go to devil worship. They sacrifice kids and whatnot. Clearly, it's something he understands to be satanic. We'll see even more hints as we go. Reggie Ledoux, a definite member of the cult, has a Baphomet back tattoo. Now, just like the antlers, Baphomet isn't necessarily satanic. He's a figure associated with balance, light and dark rather than just dark. It may be more accurate to describe him as a Gnostic deity that has been co-opted into the occult, and likely more accurate still to describe him as a misinterpreted battle cry of Mahomet or Muhammad during the Crusades that was used as a method of vilifying the Knights Templar. More information on that can be found in my complete guide to the witch if you're interested. Eventually though, in the 19th century, Baphomet is illustrated by Eliphas Levi as this hermaphroditic sabbatic goat figure, and then later in 1966, the Church of Satanism adopted the sigil of Baphomet, the goat's head inside the inverted pentagram, and the association with Satanism was made concrete. So while Baphomet may not have been a satanic figure at their inception, they're a figure that we associate with the practice of Satanism, and it's very likely Reggie does too. There are other moments we could look to. Beth, a possible tool of the cult, has a little kneeling devil figurine watching her and Marty having sex. That's a pretty clear indicator of what the show is getting at. And so an image clearly starts to form from all of this. The specific weirdness of the crime scenes, the connotations of these kids in the woods the show keeps teasing us with, something that has long-standing allusions to devilish practices and missing children in both folklore and literature. The men in strange ceremonial costumes photographed alongside a girl that was seemingly sacrificed, and the fact that this area is hyper-Christian, so it's likely the occult practices found there are built from within the framework of Christianity too. I think it's a fair assumption to make that these killings are satanic, and one the show certainly wants you to roll with for the first few episodes. And there's a very good reason for that. Beyond making for thrilling television and wanting the show to have this supernatural undercurrent, this is again referencing real-world crimes with a satanic edge. Tales of horror and twisted cults that have taken Christian worship to a barbaric and deviant place. The most direct and notable example the show is pulling from being the Hosanna Church scandal. To quote the Daily Beast, the residents of the small South Louisiana town of Ponchatoula discovered in 2005 there were monsters committing unspeakable acts to children and animals. The evil was reportedly carried out inside a church. A splinter cult reportedly formed by leaders and members of the Hosanna Church became the salacious heart of a child abuse scandal that rocked and shocked the community following newspaper and broadcast reports of devil worshipping and occult rituals involving animal blood and pentagrams. And that should immediately ring some bells. A local church group in Louisiana that are actually carrying out satanic sacrifice is, on the face of things at least, exactly what we're discussing with the Carcosa cult and its outreach via Tuttle's local church groups. The leader of the Ponchatoula group was a man named Louis LaMonica, who, just like Tuttle, was beloved by members of the Ponchatoula community, one of which described him as an awesome local icon. On May 16, 2005, LaMonica walked into a local police station and confessed to a lurid series of crimes, mainly centered around the abuse of children and animals, and gave explicit descriptions of the satanic rituals that provided his small cult the pretense for this abuse. He stated that we stopped worshipping God and worshipped Satan, and that he had two churches, one for God in the sanctuary and one for Satan in the youth room. At the beginning of the investigation, the amount of victims was estimated between 25 and 100, with LaMonica's own children being among the victims. LaMonica was sent to trial, along with 8 accomplices, one of whom was his wife. Another, Trey Bernard, was a prominent figure in the local church, just like LaMonica. There was also one Christopher Blair Labatt, a local sheriff deputy. And if we think back to the questionable behavior exhibited by both of the local sheriffs we see in the show, I think we can say that's a big plus to them being involved somehow, and perhaps a likely influence behind the Carcosa cult having infiltrated local institutions like the church, the police, and government. In fact, Pizzolatto has directly alluded to this particular crime being an influence on the show. Now, LaMonica would be found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, but I should point out that the case is not that simple. Firstly, the occult nature of the crimes was argued during the trial. The district attorney made attempts to distance the crime from both the church and the occult, suggesting this case, from our perspective, had nothing to do with the church or occult or any sort of high-pressure situation. This case is about child abuse. More interestingly, the defense attorney in the trial argued that LaMonica had given false testimony to the police, and that rather than being a satanic cult, the schism within the church was actually caused by a power struggle led by another suspect, Lois Mowbray. LaMonica's defense claimed he was actually the victim of manipulation and coercion, and he had been tricked, perhaps forced, by his wife and Mowbray to admit to these fallacious crimes. The alleged number of victims was whittled down to 3 at trial, 2 of LaMonica's sons and 1 unnamed girl that was identified as the victim of a satanic ritual involving being bathed in animal blood. Both of LaMonica's sons would retract their accusations from the witness stand, and the girl was very young and did not appear at trial. Beyond that, there was no physical evidence of these satanic practices, no pentagrams, no remains from animal sacrifice, nothing concrete beyond LaMonica's original confession. And while all of that does call the case into question somewhat, the jury was still convinced by LaMonica's initial confession to the police and ultimately found him guilty. I don't want to go on too much of a tangent here, but the further details of the case are quite strange, and if you'd like to hear more, there's a great mini documentary by Vice News and other YouTube rabbit holes you can go down beyond that. For our purposes here though, all we really need to know is that this crime, the story LaMonica originally told police that shocked the local community to the core, was a definite influence on the show, and subsequently how Satanism is depicted during the show. And that includes the doubt and the questions surrounding it. Obviously the satanic is a hook the show uses. It's absolutely what you're meant to think at first. But come the conclusion, we can say that it's actually entirely wrong to describe the cult, these murders, as something satanic. In fact, the only piece of imagery we can attach solely to the satanic and nothing else is this figurine. And as troubling as it is, one figurine doesn't make for a satanic cult. So we need to look a little bit deeper, because there is in fact a multi-layered bait and switch at work, both within the canon of the show and for us sat at home watching. Let's go back to this notion that Christianity acts like a mask for worse deeds. As we've covered, things like church groups that are actually recruitment tools for abuse. But even within those groups, within the recruitment process of the Carcosa cult, Christianity is acting like a mask for the Satanic. A great example of this is how the lexicon of the church is twisted and co-opted to apply to more devilish practices. We can get a glimpse of it in the people Dora spoke to about her experiences with the cult, her ex-husband Charlie Lang and her friend Carla. I think we can safely describe both of them as on the fringes of the cult, not actual members, but they've had close experience with people that were. Now Carla may have a bit more to do with it. Her black star tattoo and the yellow stars on her top are both clear signifiers of Carcosa. But given how freely she seems to explain Dora's situation to Rust, I don't know if we can say she's an actual cult member with any certainty. They may simply be markers of the cult's influence on her life, that its symbols and teachings are bleeding into the community without the community necessarily realizing. Carla tells Rust that Dora said she found a church, but her eyes, something wrong with it. Now we know that Dora did have a flyer in her diary for the church we see at the end of episode 2. Presumably that was somewhere she'd attended. But when we combine this with what Charlie has to say, specifically that she told him how she was going to become a nun and that she met a king, we very much start to feel like it's not a regular church being described here. Nun, king, and church are all very specifically Christian coded, but we can presume king here isn't a reference to God, but rather the Yellow King. We can presume from Dora's fate that nun means a sacrificial female acolyte of the Yellow King, and church is a deliberate inversion of worship very common in Satanism on film. Think back to Louis LaMonica describing his two churches, one for God and the other for Satan, as a quick example. Now this could be some pseudo-church out in the sticks, a building the cult makes use of. It could be an actual church corrupted from within, but most likely, most broadly, it's a reference to the congregation of the cult and the cult itself. Whatever the case, it's clear the cult are using the language of the Christian church, recruitment channels available to them through the Christian church, and literal members of the Christian church to recruit and groom people into joining what we at first recognize as a satanic cult. The endeavors are being sold to the community as Christian, but within that they're also using Christianity as both a grooming tool to acquire new members, really new victims, and an interior lexicon deliberately inverting and mocking the practices of Christianity. And that raises an interesting question. To what extent did Dora understand all of that? And did she truly desire to join this church, or was she being aggressively groomed into it? We can't say for certain, but we do know she was using drugs. We know she was being supplied them somehow. To quote Charlie, she was high enough to duck hunt with a rake. I think it's a pretty safe bet, if not outright explicit, that this was a method of grooming her into spending time with the cult. Beyond that, whether she knew she was joining a satanic cult or not is open to debate, but there may be a clue lurking in the word nun. Nuns are symbolic shorthand for living a chaste life, and so the term here is likely a mockery, an inversion of that, where instead of being a sexless acolyte of Christ, she's more like a whore of Satan. And whether or not things ever got that far in terms of her membership, we know she's been the victim of a severe sexual ritual and found naked with this iconography of unbridled sexuality. We know she's worked as a prostitute outside of this too. So that mockery surrounding the term nun is something we're supposed to be clear on, and presumably she was too. The question remains though, did she think she was joining a satanic cult in some low-level informal position that was essentially just exchanging drugs for sex with some kooky law thrown in? And we can't say, but I think if we imagine a drug addict, a girl who has fallen through the cracks and has very few options in life, then I think it's unlikely that she'd willingly be someone else's sacrifice, given her primary concern of feeding an addiction, and more importantly that she'd legitimately be trying to become a nun, given that would involve cutting the drugs and sex out. And yet she's told her ex-husband, mid-delirium, that she was going to become one, while relating it to this king figure. So I think we have to accept a scenario in which she's understood, at least on some level, that this isn't a Christian church, it's something very different. But also that somewhere along the line, her participation has no longer been up to her, and she's fallen victim to the sacrifice she was being groomed for. Given we know from Charles she did at least join willingly, we can kind of form an image of what her involvement might have looked like. Really that she was tricked and then forced into becoming this unknowing, sacrificial patsy. What's essential to us is that Christianity was used as a mask, a bait and switch for what is first recognized in the show as the Satanic, and that Satanic framework was being used as a mask for the cult's true intentions with her. And we don't need to wonder about that because we see parts of this process quite clearly between Marty and Beth. Beth worked at the same bunny ranch as Dora. In fact, when Dora is brought up to Beth, she says Dora had been going to church. Again, whether or not Beth is fully privy to what that means, we really can't say. She seems to say it quite innocently. But when we see her later on, slightly more grown up and seducing Marty, it becomes clear that she is pursuing the cult's ends in some manner. Most likely the corruption of Marty, in the same way the cult corrupted both her and Dora, by using Christianity as a grooming tool that is instead a bait and switch for more devilish behavior. When we see them following their drink together, she uses Christian language, pseudo-Christian philosophy even, to justify decidedly un-Christian behavior, namely doing what you want and cheating on your wife. She tells Marty, God gave us these flaws, but something I learned, he doesn't see them as flaws. There is nothing wrong with the way he made us. And that is deliberately in line with what Rust said to the man he took confession from. You're only how the Lord made you. You are not flawed. And we know for certain that Rust was using it as a manipulation, and it's obvious even without that Beth is manipulating Marty too. What she really means is you should follow any and all impulses without moral concern because what you want is a reflection of God's design for you, which is pretty much the polar opposite of resisting temptation, something the Bible is quite clear on. To quote Corinthians, there hath no temptation taken hold of you but such as is common to man. But God is faithful, he will not suffer you to be tempted beyond that which ye are able to bear, but with the temptation will also make a way to escape, that ye may be able to bear it. So according to the Bible at least, temptation is a part of God's design, as is your ability to withstand it, so Beth is in fact wrong as fuck. And her logic really isn't worlds away from do what thou wilt. Charitably perhaps in the way Aleister Crowley intended it, to divine and stay true to your own universal purpose, but even more so the way Anton LaVey interprets it in the Satanic Bible, to indulge in whatever you want and concern yourself with your experiences in the physical realm rather than a later moment of spiritual judgment. Incidentally, we actually hear Errol Childress make reference to Crowley, although he's talking about the city in Louisiana, it's still a cheeky nod. Beth stresses that this philosophy is something she learned. I think it's very likely that this learning is a reference to her being somehow groomed by the cult. If not, then it's something she's learned via working in a brothel that is tacitly connected to the cult. The answer could actually be both via Dora, given she says that Dora gave her a lot of tips when she began working there, and we know Dora likely fell victim to this exact kind of indoctrination herself. Now we know Marty, and resisting temptation isn't exactly a strong suit, so we of course cut directly into audio of them having sex, but what we initially see on screen is a devil figurine, down on her knees in front of an angelic figure, possibly a representation of a choir boy with angel wings, possibly something more like a cherub. It's very clear visual language for something satanic being afoot, but more subtly it's the satanic in the place of the Christian. We even cut back to the figures as Marty notices them, and it's clear he's troubled by this. It's part of this ongoing infection of evil in the local area, just like he's noticed worrying signs from his daughter's drawings and depictions of allegedly satanic rituals during playtime. Just like he's noticed young girls smoking, he seems to be specifically troubled by the corruption of the youth, and this is a prime example of it. He's now a part of that corruption, given he's having sex with Beth. And whether or not we see Beth solely as an innocent victim that's now hypersexual due to abuses she's endured, someone that is legitimately attracted to Marty and unaware of her role in things, or whether we see her as a more knowing tool of the cult, it's ultimately irrelevant in the face of that corruption and the fallout we see in Marty's life as a result of his cheating with Beth. It ends this comfortable home life, this pillar of Marty's identity, and massively destabilizes his relationship with Rust, which serves to put a temporary end to their investigation. It certainly feels targeted and like something she's been put up to, but it may simply be another example of the cult's poison continuing to do harm in the community long after their day in the sun. The Beth storyline seems relatively minor, but it's the primary factor behind Marty's fall from grace. When Rust confronts him about it, Rust seems to acknowledge Marty being a part of this corruption of the youth, saying, "God damn, you, these people, this place, it's like you eat your fucking young and that's all just fine as long as you've got something to salute." He's saying quite directly that Marty, the community, and the police department are fine with the corruption of the youth so long as their traditional order and hierarchy aren't threatened. And in the face of this criticism, Marty's response is to chide Rust for going around and questioning people that he feels are above being questioned, pretty much directly proving Rust's point. So there's the bait and switch from Christian to corrupted. We may not be able to see it with absolute certainty for Dora, but we can see it for sure in Beth and Marty. The cult uses Christianity as a route of exploitation, as a bait and switch for something more satanic, and whatever cosmic battle between light and dark is occurring, it is being sold to the local community, interpreted by them as being something born of the Christian canon, God and the devil. But Christianity, Satanism, they're earthbound concepts. They're a lens, they're a lexicon, they're one mode of understanding what's actually going on beyond the veil. Most crucially, they're the framework that resonates with people in this hyper-religious community. That's why they're being used, because they're the easiest way to reach people that have grown up believing in God and the devil. But they are most definitely not what the cult actually believe, and that brings me on to the second layer of the bait and switch. Because even for the people who thought they knew what was going on, like Ledoux, like the press and the police, there's another far stranger truth yet to materialize. And that truth is what we've been referring to as the cosmic, as in cosmic horror, as in weird fiction, as in Carcosa and the sky full of black stars that hangs above it. The cosmic truth of the Yellow King and the real battle between light and dark. Because just like we saw with Beth and Dora and Tuttle using the language of Christianity to mask something we first recognize as satanic, the exact same thing is happening with the cosmic. In fact, if we go back to that quote from Beth we just looked at, there is a final twist lurking at the end. The full quote is, "God gave us these flaws, but something I learned, he doesn't see them as flaws. There is nothing wrong with the way he made us. The universe forgives all." And that is a major and very direct kind of switch up. She's discussing God, God's design, God's decision to curse us with temptation, but when it comes to forgiveness, suddenly it isn't God, it's the universe itself making the decisions. And that's a really clever use of language that's not so subtly suggesting there's something supernatural, some grand arbiter of judgment beyond God, perhaps simply instead of God, something cold, something far more ancient than the earth and its man-made religions, the universe itself. And according to Beth at least, the universe is unconcerned with earthly morality. And that's by no means the only time we hear this kind of language coming out of purported Christians. The sermon we hear in the tent at the start of episode 3 is very deliberately pulling from the more strange and space-coded rhetoric of evangelical Christianity. Multiple mentions of the stars, which is series long, and we can guess is likely always a reference to the black stars above Carcosa. But more strangely, the wind between the stars, calling to mind some strange cosmic energy that somehow exists out there in, or beyond, the void. Much later in the series, we'll hear Miss Dolores describe the Yellow King as a wind of invisible voices. So whether Therio means to or not, this is certainly another reference to whatever power the cult worship. The entire sermon is built from strangeness like this, capturing the oddness and grandeur that the more flamboyant and fringe branches of Christianity often use in their messaging. All of these repeated mentions of outer space, of time and the universe and everything else, they're a narrative tool designed to point your mind specifically towards the cosmic and subsequently cosmic horror. That's why it's using this more space-based interpretation and language of Christianity, to position it as a human-born framework for translating cosmic powers of light and dark. Perhaps most strange of all is the pastor's announcement, as the camera cuts to Rust and Marty, that this world is a veil, and the face you wear is not your own. This world being a veil, the sense that we're all existing in some banal material realm that keeps us from seeing the spiritual truth of the universe, is very much in line with philosophy we'll hear from both Rust and Childress later on, that there is something beyond that we're yet to see. And the face that you wear not being your own is in some way touching on these same notions, that we're something spiritual beyond our meat suit. But far more crucially, this is the first clear allusion we have to Rust wearing a mask, to there being something underneath his visage, perhaps something dangerous, something ancient, something cosmic, something that cult members like DeWall, Reggie, and Errol Childress can all recognize within him, that he, just like them, has somehow seen the horrendous truth of the universe. And just to make this second layer of the bait and switch concrete, there is another set of visual clues that demonstrate what I'm talking about. Just like the show gave us the scene with Beth and Marty and the bait and switch from Christian to Satanic, it also gives us another clear example of the bait and switch from Satanic to Cosmic. So let's go on a bunch of tangents all at once. You may have thought I'd just got the Reggie Ledoux thing wrong, saying he'd been sold on Satanism, given that he talks to Rust directly about the Black Stars of Carcosa. But it's clear he's gone through his own induction or progression, first believing in the Satanic, then learning the hidden truth of the Yellow King. And we can see that, somewhat blurrily, from his tattoos. Tattoos are a great tool for visual storytelling because they allow you to demonstrate a character's progression, past, evolution, and changing ideas. We've already seen 2 female characters with black stars tattooed on them, symbolizing the black stars above Carcosa. In fact, the prostitute Rust talks to has black stars next to an infinity symbol, which is even more telling. But the standout examples are adorning Reggie's torso. So let's take a quick look at Reggie Ledoux's tattoos. First and foremost, we have a noose around his neck, which is just super badass. but also perhaps a tongue-in-cheek way of foreshadowing Ledoux' death at Marty's hands. And this actually lets us kind of solve another mini-mystery: what becomes of Charlie Lang? As we know, the Carcosa cult, specifically a prison guard bearing the Childress name, likely arranges for the Epsteining of the second prisoner we see name-drop the Yellow King, Guy Francis. The first prisoner is Charlie, and so his safety is very much in question. And if we go back to the first interview with Charlie, we can see wires arranged in the shape of a hanging man. Incidentally, Charlie Lang was the name of a 14-year-old African-American boy that was lynched in 1942 just next door in Mississippi. Along with another boy, he was falsely accused of attacking a local girl by the name of Dorothy, which isn't worlds away from Dora Lang, Charlie's estranged wife. However, it's also worth pointing out there was a photographer by the name of Dorothea Lang, whose work depicting the fallout of the Great Depression certainly fits thematically with a lot of the stuff we see in True Detective. You've actually seen some of her work during this video already. I think it's likelier she was an influence on the name, but either way, when we combine all of this stuff together, it certainly seems like Charlie is under threat, if not fully marked for death. As for the rest of Reggie's tattoos, we can fit them into two categories: Nazi stuff and Satanic stuff, with some crossover for Satanic Nazi stuff. Let's start with the Satanic stuff. We've got a tattoo of an angelic figure praying. Doesn't necessarily look angelic at first, but at the end of this episode we see a statue of an angel in the same position. The mid-length hair is something we often see on angels, sometimes it's longer, but for Lucifer specifically, it's usually mid-length. Given the amount of satanic imagery here, I think there's a fair bet this is Lucifer. There are a couple of alternative theories though. Initially, the fandom thought that this was intended to look like McConaughey, which it kind of does, but not so much like Rust. The other option is that it's supposed to represent the victims, with Dora initially wearing angel wings rather than antlers in the original screenplay. We'll get to that later, but for now, let's just go with Lucifer or a nondescript angel. We also have pentagrams. We have a black hand tattoo that could be loosely associated with things like the devil's fingerprints, alleged scorch marks on walls the devil was said to have touched, or possibly the left-hand path, a spiritual framework focused on gratification, self-service, and more fringe and taboo behaviors, of which Satanism is an example. It does look to be a right-hand print, but it is on Ledoux' left arm, so maybe. Both of those are a bit iffy. There are other iffy links we could find in folklore and occultism, but unless Ledoux is really into the Elder Scrolls, I think we can agree it's likely not symbolizing something positive. More clear, though, is the large sigil of Baphomet on Ledoux' back, and we could make the historical argument for Baphomet, but as I mentioned earlier, this sigil of Baphomet, the goat head in the upside-down pentagram, is specifically Satanist. It's an official symbol of Levian Satanism, and they even trademarked it. So definitely Baphomet within a satanic context here. We also have two instances of the number 666, and you might think that's the most on-the-nose reference here, but despite the obvious referencing, it's also an unpleasant segue into the other category, Nazi imagery. 666 is a neo-Nazi prison tattoo related to the Aryan Brotherhood, and this particular design is also intended to abstractly represent a shamrock or three-leaf clover, another common neo-Nazi symbol. We also have an SS logo, a swastika, a skull with a swastika in his mouth that is likely based somewhat in Totenkopf imagery. We have this eagle crest taken from the historic coat of arms for Germany that became the first coat of arms of the German Reich and later became this infamous eagle insignia. We also have SWP and AB. AB is Aryan Brotherhood, SWP stands for something I probably can't say on YouTube, but it's along the same lines. I also probably can't say what 88 stands for, but the initials for it are HH. We have this Vegvisir symbol on Ledoux' arm, often described as a Viking compass, but it's actually a 19th century occult symbol originating from Iceland that was co-opted by neo-Nazis as part of the Nazis' long-running campaign to ruin Norse mythology for everybody. And that leaves us with this symbol, which is most definitely a swastika, but it's also an octopus, and it's a key example of Reggie's views having evolved. He hasn't transgressed his horrendous bigotry or his mission to become the least employable person of all time, but tentacles aren't a traditional part of satanic imagery. There are plenty of examples of Nazis being represented by octopus symbolism, from propaganda and political cartoons all the way to Hydra, but I don't know if that on its own is enough to make an assumption. We can also find Nazi propaganda depicting Winston Churchill as an octopus, so it's hardly anything concrete. And this specific octopus as a swastika doesn't seem to be a popular design among the Aryan Brotherhood like the others. I was able to find this image, which seems to be a tattoo flash and bears a very similar design, but I have unsurprisingly not been able to find an original source for it. and the only uploads of it I could find are all a good while after the show's release, so I can't say for sure that this was the tattoo that influenced the one we see in the show. It could in fact be the other way around. And I really tried. I looked through so many Nazi prison tattoos that I randomly ran into this image, which seems to have been the direct influence for Ledoux' look. Again, I cannot establish exactly where this image was first sourced from, but it was available online at least 1 year prior to the show's release. We can clearly see the exact same sigil of Baphomet tattoo, the exact same 666 tattoo, and even the rope tattoo around the neck. That's definitely not a coincidence, and it's interesting, but again, no octopus tattoo there. So we can't fully establish if this is something unique to the show, but we can say it's a purposeful decision to include it in the show. And the thing I mainly associate with both tentacles and racism is the work of H.P. Lovecraft, something we know the show is building on. In fact, tentacles are often associated with cosmic horror and act as visual shorthand for encroaching eldritch evil. Obviously, we have Cthulhu and several other examples, but one particularly relevant example to us is Hasta. And in some of the wider post-Lovecraft Lovecraftian mythos, the ever-expanding genre building on his work, Hasta is the name given to the Yellow King. And Hasta is very often depicted, and sometimes described, as a tentacled being. And we see a little bit more confirming imagery at the end of episode 3, as we see Reggie walking across the screen in his gas mask, likely a defense against breathing in chemical fumes, but also a visual allusion to Cthulhu, maybe even to Hasta directly in some iterations of the character. We're about to get into all of the cosmic stuff, but to bring this tangent to a close, I think that's why Reggie has an octopus swastika. Whether it's a recognized gang tattoo or not, it's clearly been chosen because those visual allusions exist within Lovecraft's work, cosmic horror, and this later attribution of Hasta to the Yellow King, and the tentacled image of him that develops from that. And so we can tell exactly how Reggie got started. It's the last element of the bait and switch, exactly what we experience as an audience watching. Reggie moved from worship of Satan to worship of something far darker, far older, the Yellow King of dim Carcosa. Never quite shook the whole Nazi thing though. Before we move on to exactly what this cosmic horror entails, I do just want to point out that this is exactly what cults do. A key consistency between them is that the messaging of indoctrination is a mask for the actual messaging of the cult. And because cults usually believe some truly wacky shit, they need to find a whole second language to broach their own eccentricities with the targets of their grooming. That's exactly what we see here. The Carcosa cult using Christ and Satan as recruitment and grooming tools that disguise their true motivations. So without further ado, let's look at what's actually happening here. The true mythology of True Detective, something that Rust and the cult and those the cult have encountered essentially all agree upon. The horrendous truth of the universe. No one is really worshipping Lucifer here, they're worshipping the Yellow King. A being from outside of time, a being that to even know its name is to court a madness that one will likely never escape from. This strange being was first brought to life in Robert Chambers' 1895 collection of short stories, The King in Yellow. The book features 9 short stories, 5 of which are all tacitly connected by this mysterious figure, and the fictional play within a book, The King in Yellow. That can be a little bit confusing, so just to confirm, there is a short story collection titled The King in Yellow, and within that there exists a fictional play by the same name. We're first introduced to this play in The Repairer of Reputations within the book, The King in Yellow. And there's a wonderful passage from there that I'll read now because I think it sets the tone perfectly. During my convalescence, I had bought and read for the first time The King in Yellow. I remember after finishing the first act that it occurred to me that I had better stop. I started up and flung the book into the fireplace. The volume struck the barred grate and fell open on the hearth in the firelight. If I had not caught a glimpse of the opening words in the second act, I should never have finished it. But as I stooped to pick it up, my eyes became riveted to the open page, and with a cry of terror, or perhaps it was of joy so poignant that I suffered in every nerve, I snatched the thing out of the coals and crept shaking to my bedroom, where I read it and reread it, and wept and laughed and trembled with a horror which at times assails me yet. This is the thing that troubles me. For I cannot forget Carcosa, where black stars hang in the heavens, where the shadows of men's thoughts lengthen in the afternoon, where the twin suns sink into the lake of Harley, and my mind will bear forever the memory of the pallid Masque. I pray God will curse the writer, as the writer has cursed the world with this beautiful, stupendous creation, terrible in its simplicity, irresistible in its truth, a world which now trembles before the King in Yellow. When the French government seized the translated copies which had just arrived in Paris, London, of course, became eager to read it. It is well known how the book spread like an infectious disease, from city to city, from continent to continent, barred out here, confiscated there, denounced by press and pulpit, censored even by the most advanced of literary anarchists. No definite principles had been violated in those wicked pages, no doctrine promulgated, no convictions outraged. It could not be judged by any known standard, yet, although it was acknowledged that the supreme note of art had been struck in The King in Yellow, all felt that human nature could not bear the strain, nor thrive on words in which the essence of purest poison lurked. The very banality and innocence of the first act only allowed the blow to fall afterward with more awful effect. And so it's through this play that everyday people might experience a taste of the madness that is the Yellow King. The actual character, or figure, the King in Yellow, never appears directly in the book. He appears in signs and symbols, in the ravings of those who have become obsessed with him. In fact, even the play within the book is kept largely out of view. We only receive snippets, and those snippets come from early in the play. And as we just heard in that passage, that first act is relatively banal. It's what comes after that which might drive the reader to madness, and we as the reader aren't privy to what that is. Those two snippets of the play we do get are extremely influential though, so we should quickly look at them too. First up, we have the preface to the book, titled Cassilda's Song, and purportedly from The King in Yellow, Act 1, Scene 2. Along the shore the cloud waves break, the twin suns sink behind the lake, the shadows lengthen in Carcosa. Strange is the night where black stars rise, and strange moons circle through the skies, but stranger still is lost Carcosa. Songs that the Hyades shall sing, where flap the tatters of the king, must die unheard in dim Carcosa. Song of my soul, my voice is dead, die thou unsung as tears unshed, shall dry and die in lost Carcosa. Which again is wonderfully eerie, and you can hopefully see how elements like the black stars and lengthening shadows also appeared in the previous passage from the character Hildred, because this play is the thing he's become obsessed with. It's also wonderful world building as we start to develop this sense of Carcosa as some strange and unfamiliar place, a place out of time, a realm of madness, a realm of a king, which from the capitalized K we can presume is a reference to the titular Yellow King. So there's a place of madness called Carcosa that is being equated with and likely frequented by this Yellow King figure. And the only other direct glimpse we get of this play also comes from Act 1, Scene 2, and it goes as follows. Camilla, you, sir, should unmask. Stranger, indeed? Cassilda, indeed, it's time. We all have laid aside disguise but you. Stranger, I wear no mask. Camilla, terrified, aside to Cassilda, no mask? No mask. You may recognize Camilla and Cassilda from Childress's Wall of Blood writing. You may also recognize the focus on masks, which comes up several times in True Detective, most notably around Rust and the idea that there's something going on behind his eyes. To quote the Reverend Joel Therio, that this world is a veil and the face you wear is not your own. Now, the character of the stranger is very open to interpretation, but the main way it's been interpreted is that they're somehow being confronted by the Yellow King, who has appeared here simply as the stranger, and his visage alone is enough to send Camilla into a panic, perhaps even to push her towards insanity. That something they presumed must be a horrendous disguise is actually the horrendous truth of him. Now, there are several other mentions of Carcosa, of the Yellow King and his yellow sign, but none of them necessarily help the confusion. Instead, they purposefully add to it while building out this sense of an impossible being ruling over an equally impossible place. That's his defining characteristic across every iteration of the character, even fully fleshed out as he now is, a god-tier being from outside of time that resides in this bleak and surreal place called Carcosa. He has a penchant for driving people utterly fucking insane. That's one of the main symbolic connotations of the colour yellow, madness. We see that link present in the show, these yellow pill bottles being a prime example. In fact, Nick Pizzolatto has confirmed that's the main reason he chose the King in Yellow to be our lurking supernatural threat. It's a story about a story that drives people into madness. That was mainly it. It's all purposefully vague, purposefully abstract, that kind of contextless oddity that makes the mind spiral as to what horrors such strange nouns could possibly apply to. This is something Lovecraft does incessantly, provide the most out-of-place and strange-sounding term while giving you very little to go off, to allow for a personal kind of terror to fill the reader's interpretation. That's what's meant by Eldritchian, this specific brand of terror that Lovecraft became famous for. It's something unknown, something indescribable, something that you can't have fully explained to you, and something you couldn't fully interpret were you ever to gaze upon it directly. I suppose one could argue that it's never confirmed that these figures actually exist in chambers. It could just be a play that drives people to madness. It could be shared hallucinations and people going down the rabbit hole. But I think the spirit of the book is very much that they do exist. Now, while the Yellow King first appears in name in Chambers' novel, it's worth noting that the lineage starts a little bit earlier than that. Key names that Chambers used, like Carcosa and Hasta, first appeared in Ambrose Bierce's short stories An Inhabitant of Carcosa and Haita the Shepherd. They're only connected by name rather than meaning. For example, Hasta in Bierce is a god of shepherds. In Chambers' work, Hasta appears as both a place name and the name of some unknown deity somehow connected to the madness. And this kind of adaptation and interpretation continues long after Chambers, most famously via H.P. Lovecraft, who adopted elements from Bierce and Chambers into his emerging cosmic or Cthulhu mythos. There again we see Carcosa, Hasta, and the Lake of Harley, the lake on which Chambers suggested Carcosa sat on the shore of. While there was no direct mention of a king in yellow or a yellow king in Lovecraft, there was mention of his yellow sign, and most crucially the foreboding sense of some unknown mythology of madness was ripe throughout his work. Later writers like August Derleth, building on the work of Lovecraft, would fully incorporate the king in yellow into the Lovecraftian mythos and retroactively cement the work of Chambers with that of Lovecraft. As the character evolves via these different works, we see changes in meaning, the attribution of terms to one another, and eventually some kind of iffy cultural consensus about who and what these characters are. Hasta is a throwaway reference in Chambers, but fast forward to the present day, and Hasta is broadly recognized as the name of the Yellow King himself, a great old one born of nameless aeons and inconceivable dimensions, an outer entity at which the crazed author of the Necronomicon had only guessed in the vaguest way. Which means there is a world of difference between how we now recognize the Yellow King after many different writers have fleshed out the character, our broader cultural understanding of him, and how Chambers originally intended him. Tonally, they're well suited, but in terms of the actual information, there's been a pretty stark transformation. Pizzolatto is doing the same thing here, joining that lineage of writers, referencing, expanding, and rearranging these nebulous elements into his own work. The show doesn't stray far from Chambers' original suggestions, but it is absolutely incorporating Lovecraft too. Pizzolatto has confirmed as much. And within True Detective, we really only have one solid description of the king himself, beyond all the name-dropping and allusions, and that comes from Miss Dolores, who used to be a servant for the Tuttle family. Dolores' description is on brand in how vague it is, but it is the closest thing we get beyond this representation at the end. She says, "You know Carcosa, him who eats time, him robes, it's a wind of invisible voices. Rejoice, death is not the end. Rejoice, death is not the end. You know Carcosa, you rejoice, Carcosa." And all of the actual details there, being outside of time, capable of eating it, the wind of invisible voices, the robes, death not being the end, we'll see all of that bear some significance during the conclusion. But really, that's as close as we get to an actual description of this being, and it doesn't tell us much. And as we'll look at later, it's likely the result of Dolores having been manipulated by the strange pageantry of the Carcosa cult. Now, a question that people often have here is, does this mean that the book, The King in Yellow by Robert Chambers, doesn't exist in the True Detective universe? And the answer to that unquestionably is yes, given how astute Rust is. If it did exist, then the first thing Rust would have done upon hearing the name The Yellow King would be to say something to the effect of, "Oh, you mean like the figure from the Chambers novel?" Pizzolatto has confirmed as much, saying, "To be clear, in our show, nobody is going to reference a book by Robert Chambers called The King in Yellow. Then we just have an episode where Hart and Cole are just reading The King in Yellow." It's interesting to note that Pizzolatto's actual opinion on The King in Yellow is that it's, quote, "not that great a book, but he loves it for its place in American myth. It's more referencing it on screen as a way of building out this background cosmic threat using existing symbols and placing itself within that wider mythos as many other writers have done." So we can say with certainty that the book doesn't exist in the True Detective universe, but the question then becomes, well, if the book doesn't exist, do the actual figures the book is alluding to exist in the True Detective universe? And that goes back to our discussion at the start. It's possibly true, but purposefully unconfirmed like every supernatural element here. But our primary understanding is that Childress is an absolute freak with delusions of grandeur. And perhaps we should just leave it there, but it doesn't really address the meta concern that Childress seemingly has knowledge of this shared universe. The writing on his wall bears the names Casilda and Camilla. They've ascertained the name Carcosa. They even know of its strange landscape, that it sits under black stars, twin suns. It's not like they've got these names wrong or made up elements themselves. Dora's diary has direct quotes from the poem we just looked at. So we have two options. These things do exist somewhere outside of time, and Childress and his acolytes have become aware of them somehow, be it dusty tomes of 12th century mystics or some kind of higher vision or astral communication developed from their engagement with these heinous acts. That seems to be what Childress believes, at least. Or that they are mistaken, they are insane, and we just have to suspend disbelief that the names they have invented for this false mythology are the exact same as those that appeared in Chambers. And either answer is fine, it's not meant to be answerable, but at least from my headcanon, the fact that these names, these locations and figures are apparent to Childress does somewhat suggest that he isn't lying or mistaken or hallucinating. Obviously, that's an unnecessarily meta approach, but it's not like the show is unaware of the meta takeaway, and to me it is a nod to the audience that he has identified something else that's really out there beyond the stars. I get that suspension of disbelief comes in somewhere, and this kind of paradox is bound to happen when referencing other media, but it does feel like an interesting case given how freely the show jumps into an existing mythos. There is no Lovecraft in Rust's world, no Chambers, and yet these figures exist, and for some people that alone might be enough to say that all this supernatural stuff is actually at work. I think it's there if you want it, and it's perfectly dismissible if not. We're going to circle back round to this when we ask the question, who is the Yellow King within the show? But for now, at the very least, we can say that the contemporary generation of the Carcosa cult is worshipping a figure they believe to exist, and that figure is the Yellow King. Okay, so that's enough to give you an idea about the literary mythos the show is referencing, but more crucial is how this manifests among the characters and the grander cosmic game being played, because it's here we see alignment from our opposing forces, from Rust to Tuttle to Ledoux to Childress, and a bunch of other minor characters that we receive hints from. So let's get into what the cult and Rust actually believe. Rust describes himself as a pessimist, which I think is beyond fair. As Marty quickly identifies, he's perhaps not the most fun guy at the party, and a few minutes of listening to what he actually believes is enough to encourage Marty to make the car a place of silent reflection. Marty's instruction to Rust to stop saying odd shit is met with the response, "Given how long it's taken me to reconcile my nature, I can't figure I'd forgo it on your account, Marty," which is a very long-winded way of saying no. Later in the same conversation, Rust announces, "I don't sleep, I just dream," and we get this hilarious glower from Marty. I'm sure we all love Marty and Rust back and forth. I think that's why they work so well as lead characters. Marty is the perfect no-nonsense foil to Rust's overly verbose cynicisms. This theatrical cool that is second nature to Rust is why we love Rust, but his dialogue is most definitely out of place for 1990s Louisiana. At many points, it's out of place and strange for the modern world in general. Now, this won't always hold true, because just like the show, Rust is built from an amalgamation of influences. But I think it's fair to say that in many moments, he feels like the spiritually worn protagonist of this cosmic or weird fiction. Pizzolatto has confirmed this again, saying, "If your character conveys a vision of cosmic horror, it felt appropriate for me to dramatize the Lovecraftian sense of madness, of a carnivorous universe in which you're food." And Cole's attitude is similar to things Lovecraft said, though we can see Cole would have a substantial confirmation bias based on his life story. I think it's easy to see how the terrible things Rust has endured seem to have precluded this hyper-pessimistic worldview. It's difficult to imagine Rust as a happily married new father spewing the same cosmic pessimism as he does on the show. I think it's clear he was probably always a difficult person to live with, but the unendingly bleak view of the universe must have been influenced by his hardships and tragedies. We can go a step further. It's very easy to draw parallels between Rust and Hildred, the central character of one of the narratives within The King in Yellow, both getting drawn into madness as they navigate the spiral of insanity that is their obsession with the Yellow King. I think it's cleaner, though, to just stick to Pizzolatto's description, that he feels like a Lovecraftian protagonist, because many of these themes, certainly madness and obsession, are endemic to the whole genre. So let's look at Rust's view of the universe, which is pretty simple because he likes to frequently monologue about it. Let's start with the Earth, which Rust describes as all one ghetto, a giant gutter in outer space. That's not great, definitely not a cheery way of looking at the world, and his view on humanity is even bleaker. We all got what I call a life trap, this gene-deep certainty that things will be different, that you'll move to another city and meet the people that'll be the friends for the rest of your life, that you'll fall in love and be fulfilled, fucking fulfillment, and closure. Fuck those two fucking empty jars to hold this shitstorm. And somehow, his view on what humanity should do with this shit sandwich they've been handed is even bleaker still. Human consciousness was a tragic misstep in evolution. We became too self-aware. Nature created an aspect of nature separate from itself. We are creatures that should not exist by natural law. We are things that labor under the illusion of having a self, this accretion of sensory experience and feeling, programmed with total assurance that we are each somebody, when in fact, everybody's nobody. I think the honourable thing for our species to do is deny our programming, stop reproducing, walk hand in hand into extinction. One last midnight, brothers and sisters opting out of a raw deal. So Rust's ultimate answer to life, at least at this point in his journey, is for humanity to accept its pointlessness and allow itself to end. And you may notice that during these monologues, Rust's language is deliberately leaning into a scientific, cosmic kind of lexicon. He mentions accretion, something we're likely to associate with the formation of stellar bodies. The world isn't just a giant gutter, it's a gutter in outer space. He speaks of nature, natural law, and extinction, and we see this repeat through Rust's language throughout the show. Religion isn't just magical nonsense, it's nonsense because it defies physics, the natural laws of the universe. He's trying to understand humanity, but the scope of his reasoning goes far beyond them, existing at this cosmic level that is perfectly suited to making our struggles feel small, insignificant, and ultimately pointless. It's worth noting that much of this pessimistic philosophizing has been closely influenced by the work of Thomas Ligotti, another writing influence that Pizzolatto has confirmed, specifically his book The Conspiracy Against the Human Race. Now, you may wonder, why does Rust entertain such an unhappy existence? It's certainly Marty's first thought, asking Rust what's the point of getting out of bed in the morning. And Rust's reply is characteristically bleak. I tell myself I bear witness, but the real answer is that it's obviously my programming and I lack the constitution for suicide. And as far as icebreakers go, that's not great either. We can understand why Rust may have come to these conclusions. He certainly had a very challenging life, but the real answer is the first reply. He tells himself he bears witness. And given the tenor of their conversation at that point, it's purposefully religious language. The phrase bear witness appears many times in the Bible, most famously in the commandment, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbour. But while that may be the tone Rust is adopting, it's also describing the reason he hasn't shuffled off the mortal coil yet. Because Rust's version of bearing witness, I think we can safely assume, is bearing witness to the evil he encounters every day. Bearing witness to people's confession, bearing witness to their crimes, investigating said crimes, and holding the guilty accountable. He may be ultimately cynical about humanity's ability to create a world worth living in, but that doesn't mean he's fully given up. If the world is a big gutter in outer space, then he's the cosmic janitor. And when we see Rust being confronted by true evil, we'll see this tendency to confront it right back and stare evil in the face. To quote Rust, he will not avert his eyes. This is true of pretty much every brand of evil Rust encounters. He fixes his gaze on it, both literally and symbolically, and he doesn't let them escape his gaze until he has extracted confession from them or brought them to justice by any other means. It's why he can't let the Carcosa case go, despite a decade apart from it. It's why he stares at the spiral on his wall. It's why he recreates crime scenes in his apartment and fills his time reading texts on serial killers and crime scene analysis. He doesn't just stare at evil, he absorbs it into himself as a method of fully understanding it. Interestingly, the only truly evil person we see Rust not stare intently at is Errol Childress upon their first meeting. It's also the only time Rust's synesthetic sixth sense doesn't pick up on the evil in front of him, and there's purposeful attention drawn to the fact that Rust keeps looking away from Childress. Not necessarily struggling to make eye contact, but just overlooking Childress. Obviously, it'd be a very short show if he did immediately pick up on Childress, but it's a nice bit of confirming imagery to the theory. And Rust isn't the only one bearing witness here. Marty's going to stare into the abyss alongside him, and the name Marty is very close to martyr, and according to the original Greek, martyr means witness. And the answer to all of this imagery and clever language is that Rust is an exactor of karmic judgment, a cosmic equalizer, purpose-built to pursue evil all the way to the root, to sink among the madness, pull the plug on it, and find his way back to the surface. In episode 3, Marty, seemingly in a moment of quiet vulnerability, asks Rust if he ever wonders if he's a bad man. Rust replies very bluntly, "No, I don't wonder, Marty. The world needs bad men. We keep the other bad men from the door." To his mind, he's pursuing justice in a universe that has no care for morality or fairness or kindness. He's the imposition of morality and accountability that he sees the universe as lacking. And ultimately, that's why both he and the cult are sometimes in alignment. He's stared into the same abyss they have, and this becomes very clear when we get to their views on how the universe functions. When Rust finally confronts Reggie, Reggie tells him, "It's time, isn't it? The black stars rise. I saw you in my dreams. You're Carcosa now, with me. He sees you. You'll do this again. Time is a flat circle. Twin suns, black stars, they're coming from the sky." So first and foremost, Reggie is aligning himself with Rust, this notion of twin suns from Chambers describing this strange spacescape above Carcosa becomes a metaphor for their twin flames, that they're both Carcosa now. And far more importantly, the idea of time being a flat circle, something that at the time, in the heat of the moment, Rust responds to with, "What is that, Nietzsche? Shut the fuck up." Now, firstly, Rust is demonstrating previously unmeasured levels of badassery and stress management in being able to identify Nietzsche's philosophy while attempting to maintain control over two methed out suspected Satanists. He's spot on with his assessment despite having a very challenging day at work. To quote Pizzolatto, quoting Nietzsche, "All truth is crooked, time itself is a circle." A theory Nietzsche better expands upon in his book, The Gay Science, that this life as you now live it and have lived, you will have to live once more, and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy and every thought and sigh and everything unutterably small or great in your life will have to return to you, all in the same succession and sequence. The eternal hourglass of existence is turned upside down again and again, and you with it, speck of dust. So the language of the cult, of Rust, and the embrain theory he'll describe later on, all lines up exactly with what Nietzsche was imagining. The idea we're trapped in some eternal repeat of our lives, with far too narrow a view to ever realize we're walking on rails, doomed to repeat our worst mistakes. And as Pizzolatto readily identifies, this idea is closely related to the karmic wheel of rebirth. He stated that this whole idea of time as a circle, that's Nietzsche and quantum cosmology, but that's also the karmic wheel. If you mention something like karma to someone like Cole, he'd probably throw up. And there we do see a key difference between Rust and the cult. That Rust, at least up until the finale, views this as a phenomenon of science, that time just works in such a way as to keep us trapped here on a scale far too large for us to ever perceive. The cult see it as something spiritual, something of design, a cosmic chessboard that can be transgressed and manipulated. So despite key differences, it's clear the show is having Rust mirror this philosophy of the cult. In fact, we hear him explain it right after hearing it from Reggie, and while Rust isn't entirely open on who he's citing, it's clear he's been affected by Reggie's thinking. He says, "Why should I live in history, huh? Fuck, I don't want to know anything anymore. This is a world where nothing is solved. And someone once told me that time is a flat circle, that everything we've ever done or will do, we're going to do over and over again. And that little boy and that little girl, well, they're going to be in that room again." And it's important to remember that in the interview with Gilbao and Papania, we're a decade into the future from Reggie telling Rust this. It's clearly impacted him to the point he's adopted it into his personal philosophy. Later in the same episode, Rust will explain that same spiritual philosophy in scientific terms. I'm not going to read it out now because we're going to look at the flat circle in more detail shortly, and it's quite a long quote. But it ends with this bleak assessment of the philosophy. "In eternity, where there is no time, nothing can grow. Nothing can become, nothing changes. So death created time to grow the things that it would kill. And you are reborn, but into the same life that you've always been born into." I mean, how many times have we had this conversation, detectives? Who knows? I mean, you can't remember your lives, you can't change your lives, and that is the terrible and secret fate of all life. You're trapped, like a nightmare you keep waking up into. So it certainly seems to be something Rust believes, and there's no doubt it's influenced, at least in part, by Carcosan philosophizing. In fact, Pizzolatto jokes that Rust's hatred of this universal truth runs so deep into the meta that Rust is complaining about being a character in a TV show who has to relive his life every time somebody replays it. He's clearly painting it as something he wants desperately to escape, and it's a theory he has deeply internalized. And we could simply put this down to Reggie having brainwormed Rust into this pessimism, that his obsession with solving the case has led to this susceptibility. But Rust is far from mentally weak, and he sure seems plenty pessimistic prior to meeting Reggie. He was already familiar with Nietzsche's theory when Reggie brought up the flat circle to him. He's just translated Reggie's methed up philosophizing into scientific theory that he can actually get on board with. So I don't think we can say this is all the result of Rust being manipulated. This is an idea he is drawn to. In fact, his initial assessment of the Doralang crime scene is that this is going to happen again, or it's happened before. And while that initially reads as his identifying the practices of a serial killer, when we look back, that's exactly what is being described with the flat circle. It's happened before and will happen again. It's classic horror doublespeak that characters aren't necessarily aware of, but it's another hint that these ideas may have already been percolating in Rust, and something in the crime scene triggers that understanding. Either way, it's very cleverly foreshadowing this cosmic understanding of time and us being destined to repeat our own actions. When describing the killer, he says, "This idea goes way back with him." And again, it's doublespeak for this dark practice having been around for a very long, perhaps infinitely long time. And we know the reason why Rust has attached himself to these ideas is due to the tragedies he has endured, the tragedies he's seen others endure, the thought of having to relive losing his daughter all the way to infinity. He moves from saying, "Why should I live in history? Why should I have to be party to the awful shit I've witnessed?" to "Why should that little boy and little girl have to be in that room again?" He wants them to have an escape from their tragedy, just like he wants an escape from his. And again, that's exactly what we see with the cult, specifically with Childress. We're not there yet, but there are pretty major clues that Childress was abused by his father, perhaps the cult as a whole, and that in freeing himself from the loop, he'll be free of having to infinitely relive those moments, that he'll have some mastery over those that hurt him. For now, though, it's clear they don't just share a philosophy. Rust and Errol have essentially found the same aspect of it, both infinitely bleak and eternally captivating. They recognize the prison, and they both seek a way to free themselves from it. And there's another nice piece of confirming language for this when Rust describes his life as an expanding circular fuck-up. That's just another way of describing the fucked up life he's endured riding the flat circle of this ever-expanding universe. And to me at least, that confirms this link between Rust's personal tragedies and this cosmically pessimistic view of the universe. We're going to come back to the flat circle in just a little while, but for now, that should be enough to demonstrate that the cult and Rust are philosophically aligned in certain respects. Even though it has very different moral outcomes in both of them, they share the same symbolic obsession in Carcosa. And this is crucial to the doublespeak of Rust being a priest, why Reggie and Errol call him that. Yes, he takes confession, yes, he bears witness and stands against evil, but that's not what the Carcosa cult are solely referring to. He's also espousing the same dogma as them, reading from the same hymn sheet, even if he doesn't realize it. He's saying the same things about time, the universe, eternity, and higher dimensions. He's become obsessed with the Yellow King, just like they are, just like the characters in Chambers' novel. They even share the same horrendous view of humanity, even though they approach it from very different moral positions. Rust believes that they should defy their programming and elect to end their own species. Childress implies he will do horrible things to all of the sons and daughters of man. Rust sees the world as a gutter, the Carcosa cult treat it like one. Rust is a priest to the cult members because he's acknowledged the same universal truths they have, and that's why Reggie tells him, "You're Carcosa now." This view is supported by Zersilius' wonderful 2015 analysis of True Detective's occult symbolism. There's a reason why Rust obsesses over the cult's artwork, sketching their sculptures, painting their spiral, even recreating the Dora Lang crime scene in his apartment. And it's not just because he's trying to catch the killers, it's because Reggie Ledoux and Errol Childress are his teachers, and their crime scenes reveal a great deal about his reality. The occult artwork and poetry express the same philosophical ideas that lead characters contemplate throughout the season. And there are moments where we see these characters recognize the ground they share, where they sense the differences and similarities in each other. A great example comes from this moment where Rust is undercover and has his first meeting with DeWall. As the tone of their conversation quickly unravels, DeWall says to Rust, "I can see your soul at the edges of your eyes. It's corrosive, like acid. You've got a demon, little man, and I don't like your face. It makes me want to do things to it. There's a shadow in you, son." Hopefully it's clear that DeWall is absolutely spot on with his assessment, but if it isn't, then his description of Rust as corrosive, without knowing his name is actually Rust, a brand of corrosion, is a pretty concrete indicator. He can sense the darkness in Rust because he shares in that darkness. It's also another allusion to Rust wearing masks, that there's something lurking behind his eyes, that his face is not his own. Really what DeWall is recognizing is the truth of Rust, at least symbolically speaking, that he may share their darkness, yet he is somehow different. This karmic equalizer figure, this agent of light amongst the darkness. And Rust seems uncharacteristically shaken in this moment, which could simply be because he's undercover, geeked out on the best powder the evidence room had to offer, and sat in a bar between two psychopaths. But that's not like Rust. It's entirely interpretive, but based on what DeWall has just said to him, I think it's something that's rocked him at a fundamental level. It's rocked how he perceives the universe and catalyzed this creeping doubt that the cult are worshipping something real, that they can see through the veil, and that this obsession is leading him to be able to peer through the veil too. And subsequently, that his hallucinations may be real, that there is something different about him, and that somehow the members of the Carcosa cult can perceive that too. That there's something wrong with him, just like there's something wrong with them, and that they can perceive the hallmarks of their own brand of evil somewhere within him. And just like Rust is unnerved by the cult sensing this connection to him, it's safe to say the cult members are only enjoying it in a sick, self-destructive way. because both Reggie and Errol, perhaps to all too, are perfectly aware that Rust is going to bring about their deaths. Reggie hints at it, saying, "It's time, isn't it? The black stars, I saw you in my dreams." He's clearly suggesting some kind of foresight over the events of the show, and having seen that this encounter with Rust would be his end. And Childress is clear on the same thing. He ends his chilling speech to Rust with, "Come die with me, little priest." And as we know, their confrontation will end with Childress dead on the floor and Rust on the verge of death next to him. The reason they're not freaking out over their impending demise is that they believe it to be the moment of their ascension to the spiritual realm of Carcosa. That's why Reggie starts by claiming to see black stars shortly before Marty puts the burner to his dome. It's exactly what Childress is planning at the end. To his mind, he's invited this confrontation, knowing it will mean his death. Pizzolatto has said very directly that he was inviting it as a means to his ascension. Now sure, we should interpret that primarily as the ravings of a madman, but within the occult language of the show, Rust represents Errol's ultimate destiny as this cosmic equalizer figure. It's ultimately ironic then that both Reggie and Errol see this death as a form of liberation, the ascension to the spiritual plane. Because while Rust sees himself as a bad man that keeps other bad men from the door, both he and Marty do in fact open that door for them by killing them. And just before he does fight to the death with Errol, we'll see him confronted by this possible vision, possible hallucination of the flat circle. And there we only have two options. Either this vision is confirming the theory for Rust, or it's entirely hallucinated and subsequently an idea created by his brain. Either way, it seems like a clear suggestion that these ideas are at risk of consuming Rust too. There is a very small bit of light at the end of Rust's spiritual tunnel, however. We know that Rust will have this intense afterlife-adjacent experience at the end of the show. Not that he'll have a come-to-Jesus moment necessarily, but that he experiences something that feels very real and can't be readily explained. Not just in being momentarily reunited with his daughter, but also with his strange hallucination of the universe at the end. There's clearly a shift in his character, no matter how minor. But even prior to that, Rust isn't being entirely honest about this worldview. There's doubt there, slim though it might be. Rust is engaging in a bit of self-deception with this, or perhaps self-propagandizing. He wants this universal pointlessness, this bleakness he can't escape from, to be real, but he's not certain it is. This quote is from an interview with Nick Pizzolatto while the show was still airing, so it's independent from any epiphanies Rust may have during the finale. He protests too much. I think he does. I don't think Cole is ever lying, I just think he wants that ultimate nullity to be true, in the way that a born-again Christian might want the transubstantiation of Christ to be true, right? It's the kind of thing where if you know this, then you don't have to go around saying it all the time, do you? So while it's fair to say Rust believes all of this, there's still an element of convincing himself, an element of the performative, and clearly an element of his trauma too. No one wants ultimate nullity to be true if their life has just been peachy. He's escaping into this belief, just like he criticizes the churchgoers of doing with Christianity. And while that's really bleak for the most part, it does mean there's a glimmer of hope, a spark, a route back to the light for Rust, and that's what we see right at the end. Even though he's seen more of the darkness than even he thought possible, he's also seen that the light has prevailed, that somewhere, somehow, his daughter still exists, and that really allows us to come full circle as Rust, even if it's just by 1 degree, moves from the cosmic and back towards the spiritual. Alright, time for one last broad stroke before we get into specifics. There is one other major influence the show is building from, and that's pagan symbolism. We know it's not just a Christian-Satanist binary, but it's not accurate to say that everything else falls under the umbrella of cosmic horror. Folk horror is a big influence too, and the Carcosa cult is amalgamating plenty of pagan imagery that we associate with the genre. And this shouldn't be too surprising. We often see a crossover between pagan imagery and satanic worship on screen. And in terms of modern cinema and literature, I think the very simple answer is that they're both traditionally seen as anti-Christian, as opposition. As a quick example, the cult-like inhabitants of Summerisle in The Wicker Man are most definitely on the pagan side of things, but we could forgive someone recapping the film and calling them satanic because they're practicing sex rituals and human sacrifice and they're keenly opposed to our Christian protagonist. To the average audience member, that's going to read as potentially satanic. Now, American folk horror is often concerned with insecurity over the relative youth of their nation and the dark side of how that nation came to be. That can often be in reference to the genocide and displacement of Native Americans, but it can also be things like slavery and religious persecution. And it's quite background in True Detective. You only really start to see it once you've pieced it all together. Some of the more fringe allusions to folklore, the mentions of Santeria and Voodoo. Indeed, much of the folklore in Louisiana is built from the blending of cultures and subsequently their beliefs and superstitions in the melting pot of the antebellum South. African mysticism melding with Christianity, melding with European folklore and long-standing Native American beliefs. And anxieties surrounding this, the influx of differing belief systems, have historically been a source of conflict. A great example of this, something we've already discussed on the channel, is the blame placed on Tituba at the beginning of the Salem witch trials. Strange things began happening, unprecedented behaviors, and the easiest person to shift blame onto was Tituba. She was from a foreign land, she discussed foreign magic, and she made for an easy scapegoat. We see the same combination of factors in the show's mythology. As we'll look at, this is essentially the explanation of how the Carcosa cult's strange twisting of belief systems came into being. Another major anxiety in American folk horror in general, is the notion of isolated pockets of ruralism. Figures with a long-standing link to the land and the notion that civilization has somehow chased magic away for the most part. But in these preserved bubbles, those old magics still wield great power. This kind of isolation and independently evolving belief system is often shown to have horrendous outcomes in those that have lived amongst it. Again, this is exactly what we see with the Carcosa cult, specifically with Childress and his hints that his family has been here for a long, long time. The cult are a perfect example of American folk horror, and the more we get to know them, the clearer that becomes. The main way paganism rears its head within the show is the symbolism and allusions to that kind of belief. The quickest example of this, and likely the one closest to my heart, comes in the name Maynard Gilbough, one of the detectives investigating the crimes in the present day. That's bough as in the bough of a tree, and gil as in gilding as in gold. This is almost certainly a reference to the Golden Bough, the seminal text by Sir James Frazer from 1890. It's a comparative compendium of religion, mythology, and pagan beliefs that is still cherished 135 years later. Ari Aster used it when researching Midsommar. The folkloric references in The Wicker Man are building on it almost entirely. It's literally the first place I turn to when searching for historical influences on paganism in cinema. So I think it's a pretty safe bet that Pizzolatto picked up a copy when researching the show, and this name is a nod to that. Something more obvious would be Charles Lang's description of the cult. He initially describes it as devil worship, and then he moves to the cosmic, saying a place called Carcosa and the Yellow King. But he ends with, there's these old stones in the woods people like to go worship. He said that there's so much good killing down there. And that idea of the stones being old, of a worship that predates whatever we worship currently, when we combine these old stones with the notion of human sacrifice, I think that's undoubtedly calling to mind pre-Christian paganism. If we look to the Golden Bough, we'll find frequent mentions of stones being used in pagan rituals in various forms, as altars, as healing devices, as magical cairns or waystones. That's somewhat obvious though. Stones are not only very old, they're also extremely abundant, and so they have a long-standing connection with magic in general. But we do have specific passages regarding sacrifice taking place on stone altars. A notable example from the Americas would be the festival of Toxcatl, in which a male would be selected to symbolically represent the head of the Aztec pantheon, being sacrificed brutally after being seized and held down by the priests on his back upon a block of stone. To me, Charles' suggestion of old stones speaks to something more European, like a stone circle, things that are stereotypically misattributed to paganistic human sacrifice. It's that kind of magical and violent belief system that's being hinted towards subtextually. And if we go back to our notion of Christianity being infiltrated, perverted, and ultimately overthrown in the local area, we can find some great accompanying pagan imagery in the destroyed church at the end of episode 2. Destroyed or abandoned or overgrown churches are often used as shorthand for the dissolution or overthrowing of Christianity at a local level. We see the exact same thing in the original Wicker Man. In both instances, not only is the church destroyed, but the iconography has been replaced with pagan imagery. And this is something that's frequented art for a long time, only in the opposite direction. Paintings such as Gustave Doré's The Triumph of Christianity over Paganism, and even more closely Tommaso Loretti's The Triumph of Christianity, are depicting the same thing in reverse, paganism being overthrown by the emergence of Christianity. Here, and in a lot of Christian-centric folk horror, the paradigm is inverted, with paganism proving dominant over Christianity and the desecration of Christian idolatry. As Marty and Rust enter the destroyed church, they are confronted by an owl, sitting above this dilapidated rendition of the cross, continuing to watch Rust and Marty as they investigate the strange decor. It's pretty clear visual language for a triumph of paganism over Christianity. The two main things that owls symbolized in pagan cultures are death and wisdom, sometimes hidden wisdom. There's a few different cultures that view owls as a death omen, but I think most famous is the link to wisdom via the Owl of Athena, or the Minervan owl, as it's sometimes known. We'll see other examples of Marty and Rust achieving twisted forms of enlightenment as they further their descent into madness, so I'm inclined to say that's the link here. But most crucially, it's just a symbol closely associated with the pagan pantheons that Christianity overthrew. Given it's sat here, perching in the rafters of a destroyed church, I think that should be the main takeaway. That at least in the local area, Christianity has been overthrown. This image and this image are essentially showing the same thing in reverse. And there are more worrying modern-day connotations also. The Bohemian Grove allegedly uses the owl to represent their worship of the Canaanite deity Moloch, or Molech, a being linked to child sacrifice in the Old Testament. Given the rumours surrounding what happens at the Bohemian Grove, that they're a group made up of elites indulging in all manner of sickness out in the woods, allegedly simulating ceremonial sacrifice, there's some clear connective tissue between them and the Carcosa cult. We can't confirm that for certain, but I think it's going to be a pretty common association the audience might pick up on. It's also worth noting that an owl does make an appearance in Ambrose Bierce's short story, An Inhabitant of Carcosa, but presumably he was utilising them for their symbolic meaning there too, so it's all much of a muchness. And it's not just owl imagery inside the church, we also have these distinctly pagan-feeling murals of antlered women, murals that we'll see repeated as another marker of the cult's influence, murals we'll see in abundance at Childress's home. They've got a sort of woodland, sylvan nymph kind of vibe, and let's just say there's a lot of emphasis drawn to their femininity. Again, we did a lot of work on this during the witch video. It's that same kind of unbridled, natural sexuality. Normally when we're discussing overly promiscuous, horned woodland beings, we're more looking at something male, something like a satyr or a faun, goat-legged and rapacious. And all of this links back to Pan, the Greek deity. He's associated with the natural cycle, the fertility of the natural world, with sex and spring, and this is often portrayed in quite a dark way, let's say. But the figures we have here are somewhat hermaphroditic. They have emphasis on their breasts, but their other defining feature is the antlers, which are a symbol of masculinity and male sexual energy. And as modern paganism and 19th century occultism began being fleshed out, the early antlered figures, like the horned god of the Celtic tradition, Cernunnos, were linked to Pan, and blended into this idea of an overarching horned god figure in early pagan cultures. Interestingly, Pan was also the god of shepherds, and that's how Hasta began life too, as the god of shepherds in the Ambrose Bierce story that Chambers borrowed from. I can't say how purposeful that link is here, but it's fun to see all the secondary meaning lining up as we trace it backwards. Now, these murals aren't the only place we see this kind of promiscuous woodland energy. We also have some pretty strong allusions to the Green Man. In episode 1, Sheriff Tate relays a report they had of Childress chasing a girl through the woods. The girl referred to the then unknown Childress as a green-eared spaghetti monster and created this likeness with the sketch artist. Firstly, there's really no reason in the story for Childress to be a figure associated with green rather than yellow, other than the exact illusion I'm describing right now. This is certainly Green Man adjacent. If we look at this image of the Green Man from the pub in The Wicker Man, I think you can see a definite similarity. And right there, we're seeing the same illusions that we're seeing in the nymph murals. Again, he's all about the natural cycle, virility, fertility, and unbridled masculine energy. All things that bear extremely worrying connotations given what Childress is doing out in the woods. And it's worth pointing out that the Green Man isn't some distinct and ancient pagan deity. There's plenty of similarities to different deities, but the Green Man began life as a symbolic motif, the so-called foliate head. This wild man's face sprouting into plants. It's not one deity so much as a symbolic personification of the natural world. We see it in a bunch of different early cultures from India to ancient Rome, and it became particularly popular in the art and architecture of medieval England. However, in the 1930s, a British aristocrat by the name of Julia Somerset, better known as Lady Raglan, wrote an essay in which she collated all these different examples of foliate head imagery and adjacent figures like Jack in the Green, and made the suggestion that they were indicative of the worship of one specific and previously unidentified deity, which she termed the Green Man, a name coined due to its prevalence in English pub signage. We're going to look at this in a lot more depth in our upcoming Wicker Man video, so to cut a long story short, Lady Raglan's essay took off despite being near complete conjecture, and in the latter half of the 20th century, this amalgamated Green Man figure became immensely popular in European neo-paganism, with a largely imagined, sexed up and retrofitted application to pre-existing figures. To quote Ethan Doyle White's New God for a New Paganism, this has led modern pagan groups to adopt various ideas about pre-Christian religions and their survival that stem from late 19th and early 20th century scholarship. These ideas appealed to early Wiccans, who interpreted these foliate heads as depictions of the Wiccan horned god. And interestingly for us, in the modern day, some traditions of Wicca interpret the Green Man as an aspect of the horned god Cernunnos. So the notion of an actual deity called the Green Man is an invention of misguided scholars now championed in neo-paganism, but it's still a long-standing image based in historical art. And in the realm of neo-paganism, the Green Man is often considered an analogue for the horned god, which again links back to Pan, so despite the historical veracity, we can see this all linking to the same notion of dangerous natural masculinity. And even the image we began with, of the girl being chased through the woods, girls disappearing in the woods, it's all very in line with this satyr-like imagery and long-standing paganistic notions of wild and dangerous and literally horny sylvan spirits that dwell in those woods. So when it comes to the pagan suggestions the show is making, everything comes back one way or another to notions of this horned god archetype. And that's really interesting because this horned god imagery was tied into notions of the devil. There's no horned devil figure in the Bible. It's something that evolved into our cultural consciousness due to the Christian church's literal demonizing of pagan belief. Figures like Pan, like Cernunnos, were depicted as being distinctly evil and anti-Christian during the Christianization of Europe. Over time, these anti-Christian interpretations of horned figures became representative of the devil, and one of the ways that manifested was banning people from wearing antlered headpieces that were presumed to be in worship of Cernunnos. To quote Maureen Wolfenden's The Fanciful, the Grotesque and the Demonic, twice, in 668 and again in 690, Theodore, Archbishop of Canterbury, tried to restrict the pagan practice of wearing stags' heads. I should point out there's some disagreement as to how much these headpieces were actually worn with the intention of pagan worship or celebration. There are other potential uses, like wearing them for hunting deer, but those are hairs we don't really need to split for our purposes here. And this doesn't just link in with our murals, but also how the victims are found. And this mention from Johnny Joni about his abusers having animal faces. In Season 2, we'll see these animal masks come up again, and on the videotape of the cult's ritual here in Season 1, we see at least one of the perpetrators wearing what could be a horse, bird, or dragon mask. This is a very popular trope throughout folk horror. Again, because it was a reasonably widespread practice in early paganism, in Europe, and far beyond. Again, we'll be looking at that in detail in the upcoming Wicker Man video, so I won't dwell on it now, but suffice to say images like this are based in real folkloric practices. There is, of course, another crucial place the antler imagery comes up, again linked with male sexual energy that is far too free in its excise, the name martyhart. A hart is an adult male deer, generally used more in relation to red deer, which is actually the variety of deer we see in the slim examples of antlered headpieces worn by early pagan cultures. So it's all relating back to paganism, but the kind of dark, bloody paganism that existed in Christian anxieties and more modern notions of neo-paganism tying together ideas from ancient cultures. The kind of paganism that folk horror has deliberately tied to notions of the Satanic, which is exactly what's happening here. And all of this, from the Christian to the cosmic, from the Satanic to the pagan, it's all been built on together to present the threat, the cult, the King in Yellow, as something that has been around for a very long time and interpreted differently throughout many different cultures. In the melding of those ideas, we can glimpse the truth of the Yellow King, something malicious, something existing far beyond the restrictions of time or belief, something malevolent and ever-present. I think that's the antlers well covered, but this headpiece we see the cult adorning the victims with, something that Rust insists is a crown, is a story of two halves. There's more to it than just the antlers, and I think we're supposed to understand them separately given that in the original script there were no antlers. The victims originally had some kind of angel wings attached to their backs instead. The other half of the headdress, bent branches wrapped with rose thorns, early cane, and switchgrass, did exist in the original script, so we can presume that their meanings are somewhat detached from each other. And I did look for specific rituals, magic, folkloric practices involving all three. Switchgrass is native to North America, so it would likely be something related to Native American belief, but I didn't find anything concerning all three of those elements together. It is worth noting, though, that we see both switchgrass and roses in the garden of Marty's father-in-law, so it could be a method of slightly incriminating him. We also see roses in Tuttle's office and around several different women who show signs of abuse, perhaps most notably in the asylum with the girl that Marty and Rust rescued from Ledoux. If we look at the plants individually, then early cane could be a colloquialism for a couple of different kinds of cane plant. but given the victim is found in a burning sugarcane field, I think sugarcane is the likely answer there. And I think there's a very good chance this has been chosen to allude to slavery and the introduction of foreign elements into colonial America that we see play an influencing role in the evolution of the cult's belief system. And roses have so much attributed meaning that it's impossible to guess exactly why they may have been chosen. We have their link to Aphrodite, her being cut by rose thorns as she ran to warn her lover Adonis of his impending fate, and her blood dyeing the white roses red. There's obvious bridal imagery attached there that we could apply to our victims, these symbolic brides of the Yellow King. Roses are also associated with fertility, rebirth, and the natural cycle, and that could absolutely fit with all the pagan, green man, and pan imagery, but most plants are associated with those things because they adhere to the natural cycle. So it's not that we can't attribute meaning to these three elements, it's that we're shooting in the dark and plants have a lot of different symbolic interpretations that essentially render it impossible to provide a concrete answer. If I had to hazard a guess though, and it really would be a guess, I'd say it's designed to represent the amalgamation of beliefs the cult is pulling from. Native American being represented with switchgrass, the colonial influx from slavery and the import of foreign ideas and trade goods being represented by sugarcane, and perhaps the more European and Christian side of things being represented by roses, a flower that figures heavily in European and Christian artwork. What we can say for certain is that the jagged branch wrapping is almost certainly alluding to the spiral, at least aesthetically. The same artist designed them both, so there's absolutely some congruency there. The same with the driftwood decor we'll see later in Childress's Carcosa. But far more crucially, that these bent branches forming this bottom wreath crown being covered in thorns is yet another inversion or twisted play on Christian imagery. Wreath and flower crowns were popular in early pagan cultures, but she's wearing a crown of thorns, so I think the allusions to Christ are pretty apparent there. Alright, there's more elements of paganism we'll look at as we move through, but for now that's enough to see the full overview. The Carcosa cult is some strange brand of cosmic paganism masquerading as Satanism, masquerading as Christianity. It's built from literature, folklore, spirituality, mythology, and ritual magic, connecting weird fiction and the Southern Gothic to create something that is ultimately unique. And that's all the broad strokes we needed to take care of, so now it's time to get into specifics and the more mysterious elements of the show. Beginning with something that certainly suits these pagan influences visually, something the show uses frequently. In fact, they seem to pop up anywhere the cult has been. The devil net. Or is that devil nest? In the show it's definitely devil nets, but in a Vulture interview with the production designer Alex Di Galando, he refers to them as devil nests. I've seen people using both terms while researching this, but the priest who explains them to Marty and Rust suggests that you put him round the bed to catch the devil before he gets too close. You get trapped in a net, not a nest, so I think we can safely say net is the right answer. I think the confusion may have occurred from the alternate name the show uses for them, bird traps. Again, we have the reference to a trap, but the reference to birds may have led to the confusion with the word nest. The common name I found for them online was devil trap, just to add further confusion to what they're actually called. Now, if you would search them up on Google, you may see select websites selling them with the suggestion that they're somehow linked with Louisianan folklore, that it's a local superstitious practice, but there doesn't seem to be any historical evidence of that I could find. This 5-star review describes it as a unique mystical device that traps demons, which is a pretty good deal for $50. In the description, they're quite forthcoming that the idea is featured in True Detective, but they also suggest they're a Louisianan folk magic tradition, like a cross between a protection juju and a Native American dream catcher. There's certainly visual similarities between the three, and if we go by the priest's description, then they all fit into the category of protective charms, or apotropaic magic. There are endless examples of this, from very early paganism to aspects of ceremonial magic literally designed to trap evil spirits. I have spent a good deal of time trying to find any reputable source suggesting that these so-called devil nets have seen any actual historic use in Louisiana, and I have not been able to find anything that fits perfectly. You'll find several people post-True Detective claiming it to be a real local practice, but I haven't found any sources prior to the show's release discussing them. If we broaden our field beyond Louisiana, then we can find similar objects, perhaps the most famous being witches' ladders. They're made from braided hair or string and are often adorned with feathers and twigs. Theoretically, you can imbue these with any manner of spell, and much of the fervour around them came from the notion that a witch could bind pain or even death into one and inflict it on a chosen victim, with the only way to break that spell being to undo the knots found on the central string. So-called knot magic has existed for hundreds of years and still sees use in modern witchcraft, but we've only found one historical example of the witch's ladder, and even that was hotly debated and ultimately uncertain. There's other likely inspirations. The visual similarity with actual twig-based bird traps certainly shouldn't be ignored, and we can keep going beyond that. Vance Randolph's book on Ozark folklore and magic describes different uses of sticks, twigs, and branches in various magical practices. There's many different objects that were said to function as spirit traps in European witchcraft, notions of binding malevolent spirits, and we can even look to more contemporary influences like the stick hexes in the Blair Witch Project. It's a very long list, and the confusion is compounded by how folkloric practices vary colloquially, how they influence one another, how so much of this is based from hearsay, and how readily available for use twigs and sticks are, meaning just like stones, they're going to be a common ingredient of magic practices all around the world. It's lucky then that we don't have to wonder about the exact influence because Pizzolatto told us directly. In an interview prior to the show's release, he said, "The stick lattices are actually things I discovered in researching early megalith cultures and the mound builders in Louisiana, but I discovered Wagner's story and then it seemed even more appropriate to the kind of subconscious cultural associations the killer creates, the atavistic dread that the show tries to transmit." So it is based on something local to Louisiana, but something far older than any recent folklore. There are many examples of the weaving of sticks and cane, use of feathers in megalithic Louisiana, everything from basket making to objects used for hunting and even dwellings. Wagner's story is in reference to the short story Sticks by Carl Edward Wagner, another horror story set within the Lovecraftian mythos, which sees a man enter an abandoned house surrounded by strange formations of sticks and frequented by a lich. The story doesn't quite end, or rather begin, there, however. Wagner's story was inspired, at least in part, by one of Wagner's colleagues, Lee Brown Coy. Coy was a writer and illustrator, and in the early 1960s he ran a newspaper column for the Mid-York Weekly discussing local history and folkloric anecdotes. In one fated column, he relayed a personal encounter of his that allegedly occurred in 1938. He was on a fishing trip in Mansbrook, and while traversing the local countryside, he came across a collection of strange lattice works of branches, sticks, and boards nailed together in fantastic array. These strange sculptures would lead him towards a seemingly abandoned farmhouse. While in the process of making the lunatic decision to explore said farmhouse, Coy was allegedly approached by some unknown assailant who he struck with a frying pan before fleeing for his life. In the years that followed, Coy approached various people with the story, one of whom was August Derleth, then a publisher at Arkham House, the imprint founded following Lovecraft's death, in order to preserve his work and expand the growing genre of weird fiction. Eventually, one of their writers, Wagner, would take up his story and use the lattice structures Coy had described in his novel Sticks. That's not all he appropriated though, because Coy was somewhat obsessed by these structures. His illustrative work demonstrates as much. He was frequently incorporating them into his designs. That obsession with an idea also influences Wagner's story, and in certain senses has carried forward throughout the genre, and appears again in True Detective as Rust's obsession with interpreting the symbols of the cult begins to develop. However, as much as creepy lattices and abandoned farmhouses make for a good story, it was almost certainly just that. A story. Coy had been illustrating these lattice structures for a long time. The first appearance of them in his work comes from his 1932 book, The Seventh Ogre. That's 6 years prior to the incident that he claimed had occurred in 1938, so the entire account was almost certainly a fabrication. That's a very quick rundown, but if you'd like a more in-depth account, you can check out Coy's writing, or alternatively, the wonderful rundown by Kirk Amaral Snow for the online journal Cult Nation. You can find that in this video's bibliography. Far more interesting for us, though, is what do they actually represent in the show? And we have the priest's understanding of what they are, but given he relates them to the devil, and we know the cult isn't actually worshipping the devil, that definitely raises an eyebrow. So what are the devil nets really, and what do they mean to the cult? I suppose it's perfectly possible, plausible even, that the cult have dotted these around to trap or ward against the evil spirits they're calling out to, keeping them safe as they carry out these terrible rituals from any dark forces seeking to interrupt said rituals. This kind of magical safeguarding is popular in ceremonial magic, the Abramelin procedure being a prime example. And that makes sense. If you're attempting to summon Zlotl the Unrelenting, dark bastard of the never-ending night, then the last thing you're going to want is him jumping out of a portal and hate-fucking you before you get done with the ritual. At the same time, though, it really doesn't seem that Childress is trying to avoid or control Carcosa. He's trying to get there. Let's go back to the interview with the production designer because his comments are very enlightening here. And I quote, "We were also told all of his artwork is the killer's way of ascension to reach this spiritual plane that he has in mind. thus the ladder aspect. You'll notice a lot of the tripods have cross members going up the sides. And that is what Childress is trying to do. He mentions his ascension when we meet him in the finale, and we can very safely presume the target of said ascension is Carcosa. It's an interesting link back to Witcher's ladders, a horrendous twist on the idea of Jacob's ladder that we'll look at later, a so-called ladder to heaven, and it tells us pretty directly what the devil nets are for, to somehow aid, to signal boost Childress's ascension to Carcosa. Even more interesting to us, though, is the other detail Di Galando shares, something that's hiding in plain view. According to Di Galando, there was very little detail about what a devil's net should look like in the script. Pizzolato's rough guidelines specified that they should have a spiral motif and be able to stand on their own. They decided on a tripod structure which, if laid on its side, would have a spiral naturally built in from the bottom. Just in case that isn't clear, because the vertical lattices move inwards towards the center, the horizontal lattices will form a crooked band of concentric circles when viewed from above or underneath as they get closer to the meeting point in the middle. So from below, the tripod looks like a flattened, almost spiral. And even though this isn't made fully explicit for the viewer, we absolutely see Rust notice this as he takes one of the devil nets and looks up through its structure. In fact, if you watch Rust around these devil nets, he's often trying to view them from odd angles, like here at Dora's autopsy. So again, we see another perfect example of the bait and switch. The devil nets are presented as satanic, but the hidden spiral in their design is a symbol of the cosmic horror afoot. We can even see black stars painted on the window around Rust as he peers up through it. And we see this hinted towards even more cleanly when Rust first has the devil net on his desk. The camera is above it, rotating it into view. Again, it's not fully clear there's a spiral here, but we're looking at it from the right orientation, and the camera's rotation alludes to this spiral in the design. We have the same thing again when Childress is mowing the lawn, again aided by camera movement. We begin with an earthly perspective, simply a lawn being mowed, but when the camera moves up so we can see from above, we get the reveal that Childress is mowing in a spiral. And without question, this is the smartest piece of imagery in the whole show, because it's the linking piece between the scientific theorizing of time and the universe and all the occult imagery the show bombards us with. Let's go back to the part we missed out earlier from Rust's description of time, the universe, and everything. You ever heard of something called the M-brain theory, detectives? It's like, in this universe, we process time linearly, forward, but outside of our space-time, from what would be a fourth-dimensional perspective, time wouldn't exist. And from that vantage, could we attain it, we'd see our space-time would look flattened, like a single sculpture of matter in a superposition of every place it ever occupied. Our sentience just cycling through our lives like carts on a track. See, everything outside of our dimension, that's eternity. Eternity looking down on us. Now to us it's a sphere, but to them it's a circle. And what Rust is describing there has a wealth of meaning. But first and foremost, we see that exact same thing with the devil net. He's describing them looking from above, but there's no up in space, and if you were to view the devil net from above, you'd still see the same janky spiral you would from looking below. The 3D shape appears 2D from the right perspective, just like he's describing our space-time as looking flattened. Just like he says to us it's a sphere, but to them it's a circle. To us, it's a tripod. To those with the eyes to see, the eyes of Carcosa, it's a flattened spiral. And because Pizzolato is an extremely talented writer, all of this is softly confirmed as he describes our universe specifically as a single sculpture with matter in a superposition of every place it ever occupied. We're directly discussing sculptures here, sculptures that when viewed from the right angle demonstrate this flattened superposition. To make this even more brilliant, Childress's ascension, his apotheosis to Carcosa, involves freeing himself from, in his own words, the disc in the loop. For now, we can simply understand that as the loop being the idea of this fixed track through which we repeat our lives across an infinitely repeating timeline, and the disc as the flat circle, this material realm, the karmic wheel. So by accessing the vantage of Carcosa, by looking at the devil net the right way, we're seeing some kind of illusionary metaphor for exactly what Childress is doing, becoming exterior to the loop of repeating time and freeing himself from the flat circle that represents our universe. And it might be obvious, but I just want to stress how insanely well targeted this is, because at this point where Rust is seeing this for himself, he's that exact kind of obsessive and possibly insane detective figure that frequently appears in weird fiction and the Lovecraftian mythos. So the question becomes, is he experiencing pareidolia? Is he going insane and seeing symbols where there are none? Or is he becoming educated in the madness he is investigating and starting to see the linking of imagery that ultimately betrays the motives and methodology of the perpetrators? Let's move our focus to the spiral. It's likely the biggest piece of repeat imagery in the show, and as we just uncovered, it's visually allegorical to the aims of the Carcosa cult and Childress specifically. We see it marked on their victims. We see it scarified on the backs of Childress and Reggie. We see Childress mowing the lawn in a spiral pattern. We even see Rust potentially hallucinate it in the murmuration of birds. And there's a couple of other major appearances that we need to discuss specifically to bring it all home. But before we get into that, there are some other applications we should quickly discuss. Firstly, from a meta perspective, the script is a spiral. We start with this looping mystery, a mystery that remains unsolved for the first timeline in the show, something that begins vague and perplexing, but over the course of the season tightens up towards this fixed point, Childress's ascension and Rust's meeting with destiny within this earthly stand-in for Carcosa. Next, we have the notion of this spiral of debauchery, the crimes of the cult leading towards this moment of ascension. That somehow these horrendous acts they're taking part in are allowing for Childress to become something more than human, at the very least in his own mind. And lastly, building from certain notions in Native American mythology, the spiral is a kind of portal. This isn't something universal to Native American mythology because it's nebulous and certainly not monolithic, but for certain Native American cultures, most notably the Pueblo, the spiral represents a phenomenon that allows for travel between different realms. Quoting Kunkel and Jacquemain, the most frequent use of the spiral was to illustrate emergence or vortex travel from one level of existence to another. Now, I wouldn't say we should think of it as an actual portal in the show, but the spiral is being used to reach some different plane of existence, the spiritual plane that Digalando was referring to, and that's pretty much in line with some messed up wormhole or portal type thing thematically. Lastly, we can also relate it to Rust's pessimistic worldview and the notions of the loop. The spiral is a fixed path on its way to a fixed end, and the spiral we see in the show, rather than being an ordered and perfectly curved line, it's chaotic, it's jagged, it's visually representing the route of madness one must take in order to truly understand this horrendous truth of the universe, the hidden fate of all things, the circling of the drain towards complete abandonment of humanity. It's where we find an ultimate crossover between Cole's philosophy and that of Carcosa. We're all heading in one direction, and we'd be mad for thinking otherwise, but we'd be turned mad if we were to ever see that reality in front of us, the realities of our own condition, the futility of the entire endeavour acting as a dump valve for our fragile sanity. That's what Carcosa represents. It's what the Carcosa cult worship, it's what Rust acknowledges about the universe via this pessimist determinism, and this provides us a link between the cosmic evil of Carcosa and the human level evil we see in the crime scenes. Its linking of the two is why the cult use it as a symbol, that one is a vehicle to the other, that recognizing the spiral of our flat circle, as Rust does, as the members of the Carcosa cult do, that's part and parcel to one's ability to transgress it and ascend to this other plane. The spiral on Childress's back is even more chaotic, overlapping itself as if it's been repeatedly scarred, which is likely given these killings are allowing for his ascension, at least in his mind. We can see this as somewhere between a serial killer's trophy and a tally chart of his terrible acts. Something that becomes more manic and confused, this flattened superposition, as he gets closer to apotheosis in this realm of madness. And now, to prove all that, to make sure we're on the right track, we need to look at those two appearances of the spiral from later in the show. And the second one is perhaps the most well known, it's very difficult to miss, but the first one is far more subtle. It's blink and you'll miss it, but in episode 7, we see a poster for one of the Tuttle schools, the Light of the Way, and that name is already alluding to some kind of spiritual journey. The poster is comprised of 3 circular elements, a circle at the top where we see children playing in a park, a circle at the bottom with a kind of rickety shack structure, perhaps somewhat reminiscent of Childress's home. Our third circle, much larger and in the middle, is very softly alluding to a spiral shape as we see the outer ring circle inwards and connect towards the centre. This circle intersects with the other two, suggesting it presents a link between them, perhaps a method of navigating between them. And what do we see at the centre of the poster, of the spiral? A couple of wholesome-looking children. And what is powering Childress's ascension? His route through the spiral, doing terrible things to young women and children. And how was the cult finding victims? Through Tuttle-branded community programs, the exact thing this poster is advertising. That's another more worrying thing that the spiral represents, real-world, self-identified paedophile groups. This is a frequent discussion in online conspiracy circles that I'm sure wasn't lost on Pizzolatto. So this poster is demonstrating the spiral, these terrible acts and their innocent victims, as a pathway, a portal between two realms, the earthly, the prosaic, where the show is set, and this higher, or lower, depending on how you look at it, spiritual realm of Carcosa, of which Childress's home becomes a sort of earthly stand-in for. In the spiral itself, we have this horrendous hint towards what one must do to move from one realm to the other. There really isn't appropriate praise for how well designed and well thought through this imagery is, because it links up so many different aspects of the subtext and mystery in one clear and cohesive visual metaphor. I should also point out that we can see an image of the spiral on the wall next to it, so while it may be subtle, I don't think there's any doubt whatsoever that this poster is alluding to the spiral. Alright, let's bring it home by looking at the last spiral we see in the show, the point at which a lot of people scramble to online message boards to find an answer as to whether or not there is actually something supernatural afoot. As Rust is pursuing Childress through the labyrinthine corridors of his makeshift Carcosa, he is confronted with this hallucination in the sky above him. An exterior view of everything he's been discussing, the flattened superposition of all that ever was and all that ever will be, the flat circle. And just to add an extra confirming piece to the puzzle, if you look at where this hallucination appears, it's actually right where there was a circular hole of daylight in the roof, another flat circle. I suppose this is providing us some prosaic explanation for why Rust hallucinates here, what he sees in reality that his hallucination maps onto. But we can't ignore the fact that the spiral imagery is appearing inside a flat circle. And an extra confirming piece of info, following Childress's death, we'll see an emergency flare shoot up into the sky through this very window. A visual clue that Childress has managed to break free from the loop, from the disc, the flat circle, and ascended towards Carcosa. Now, the hallucination itself, it's not quite fully flat. I think we can all hopefully agree that if they used an actual 2D shape in the CGI here, then it would have looked utterly shit. But it's almost flat. It's flattened, squashed, if not fully flattened. And it's most definitely a spiral. And this concept shouldn't be entirely unfamiliar to us, given that we reside in a spiral galaxy. It's not accurate to say this is actually representing a galaxy. We know better than that. It's a flattened exterior view of our entire universe. But there's something there, kind of like fractal design, where patterns we see at a smaller level are also playing out at a larger one. So again, we find the imagery all being tied into one. That the evil being pervaded on the small scale, the corruption of the county, the murders, all of it is reflective of and directly influenced by the evil forces operating at a cosmic scale. Now at this point, Rust is in the tunnel network, and as we'll look at, this is either an earthly bit of architecture that a deluded Childress believes is Carcosa, or it's some earthly in-between place that has actually begun to represent it, a spiritual in-between where Carcosa's madness has begun to manifest on Earth. Either way we cut it, symbolically speaking, and going off actual labels provided in the show, this place can be considered Carcosa. Just like Rust has been told by Reggie and Childress, he's in Carcosa now. And again, that's exactly what Rust is describing in his speech about time. Outside of our space-time, from what would be a fourth-dimensional perspective, time wouldn't exist. And from that vantage, our space-time would look flattened. And here he is, in Carcosa, outside of space-time, at least symbolically, staring back at a flattened view of space-time. Now, via his obsession with the cult, a willing hitchhiker to Childress's insane journey. And this is just immaculate imagery once again, because this vision of Rust somehow below, somewhere underneath everything, gazing up at creation from a place of madness far outside of it, we've already seen it, right here. We might not have picked up on it, but Rust probably did. These two images are depicting the exact same thing. Rust staring up at the spiral, staring up at the flat circle, at the expanding circular fuck-up of his life and all he has ever loved. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't need me to tell you just how impressive this show is, but holy shit is that impressive. Everything is linked here. Rust's view on the universe, Carcosa's ultimate plan, our realm and that of the Yellow King, the motive for these terrible crimes, our inability to escape time, and the route one must take if they were ever attempt to do so and step outside of it. What they would see if they looked back. It's absolutely stunning work. It's not quite as clear, but we see the same sort of thing when Rust casts the silhouette of the antlers over the map of Louisiana. He's viewing a flattened image of our recognizable 3D object, in this case the antlers, over a 2D image of the world around him. And in doing so, he's glimpsing at the truth of the spread of evil and the cult's influence. As Rust describes it later, the sprawl of the cult. It's all very Carl Sagan's Flatland and the Shadow of the Tesseract. A route to interpreting, viewing something from a higher dimension. Exactly what Rust described in his speech, exactly what we see here with the devil net, here with the devil net, here with the lawn, and here at the end with Rust's final hallucination. Alright, let's change direction because this is a spiral after all, and next up we have the videotape that Rust steals from Tuttle's safe. This is the reason the cult ensure Tuttle is murdered, because it incriminates them in the ritual abuse and murder of Marie Fontenot. It's the linchpin evidence that confirms Rust's worst suspicions, that gets Marty back on side, that allows them to get a confession out of their ex-colleague turned corrupt sheriff. And first and foremost, I think it's crucial to understand that Rust and Marty don't bring the whole conspiracy down. We know people are left in the wind, those who killed Tuttle, the men on the videotape that are never brought to justice. They do discuss that in the show, but Nick Pizzolatto has confirmed it too, saying, "There's the men in the video, and there's about 10 of them. I think it would have rang false to have Hart and Cole suddenly clean up 50 years of the cultural history that led to Errol Childress, or to get all the men in that video. It's important to me, I think, that Cole says, 'We didn't get them all, Marty,' and Marty says, 'We ain't going to. This isn't that kind of world. This isn't the kind of world where you mop up everything. We discharged our duty, but of course there are levels and wheels and historical context to what happened that we'll never be able to touch.'" So there's no doubt that there are still members, or ex-members, still out there in the wind. We know some of them likely are, or have been, high up in the police force and government and so on. And that brings me to the next point. This is where Rust sees what the ritual actually looked like. Something that Marty has already been baffled by in the arrangement of his daughter's dolls, this simple but chilling image of a group of men stood around a laid down girl. And that is why Rust demands beer in the interrogation with Gilboa and Papania. It's why he snuck a knife in, and it's why he does some creepy carving across the span of several episodes. It's why we have these repeated shots from inside the camera recording the interrogation. It lets us know the cult are still watching. And Rust doesn't really give a shit what Gilboa and Papania think about it. He cares that those that have yet to be caught, those watching him and Marty very closely, he cares that they get the message. That they know that he knows exactly what was on that videotape, and that they understand that he's coming for them. He's not just letting them know he knows what they did. He's letting them know he understands they're watching, that they're in positions of power, and he even breaks down their hidden philosophy for them with the explanation of the flat circle. But there is one other point of note. Rust looks like shit. Both he and Marty have been aged up, and both have had immensely troubled lives, but Marty in the present still looks respectable. Rust, on the other hand, looks manic and unhealthy, which in some ways he always has been, but there's a marked difference between the two. I think that's why when they reunite, we can hear Just Call Me Angel playing, because in some way Marty represents Rust's salvation, and his ability to finally free himself from obsession by finishing what they started many years prior. But the key difference between the two when they do reunite is that one has seen the videotape and the other one hasn't. One has been tortured by this horrendous reality, while the other has managed to live in relative ignorance. Rust has completely relapsed into alcoholism, and Marty has managed to mostly stay away from drink. But following watching the videotape, he begins following the same path, drinking multiple times in short order. In fact, given that Rust doesn't care about his alcohol consumption, given he's willing to break into Tuttle's home and kidnap a sheriff to get the truth, we could say that Rust has fully reconciled the darkness within himself, because he knows for certain the evil he's pursuing is worth the sacrifice of his sanity. And I think the reasoning behind this, obviously, is that the videotape is awful, the worst thing imaginable, but more so than that, that this videotape is a stand-in for the fictional play The King in Yellow from the book The King in Yellow. This terrible piece of media that drives those who encounter it to beyond the brink of madness. This is the reason Pizzolatto chose The Yellow King. It's a story about a story that drives people into madness. That's why Rust looks so deranged, because he's seen what happens in Act 2 of the play. Now, I don't mean the videotape is the play in a literal sense, it's not a reenactment, but it's the exact same type of Eldritchian horror, something indescribable, something that begs not to be looked at because of the horror it contains. And this becomes very clear when you look at how the characters engage with it and what they have to say about it. When Rust first broaches showing Marty the tape, he says, "The only way for you to understand what I'm onto here is for me to show you." And immediately, that's purposefully Eldritchian. He cannot explain to Marty what he has seen. The only way in his mind is to have Marty look for himself. When he does show Marty the tape, we do see a momentary glimpse of it, but the rest of the scene is focused solely on Marty's reaction. And that reaction is as bleak as could be. Horrified doesn't really cover it. It almost regresses Marty into the tone of a childhood victim. His responses are raw impulse, and those impulses are terror and disgust. Once he's through, he says to Rust, "You shouldn't have that." And of course there's the prosaic, "You're a suspect and that's evidence of these crimes you're holding," understanding of that. But there's also something deeper, that no one should have that no one should ever see that the morally correct thing to do would be to scorch all evidence of what happened from the face of the earth to prevent this kind of evil from ever replicating. Marty has been brought into Rust's obsession, his madness, and now he is a part of it too. We even have this motif of a twisted brand of enlightenment as Marty enters Rust's lockup prior to viewing it. The sudden bright light in his face symbolizing the forbidden knowledge he's about to acquire. If we go back to the Pizzolatto quote on Weird Fiction, he deliberately used the term deranged enlightenment, specifically when referencing the external narrative that creates insanity, in this case, the videotape. So I really don't think there's much doubt about what's happening here. This absolutely is supposed to allude to a deranged enlightenment occurring here. And we see a very similar response when the tape is shown to Sheriff Garazzi. He's clearly horrified, protesting, "Jesus Christ, why are you showing me this?" before just screaming his chest out. Marty stands looking away, just as Rust did when Marty watched it, and Rust sits with his eyes fixed squarely on Garazzi. There's a lot of emphasis placed on who is looking at the evil, who is avoiding enduring more of the madness. This all relates back to the notion of Rust being someone who bears witness, who tolerates the horror and the insanity as best he can in the name of holding evil responsible. This is pretty much confirmed with Marty asking Rust if he watched the whole videotape, something Rust absolutely did, so he could see as much as he could of the perpetrators. Rust is intent on confronting this evil directly, and via the videotape we see that lesser men like Garazzi crumble into madness when being forced to confront the evil they've allowed to take root. So even though I don't mean it fully literally, the videotape is the play. It's the media that drives men to madness, the media through which the true evil of the Yellow King can be glimpsed. Alright, before we look at the larger questions raised by the season finale, I thought it would be useful to look at a trio of very minor fan theories, fan ponderances that arose while the show was airing. The first one is relatively straightforward. During episode 1, we see Rust looking out of his passenger window, whereupon he sees this girl stood by the side of the road, something Marty doesn't seem to notice, or at the very least something we don't see him notice. This girl is probably too young to be stood on her own at the side of the road like that without a parent or guardian in sight. It's supposed to be slightly concerning. Children just being stood by the side of the road like this can be cause for concern simply due to the nature of fast-moving traffic. But it's made more concerning still given our understanding of the threat to young girls that's lurking in the area. However, right after seeing her, Rust asks Marty if he believes in ghosts, and this precedes Rust's explanation about losing his daughter. And for a few people, I think rightfully so, this raised the question, was this another one of Rust's hallucinations? Did he see the ghost of his daughter stood by the side of the road? And I think there's a very easy answer to that. Probably not, given how young Rust's daughter was when she died. Now, depending on what you believe, maybe people in the afterlife can age up to adulthood, but ghosts are something we generally see as being frozen at the point they slipped off the mortal coil. So I don't think this girl is Rust's daughter. Maybe he did feel some synergy there, maybe one thought led to another, but I don't think he's asking Marty about ghosts because he legitimately thinks he saw his daughter. If he does, then he's being very nonchalant about it in a way that he absolutely isn't at the end when he has been momentarily reunited with her. All that being said, I don't think the people wondering about this were hallucinating a connection. It's certainly an idea the show is playing with in this moment. We go from a little girl who shouldn't be there, who shouldn't be on her own, waving creepily at Rust, right into him asking Marty about his belief in ghosts. That is clearly deliberate. In fact, I think we could say as a general rule that if your main character sees some strange and isolated figure and moves right on to asking someone else if they believe in ghosts, in every situation other than this one, that's probably a concrete bit of foreshadowing. But here at least it raises the question, what is Rust getting at, and why does he ask Marty this seemingly quite left field question? And I think this goes back to two things we've already discussed. The notion of a haunted South, of haunting in the Southern Gothic, and the corruption and neglect pervading the local area. Because there is a different kind of ghost we could be alluding to here. The idea of the walking dead, of people as shades, of people lost who have fallen through the gaps. This is actually pretty common poetic language, especially in places that feel hopeless, that feel lost and decaying. We may well describe perfectly alive people as ghosts in these instances. People haunted by the places they frequent, people that haunt those places in their own not supernatural but definitely depressing ways. We can see this kind of lived haunting in much of the influencing material for the show. Both Poe and Lovecraft use similar phrasing at points. As I mentioned, it's reasonably common within the Southern Gothic. It's not always a literal haunting or a literal ghost. I'm sure it's something we're all reasonably familiar with. There's a famous play by Henrik Ibsen called Ghosts, or Gjengangere in the original Norwegian. Gjengangere is closer to the word revenant rather than ghost when literally translated, meaning those who walk again. It's a term used to describe living people haunted by the past, haunted by trauma and the repetition of the same mistakes that led to their broken state. And I think that suits very nicely here. In fact, Pizzolatto uses the word revenant when describing folks in the area that are cult adjacent, that continue living this broken life long after the cult's day in the sun, exactly as I've been describing. We can definitely understand this girl as something like that. She's not here because her life is going super well. It's likely a product of trauma and neglect, and that likely stems from her parents, perhaps a lack of parenting, and the potential that those parents experienced something similar during their upbringing. Yet another example of people falling through the cracks, of this area eating its young, as Rust puts it, another symptom of the cult's tendrils at work. It's another take on generational trauma, it's just more focused on place and community rather than something within a specific family. The area is haunted by its past, and these broken people we meet are the outcome of that haunted past. A new generation of ghosts to frequent our haunted southern house. Just like this town is more like someone's memory of a town, its inhabitants are more like ghosts. Rust's pseudo-supernatural synesthesia reading their pain and hopelessness like an aura. And there is perhaps an element of kinship here too, because in a lot of ways we could describe Rust as one of these ghosts, haunted by his past, unable to move away from it and start his life over. Outside of his police work, he doesn't really exist. Whatever Rust existed prior to the loss of his family definitely doesn't exist anymore. And now he clings to the only thing he has left, this brutal devotion to justice. He may not want to tell Marty all that, but he's certainly not legitimately interested in Marty's appraisal of actual ghosts. It's an intro to another philosophical point he wants to make, which is why Marty just glowers at him and leaves it as something rhetorical. It's safe to say Rust, who loathes Christianity due to it requiring the violation of the laws of physics, doesn't believe the dead are actually walking around. He sees the girl, sees her as a shell of the girl she could have been, and senses that same emptiness in himself. And that's really my reading of it. Just like Marty seeing these worrying signs of the cult in his own daughter's playtime, and that being reflected in his violation of the youth, Rust is recognizing these people are broken just like he is. He's sensing it just like he could sense the psychosphere. And he's absolutely right. Just like we'll see, the young girls, the young women in this area, the impoverished ones at least, they grow up haunted by the things they've experienced and by a future bereft of hope. I think that's all pretty straightforward, but this next one is a touch more abstract. When the show originally aired, there was some very minor conjecture from internet critics and Reddit sleuths that another influence from American horror was Edgar Allan Poe's The Masque of the Red Death. Specifically, the idea that Rust somehow represents the titular character. To my knowledge, this isn't something that has ever been discussed by Pizzolatto or confirmed by any other means, and the discussion certainly didn't become a cemented part of true detective analysis. But certain critics have pointed to the likely influence of Poe on the writing of Season 1, and there have been more direct references to Poe in later seasons. And at a more basic level, Poe was a core influence on Robert Chambers, H.P. Lovecraft, and even Ambrose Bierce, so his influence is there on some level, however we look at it. David Punter said that Chambers' decadent tales are a fin de siècle recasting of Poe's Gothic psychodramas, and there's many elements of The King in Yellow where we can see influence from Poe's work. Artists going mad, this notion of a forbidden book, just like we see in True Detective with a forbidden videotape, and the psychological breakdown of main characters. So let's try and make a case for this and see if it checks out. For those that don't know, The Masque of the Red Death is a short story, a very short story, which I will now try to sum up as succinctly as possible. The land is being ravaged by a most terrible and gruesome plague known as the Red Death. It causes intense dizziness, profuse bleeding, and death within the hour. Prince Prospero has locked himself away inside his castle, along with 1,000 members of his court, intending to engage in some decadence and debauchery while the people of the land are ravaged by the plague. We join the festivities around 6 months into the self-imposed lockdown and quickly get the feeling of a creeping madness. The party is divided into 7 rooms, each decorated with a different colour. The last room is decorated in black and illuminated with a hellish red light. As the clock chimes midnight, a new guest appears at the party, dressed in a red-splattered funeral shroud with a mask resembling the stricken face of a corpse, the titular Masque of the Red Death. The revelers are terrified by this figure, looking as they do like a victim of the plague haunting the lands outside. Prospero is enraged by this and demands for the party crasher to be apprehended and executed. He brandishes a knife and pursues the figure throughout the multicolored rooms, eventually cornering them in the final room, bathed in scarlet light. The figure turns to face Prospero, who falls dead on the spot. The revelers find their bravery and rush the figure, ripping the mask and rags away from them to uncover their identity. But when they do, they find nothing but darkness underneath, the empty space where a figure should be. The Red Death has entered their bastion of safety, and as they come to this confused understanding, they all drop dead. If that's not fully clear, the figure is some walking manifestation of the plague, some cosmic equalizer that ensures the protected nobility are subject to the same horrors ravaging the land. And there are some definite parallels between this figure and Rust. Let's start with the colours. Rust's name immediately calls to mind 2 colours. Rust is often referred to as rust red. If someone has rusty hair, we might also describe that as red hair. Even though both are likely closer to orange, we'd say redhead. Coal is black, and that's how it's solely employed as a description of colour, so rustcohle is defined by red and black, and those are the colours we see associated with the Masque of the Red Death. A blood-spattered figure that seems to be red on the outside, with nothing but empty blackness within the robes. As the Red Death is discovered at the end, there's a big focus on those 2 colours. The red is obvious, but there's also repeated mentions of blackness, of ebony clocks and shadows and darkness, and of course death is often symbolised by the colour black. It would be weird if the Grim Reaper dressed in salmon pink robes, as a quick example. So red death can be interpreted as red-black, just like rustcohle can be. There are more surface-level similarities. The Red Death is described as being tall and gaunt, which suits Rust relatively well. As we know, we also have multiple references in the show to Rust wearing a mask, and this could just be referencing the lines from The King in Yellow where Camilla freaks out after telling the stranger to remove his mask, but even then that freakout is born from them not wearing one, that there's some chaotic embodiment that truly doesn't exist in the way Camilla originally perceives, which is pretty close to what we have when the Red Death is disrobed and the revelers discover there's nothing underneath. And all of that feels thematically similar to the hints we're getting about Rust, that there's something behind his eyes, that the face he wears is not his own, that subtextually, magically, cosmically, Rust is secretly something else underneath. And in our prosaic reading of the show, that's a metaphor for Rust being so absorbed and obsessed by this wickedness and evil that in some way he shares a kinship with it, a recognition of it. But when we get more abstract or poetic with our interpretation, I think it becomes quite comfortable to view Rust as this cosmic equalizer figure, built from the same madness and horror that the Carcosa cult are. Whether we look at the Masque of the Red Death or the Stranger in The King in Yellow or Rust, they're figures that introduce insanity to the already insane, that are exterior invading figures. He invades Carcosa to bring about its end, he breaks into Tuttle's home which results in Tuttle's death, he enters Childress's home and kills him. That's very close to the figure of the Red Death, who somehow finds a way into Prospero's isolated castle, this bastion of safety and madness, and puts an end to those that think they are above retribution and natural law. To quote Rust, he makes a pretty ace B&E man. And I think the main reason that I like this theory is that it suits this vision the show is playing with, that Rust is the man at the door, the arbiter against evil despite risking being consumed by it, that underneath everything he exists as the exactor of cosmic judgment amongst an insane and evil world. And most crucially, it completes what we know to be true about Rust in a way that we can't actually confirm if we only base our reading off the stranger in The King in Yellow not wearing a mask. But if we bring in the Masque of the Red Death, then the intertextual seems to line up with the subtextual much better. Underneath everything, Rust is a part of the horror, some personified force of nature sent to destroy evil that doesn't really exist in any other fleshed out sense. Now, I don't mind any reading. Someone who's a great fan of Poe may leap at this connection, and they'd be right to, because in a certain sense, whatever the art made you feel is the right answer for you. But for what we're doing here, I tried to stick as closely as possible to what I think the actual artistic intention was, rather than going off my personal opinion. I like to try to find evidence, and for a show that's as filled with background detail as this one would think there'd be plenty of places to insert that evidence, and yet we don't ever see that full confirmation of it. Pizzolatto has been pretty open about his intertextual influences, and for the most part has included clear links to them in the show, which we don't truly see here. I'm sure it's something at least tacitly influential though, even if we only say something as minimal as Poe was the largest influence on the two main writers that are being referenced here. Ultimately, it's a fun parallel, a fun thematic link, a fun reading of Rust as a character, especially given Poe's overarching influence on these genres of the Southern Gothic and the American Weird. And I certainly don't think it harms anything to incorporate this if you enjoy it, but the most we can call it is a reading of Rust, not something we can say is definite subtext. Alright, time for a bit of a rabbit hole next, something that's been puzzling fans and causing minor debates since the show's release. In episode 6, we see Rust pay another visit to Reverend Joel Therio, and there's a couple of unnerving signs right out of the gate. A notice on the door saying, "Please watch your children," and a Bible quote on the sign outside from John 3:18, "Dear children, let us not love with words or speech, but with actions and in truth." This is first and foremost some run-of-the-mill foreshadowing. Obviously, if you live in this area, you probably should be watching your children closely and suspicious of those from the church professing to love them. But given the tone the conversation with the Reverend takes, I think we might also view it as an action related to his guilt over what he knows the church to be doing. Rust asks him about the program set up by Tuttle Ministries, and he replies, "It was called Wellspring. It was an evangelical initiative to provide religious education as an alternative to public schooling in rural communities." Rust asks him about a specific school on Pelican Island, and Therio replies, "I don't know it's specific, but there was one in 1988, accusations of children being interfered with." Rust is somewhat shocked by this, not that it may have occurred, but that he found no mention of these accusations during his detective work. Therio explains the lack of a paper trail, saying it was kept internal. Maybe it was nothing, maybe people was paid. It's got nothing to do with me, mind you. I was going to school in Baton Rouge, gossip around the seminary, but we didn't give credence to rumors. Rust continues to push him, asking why he left, and Thelio's initial reasoning is bureaucracy, politics, and once more we see Rust's near-psychic attunement kick in, and he instructs the Reverend not to lie to him, again asking why he left. And it's here we get to another very interesting reference that seemingly comes out of left field. Clearly quite distressed in recounting it, Thelio says, "Part of our lay duties was custodial. One night I cleaned the senior ministry's library. I knocked over a very old volume, the letters of Telios De Lorca, 12th century Franciscan mystic, very obscure. When I picked up the book, this little folder falls out, little folder of pictures of children." I can't finish that quote due to YouTube censorship, so let's just say the pictures would fall under the category of CSAM. Thelio took the book to Deacon Farrar, a man close with Tuttle. Chillingly, he did not act on this terrible crime, instead implying that by bringing it to him, Thelio was confessing, that he'd be implicated as the person in possession of these pictures. So not only does that demonstrate that Tuttle and Wellspring were connected to these terrible crimes, they were also actively involved in covering them up. And this is clearly something that caused Thelio to lose faith. He's had other hardships, his preaching tents being vandalized, his struggles with alcohol, but we very much get the sense that it was this discovery that served as an initial catalyst to him moving away from the church. He ends with, "All my life I wanted to be nearer to God. The only nearness, silence." And that's not just a loss of faith in the clergy, that's an admission that he's never found the communicative God that he desired, that he's never felt God's closeness in his life. Either because God doesn't truly exist and his faith is dashed because of that, or perhaps more terrifyingly because God isn't interested in this poisoned community that secretly worships the other side. But let's go back to that left field mention of where the pictures were found. The letters of Telios De Lorca, 12th century Franciscan mystic. For those that don't know, the Franciscan Church, or the Franciscans, are a set of religious orders within the Catholic Church. Now, this Telios De Lorca does not exist. In fact, there was no Franciscan order in the 12th century. However, if we're going to be generous, then there is only one singular 12th century Franciscan mystic, a name I presume most will be familiar with, Saint Francis of Assisi. Unsurprisingly, the founder of the Franciscan order. He was born towards the end of the 12th century, and he was most definitely a mystic, so we could describe him as a 12th century mystic that later founded the Franciscans. For the most part, it's his teachings that the Franciscan order follow today. As you may expect though, they have evolved over the centuries, and we shouldn't understand the current Franciscans as some great followers of mysticism. They are more simply a branch of the Catholic Church that preach charity and humility. At the time of the order's inception, members were disallowed from owning property and had to beg for food, although this was the subject of some internal controversy and was relaxed relatively quickly. It's always been quite a fringe thing, despite being involved in big moments in history like the Spanish Inquisition and the founding of the New World. We don't need to worry about all of that too much. It is a throwaway reference after all that is trying to hint at some worrying internal occultism that has been historically linked to paedophilia. The images that fall out of the book aren't part of that book, they're a folder that has been hidden within it, so the connection is tacit at best, but given the description that it's very obscure stuff, there certainly is the hint that it's somehow thematically linked. Perhaps whoever hid it did so because they thought no one would ever have reason to open the book, but the show is certainly alluding to there perhaps being more there. Now, there is an article from Den of Geek going further into this. It's a little bit all over the place, but it's building on an essay by Cindy Greening that is now only available via the Wayback Machine. Greening points to St. Francis being very intimate with God, very expressive about his brand of love for the Lord in a manner that we might recognize as a romantic interest, going as far as to refer to himself as a spouse of the Holy Spirit. It's fair to say that St. Francis felt a very personal and affectionate yearning for God. To quote Greening, intimacy with God was the foremost priority for Francis, being in love with the one who loved him first. Now, I should point out that this isn't unique to St. Francis. Christian language often veered into describing Jesus as a bridegroom, as a great lover. Texts like the Song of Songs and many others that we could list describe a very intimate kind of love between Christians and their spiritual saviour. In fact, that's exactly how we see it applied in The Witch. Catherine has a whole monologue essentially describing dream cheating on her husband with Jesus that is exactly that. It's weirdly sexually coded, especially to a modern ear, and we can find figures like Francis engaging in this kind of talk all the way back to the 1st and 2nd century. It even appears several times in the Bible, with Jesus referring to himself as the bridegroom in relation to his disciples. So we shouldn't make the mistake of seeing this as something specific to St. Francis, but it's certainly a defining characteristic. And him being a mystic, this evidence of occult-driven, perverted lust falling out of a book linked to him, it very much does seem to be another inversion. A twisting of this love for God into something darker, just like we've seen with other inversions of Christian language and ceremony in Satanism. There's potentially a subtle link here between Francis's affections for God and this kind of twisted love we see in the abuses of the cult. All that being said, there is a simpler explanation that they wanted something within Christianity that sounded esoteric and verging on the occult. That in some way this mystic offshoot of Christianity had somehow identified the same cosmic truths we're now encountering in 20th century Louisiana. If it was something deeper about the spiritual philosophies of St. Francis, then why wouldn't they use St. Francis's name? And more crucially, why would they make the mistake of suggesting that the Franciscan order even existed in the 12th century? One would think they'd get the inception date right if they were also drawing out complex points about the inversion of the Franciscan philosophy. It is worth noting, however, that there is a character called Francis within the show, so there may well be another reference to St. Francis of Assisi lurking there too. It simply alluding to a strange brand of Christian mysticism certainly seems more straightforward. However, that's only half the topic. We also have the name Telios De Lorca. As Cindy Greening's essay, Telios De Lorca Unmasked, suggests, this could well be a riff on the name of Spanish poet and playwright Federico Garcia Lorca. Lorca was homosexual despite homosexuality being a criminal act at the time, and his writing is often concerned with dark or forbidden desire that is in no doubt referential to his personal life. In his play Blood Wedding, he writes, "To burn with desire and keep quiet about it is the greatest punishment we can bring on ourselves." We can find many similar quotes along the same lines elsewhere in his work. Now, this does fit the language of St. Francis somewhat. That's the link that Greening is making, that Garcia Lorca was very much like St. Francis of Assisi, espousing a deep love and appreciation for the natural world and its importance on nurturing and sustaining the creative spirit. That there seems to be multiple allusions to deep and passionate desire, and it's being placed next to Therio's horrendous discovery of sesame materials as an inversion of these themes. That the cult are trying to access something raw and magical via these horrendous sexual acts. And it doesn't end there. Garcia Lorca was also a proponent of what he termed the duende, which he outlined in his text, Theory and Play of the Duende. Tener duende loosely translates to having soul. In his own words, the duende burns the blood like powdered glass, that it exhausts, rejects all the sweet geometry that we understand. All that has dark has duende, and there's no deeper truth than that. Now, duende is an abstract concept, but to try and explain it simply, it's a force, a dark possession that takes hold of people that suffer for their passion, something born from struggle, something honest and raw, a mysterious power that everyone feels but no philosopher can explain. It's a far bigger topic than we can really do justice to here, so let's just say a dark brand of yearning and suffering from which we can glimpse the raw edges of human passion through art, something violent as much as it is loving. And interestingly, a more modern proponent of the duende is Nick Cave, as in Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, Red Right Hand, and so on. In a lecture he gave on love songs, he speaks very highly of Lorca and goes into detail on the duende. And Nick Cave just so happens to appear on the soundtrack of True Detective Season 1 with his band Grinderman. Now again, we should simplify this. It could just be a bit of intertextual referencing because Pizzolatto is a Garcia Lorca fan and he wanted to use the name. Lorca is internationally renowned for his writing, and we can see Nick Pizzolatto pulling from a broad array of literary influences in the show, so that seems like the safer bet. But when we mash all of this together, an image definitely starts to form of great desire, of the darkness of desire, of the twisting of this somewhat sexualized brand of Christian love into something far more sinister and mystical. Despite any quibbles over the minutiae, these two elements combined do seem to refer to some kind of burning and hidden desire that is spiritually targeted or guided, we could say. We can say that it fits, but it's not something we can necessarily prove, and it's certainly not the only approach people have taken. For example, in a separate piece of writing, Greening also identifies that Telios De Lorca is an anagram of celestial door. And as we know, the spiral is an image that essentially is a celestial door. And we do have the allusions to Rust crossing over to Carcosa during the finale, essentially crossing through a celestial doorway. Now, I'm iffy about anagrams, but it's certainly a nice link, even if it is accidental. We also have the meaning of the names individually. That's something we do know the show is using to convey meaning, given we have rustcohle, martyhart, Childress, and Gilbow. I've seen people suggesting that Lorca means Lord, which, unless I'm mistaken, it doesn't. Telios, however, is very close to telos, which means the end in Greek. The end is in the completion of a goal or the culmination of a purpose. And that has very dark connotations here given the context. that somehow this horrendous treatment of the youth represents an end goal for the cult, the culmination of their twisted purpose that will be achieved via these terrible acts. And we know that's the case, 100%. Childress refers to his ascension through these acts. We see children at the center of the spiral, providing a bridge between Carcosa and the material realm. And I think we can safely say that this kind of wordplay and soft altering of Greek words is definitely at work in the script. In fact, we can see that in the name Therio, which is one letter away from Therion, which was a self-assigned moniker of Aleister Crowley, Master Therion. Therion is Greek for beast. And this small mystery has caused fans to have questions since the show's release. A quick googling of the name will bring up articles, Q&A threads, essays and Reddit arguments, all trying to figure out the same thing. Telios De Lorca has since become a character in what I understand to be something akin to a D&D campaign. Like many elements of the show, there's now mythology being built around it, despite people not being clear on what it's based on. I've given it my best shot here to present what I think are the likeliest answers. Ultimately though, there simply isn't enough to go off to draw any kind of a solid conclusion, so I did the only logical thing at that point and contacted Nick Pizzolatto, really the only person that could answer the question, to see what he had to say about the thematic origins of the name. To quote Nick verbatim, Lorca is from Federico Garcia Lorca. Telios is from Telos. Now, that does raise one further question. Is this a reference to Garcia Lorca's themes, or is it simply including the name because Pizzolatto is a fan? But I didn't want to ask him anything further given his wonderfully laconic sign-off, so that small part is still up for debate, I suppose. But it's much of a muchness, and I think Telios being Telos provides us enough to know that this name is alluding to the dark goals of the cult, perhaps an end result of religion in general. I think we can safely say the whole show is a criticism of religious authority and perversion, no matter how we look at it, so that certainly seems to fit. I personally think it's more likely that we're simply referencing Garcia Lorca rather than actually importing his themes into this story, because I think that's kind of a twisted way to look at his work, but it could be another twisted inversion, a glimpse into the darkness of the human soul and the pursuit of some raw mystical energy. To go back to Cindy Greening one last time, she sees this telos, this culmination, this ending, as the end result of exactly what Rust describes in episode 1, the paraphilic love map. An attachment of physical lust to fantasy and practices forbidden by society. And hopefully that brings some level of closure to a very minor but decade-long debate. I'd just like to say thank you to Nick for that. He was very kind to do that, and I have been in contact with Cindy Greening to let her know that an essay she wrote a decade ago has essentially been entirely validated. Alright, let's get back on track with another piece of Louisianan folklore we're yet to touch on. Courir de Mardi Gras. In episode 2, we see a very threatening image of a young Dora flanked by 5 strangely dressed men on horses. They wear animal masks and conical hats, and their placement is reminiscent to this simulation of sacrifice we see both Audrey and Rust recreating. 5 male figures around a singular female figure. This is, of course, what's depicted on the videotape. The outfits, though, are from the Louisianan folk celebration Courir de Mardi Gras. Courir de Mardi Gras, meaning Mardi Gras Run or Fat Tuesday Run, is a traditional celebration that takes place on the Tuesday before Lent. The details and activities vary slightly in different areas of Louisiana, but the core of the celebration is a cross-country run, often taking the form of a symbolic parade in which the participants wear garish disguises, sing, dance, make merry, create and consume communal gumbo, and most importantly chase a chicken, or rather multiple chickens, which are symbolically sent to the gumbo. They also do this, which should immediately call to mind the photo we saw in Dora's mother's house. Now, the actual people doing the chicken chasing are usually running on foot, but the person releasing the chicken is often on horseback, and in certain iterations many of the participants are on horseback. And so we have this idea of the helpless little chicken running from raucous revelers trying to grab them, accompanied by men on horseback, and that provides an even more troubling edge to this photo as an image starts to build of Dora as the helpless target of the masked revelers. As you might expect, this festival has evolved from historic traditions. To quote Wikipedia, these origins are found in the customs of Catholic medieval Europe, specifically the Feast of Begging in medieval France. During the feast, which was a time when begging from house to house was a socially acceptable behaviour, disguised revelers would go through the countryside visiting households and performing for offerings. The poor, at the end of long winters and short on food, would gather in groups and make their way from castle to manor house to beg for food from the wealthy, dancing and singing in return for the generosity of the nobles. It's still the same core principle. They were begging for food to eat during the feast, and now the participants of Courir de Mardi Gras go house to house or chase down chickens in an effort to provide ingredients to the community gumbo. At least symbolically, catching and cooking duration makes the actual chickens they catch an impractical choice for eating on the day. Historian Barry Anslett describes it as an early springtime renewal festival for communities to celebrate and find themselves. And like many historic local traditions, it manages to be both communally wholesome and fucking creepy looking. I think that's a key reason the show uses it. It's a distinctly Louisianan folkloric practice that is going to look strange and terrifying on screen, which is exactly the same game we see in The Wicker Man and many other examples of folk horror. In this case, the participants aim to dress as garishly as possible, and the outcome is something so visually arresting and weird that Lord Summerisle himself would consider the whole event an absolute mogging. Now, Rust is going to pick up on the link between the cult and local festivals, and as he mentions Courir de Mardi Gras, he shows Marty these images. The full quote is, "You know the little township down around Erath? Alright, that's where the Tuttle family is from. Now, it used to be a pirate hideout, then turned into plantations and whatnot. Had a very rural sense of Mardi Gras. The men on horses, animal masks and such. Courir de Mardi Gras, that's right. Now, they had an annual winter festival, went heavy on the Saturnalia, a place where the Santeria and Voodoo all mashed together. Have a look, from the winter festival, blindfold, antlers, Masque." And the pictures Rust is showing Marty are clearly reminiscent of the cult's sacrifices, which has led to small misunderstandings about the Courir de Mardi Gras link in some of the discussions I've seen. The link to the Courir is Rust associating the Tuttle family with the image they saw at Dora's mother's house, and the strange-looking local festivals in the area. What the show is not saying is that the things we see in those photos and at the crime scenes are based on Courir de Mardi Gras. They're not. I've even seen a local website describing blindfolding as part of the Courir celebrations, which from everything I can tell it isn't, and that website mentions True Detective in the same sentence. Masks and veils definitely play a big role in the costuming, but the blindfolding not so much. What Rust actually says is that the same local community that celebrated Courir de Mardi Gras also had a winter festival that went heavy on the Saturnalia. Saturnalia, of course, both a reference to the ancient Roman festival celebrating Saturn and a term used for wild revelry and indulgence with a certain suggestion towards debauchery. Now, there are local winter festivals around Louisiana, but I think if something specific was being referenced here, they would have named it. The fact that they've provided the name Courir de Mardi Gras and then pivoted to an unnamed adjacent festival suggests that they're using the Courir celebrations as a method of linking the real local customs and this invented celebration that fits the show's mythos. Another big clue here is that the imagery we're seeing in the photos doesn't really suit the visual language of winter festivals, and does seem to be very visually reminiscent of spring festivals, specifically the crowning of a May Queen. We've got a young, lone woman seated on some kind of chair that we can safely presume is a form of ceremonial throne. She's wearing antlers, according to Rust at least, but they're pretty much impossible to see in the image. There's a lot more focus put on this branch or wreath crown she's wearing, which again is very close to May Queen traditions. And renewal is a much more prominent theme in the show anyway. As we heard from Barry Anslett, Courir is a celebration of renewal and spring. That's probably another reason why it was chosen. So I don't think there is a specific winter festival being referred to here, and the imagery from it certainly seems to be more spring related. So they're mashing together an original image, influenced by the gumbo pot of culture found in Louisiana. In fact, Rust says exactly that in the quote, first mentioning a pirate hideout, then plantations and whatnot, then drawing in two influences we haven't really mentioned yet, a place where that Santeria and Voodoo all mashed together. That's really the last remaining piece of the puzzle in understanding the cult, and it's something that can take you by surprise given it's only mentioned once in passing prior to the penultimate episode. But it is present, and Pizzolatto has commented on linking together all these different religious and folkloric and cultural influences into one unique construction. Quoting him, "If these things are all appropriate to the story and its themes, and they can be incorporated organically and become an authentic part of the story, why not? Why not mash these influences together?" Now, he's talking about the script there, but naturally that applies to the cult too, and that's what Rust's speech here is all about. And given that's the case, I think it's quite likely that the specific celebrations that we're seeing in these photos are the result of this mashup of influences: pagan worship, May Queen celebrations or other bride figures involved in celebrations of renewal, and Courir de Mardi Gras and other Mardi Gras adjacent imagery all rolled into one. So hopefully that's clear, but what about Santeria and Voodoo? How do they factor into things? For those that don't know, Santeria and Voodoo are African diasporic religions that both blend traditional West African beliefs with Roman Catholicism. Santeria evolved in Cuba and Voodoo in Haiti and Louisiana. There are some key differences between Haitian Voodoo and Louisianan Voodoo, but nothing that's particularly relevant to us here. We also have Palo, another belief system that evolved in Cuba out of a mix between West African belief and Catholicism. That isn't mentioned directly in the show, but it's very much adjacent to Santeria and Voodoo, and as I'm about to demonstrate, likely was an influence on the show as well. And this section comes with a little bit of a disclaimer because I've seen several people offended by the show's inclusion of these religions. To say how much emphasis the show puts on Christianity, these really do seem to come along at the end and get thrown in out of nowhere and in a deliberately distasteful way. We have two really clear mentions, one of which we just looked at and it's being overlaid by pictures reminiscent of this sacrificial female figure. The other is even worse. It comes from Papania as he's briefing Marty on the investigation of the Childress house, and excuse me if I have to censor this, a group of guys, pedophiles and so forth, voodoo worship, which again seems very dismissive and is immediately linking voodoo with very distasteful things. And all of this is exacerbated by the fact that both of these religions are often portrayed as being quite barbaric. For example, rumors of human sacrifice, demonizing of Afro-Caribbean belief systems, and so on. It's a big topic, but suffice to say, I can see why people might be initially upset that the show mentions these religions and places them next to human sacrifice and bad things happening to children. But if I might fight the show's corner for a second, the first quote is Rust's initial understanding of the mashup of influences at work within the cult, as we'll find out that was done deliberately by the cult to manipulate those existing belief systems. It's not actually Santeria and Voodoo. It's a very isolated cult manipulating and co-opting the beliefs of Santeria and Voodoo, likely as a method of manipulating the superstitions of their local community. And every other tacit mention or allusion to the African diaspora in the antebellum South seems to be pointing towards the horrors they endured. Even within that quote, there's a mention of plantations. The second quote is Papania being purposefully dismissive. It's the fallout and push to cover up these awful crimes by simplifying them down into something that people will readily believe. It's supposed to be an oversimplification into stereotype that is missing the whole story. We're supposed to be angry about it. Rust sure is, because we know as well as him that voodoo worship is absolutely not a good description of what the cult were doing, just like Satanism wasn't a good explanation at the Dora Lang crime scene. In fact, directly following this mention of voodoo worship, we move into a news report that not only doesn't mention a cult or a yellow king, it also begins directly excusing the Tuttle family of any wrongdoing, specifically mentioning the state attorney general and the FBI as discrediting the notion. So it is supposed to be quietly offensive, because it demonstrates that the police are already working to dismiss this as something far simpler than it ever was. Ultimately, the show is taking liberties with this depiction of these religions, but it's doing the same thing with Christianity. I'm no fan of organized religion, but satanic cults, corruption, and child abuse are not exactly a balanced rendition of Christianity, no matter how many singular examples may have influenced the show. So the show isn't trying to be any kind of realistic depiction of Christianity, Santeria, or Voodoo, because that's not what we're actually seeing. It's a lunatic's interpretation of them, mashed together with other influences, also interpreted by the lunatic minds of Carcosa. And I think what the show is doing becomes even more clear once we start to understand how these belief systems, specifically Santeria, do play a role in the mythology and symbolism of the cult. So let's do that now, but also with the understanding that just like we've seen with Christianity, this is a twisted vision very far from actual mainstream practices within those religions. Now, first and foremost, there is one standout influence here that I think is absolutely worth discussing. The case of Adolfo de Jesus Constanzo. And just like with the case in Ponchatoula, this is a real-world crime that likely influenced the show to some degree. And again, there's way too much to cover in this video, but there are plenty of places you can go if you're looking for a full rundown. I'm just going to give you an extremely abridged version of events. And to my knowledge, the first person to link this to the show was u/Old King Cole as far back as 12 years ago. He discovered many similarities between Childress, the Carcosa cult, and Constanzo. It's a very high-profile case that does bear some startling similarities, so I think it's a pretty good bet that it played an influencing role. Constanzo was the son of a Cuban immigrant mother, baptized as Catholic, who developed an interest in voodoo while accompanying his mother on trips to Haiti. In his teenage years, he began to practice Palo and, to quote Wikipedia, became apprenticed to a local sorcerer. His upbringing was troubled, to say the least, and during his teenage years, he became involved in numerous petty crimes and was eventually expelled from his prep school. As a young adult, he moved to Mexico City, and it was there that he began a group that operated as a weird blend of both gang and cult. Wikipedia describes it as a drug trafficking and occult gang. Mexican media at the time would refer to this group as the narco-Satanists. Their business began by offering spells to the local community, which often involved animal sacrifice. Quoting Charlotte Grieg's book, Evil Serial Killers in the Minds of Monsters, many of his clients were rich drug dealers and hitmen who enjoyed the violence of Constanzo's magical displays. He also attracted other rich members of Mexican society, including several high-ranking corrupt policemen who introduced him to the city's powerful drug cartels. From there, he leveled up to grave robbing as a manner of improving his spell's efficacy, and before long that turned into live human sacrifice on a pretty large scale, with more than 20 confirmed victims over a relatively short period. In 1989, the gang targeted an American student named Mark Kilroy, which would lead to a lot more media attention. As his notoriety increased, he became more involved in the narco trade, going as far as to kill leading members of rival factions in a manner too grisly for me to describe and stay monetized. Eventually, the police would raid Constanzo's ranch and find 15 bodies. Constanzo fled to Mexico City to hide out, and when police arrived at the apartment complex for an entirely unrelated incident, he opened fire on them, believing them to be there to apprehend him. During the ensuing standoff, he instructed one of his followers to kill him, a request they obliged, and following his death, 14 of his cult members were arrested and imprisoned. And hopefully there's some similarities that immediately stood out to you. We've got a kid growing up under difficult circumstances, being immersed in the world of ritual magic, that becomes a serial killer and starts a cult, and that cult has ties to many powerful local figures, which includes some higher-up members of law enforcement. It's a barbaric and twisted rendition of African diasporic belief that ends in a violent standoff with members of the police force. And many minor details line up beyond that too. Constanzo was known to use a machete. We see Ledoux wielding one of those. Constanzo was bisexual. Childress is too, seemingly Ledoux and Dewall as well. He even had a hidden ritual chamber in his home, and we have a cult member describing from prison how police didn't actually put an end to the cult because other members had escaped and had already begun setting up a new temple elsewhere. Again, there's more detail we could go into, but hopefully that's enough to say there's probably a link here, and it stems from twisted and extreme interpretations of Afro-American belief systems. Let's move on to specifically which elements of the cult have been in some way inspired by these belief systems, starting with this figure on the videotape. We never really get a good look at them, but I think it would be a fair assessment to suggest they're dressed in a manner reminiscent of certain grass or straw outfits you'll find in African tribal wear. In this instance, I don't think that's the case. I think this straw outfit is actually based on mummers in European tradition. A mummer was someone who dressed up and performed in public festivities. This specific kind of straw outfit was very popular there, and they were certainly part of the original festivities that Courir de Mardi Gras was built on. In fact, we can see this figure in the picture of Dora. So I don't think that part is African inspired and instead is part of the Courir tradition, although naturally there are elements of Creole influence in many different visual aspects of the Mardi Gras aesthetic. Next, I want to introduce the work of U/Jikyvox, specifically their 10-part guide to Carcosa's secrets, because as far as I can tell, they've done more work on this than anyone else, and it's absolutely wonderful stuff. I won't be going through every part of it, just the stuff that's key to us here, but you will find it linked in the bibliography of this video, so if you want to go on an even deeper dive, it's there waiting for you. Now, in Santeria, there is a big focus on the summoning and worship of something known as an Orisha. An Orisha is a divine spirit associated with differing natural forces. They essentially function as a pantheon of spirits under the universal creator figure known as Olodumare. These Orisha are worshipped at an altar, and certain blessed items are placed on the altar. Crucially for our interest is the Otan stones, which not only represent the Orisha in question, but are also said to in some way contain their essence. So the altar isn't necessarily just symbolically representing the Orisha, it's also embodying them, their spiritual force as well. In a certain sense, the Orisha is literally present within the altar. And quoting Jikyvox directly, in Palo they don't strictly speaking have an altar, but a cauldron called the Nganga that is loaded with a wild variety of elements. It can be quite creepy looking as it involves necessarily sticks and an animal heart and sometimes a human skull taken from a graveyard. It was this Nganga that Constanzo was trying to feed and empower via human sacrifice. It's naturally quite tricky to find images of this cauldron online, but here's some elements of one taken from the Wikipedia article, and this is the one from Jikyvox's post. Again, I just want to stress that human skulls are not an essential part of the tradition. They are in some variants of Palo that do stress that human bone is a necessary element, but it's very far from something uniform, and often practitioners will claim the Nganga contains human bones when it very much doesn't. Quoting Wikipedia though, the most important part for this purpose is the skull, called the Kiumba. And just in case it wasn't clear where this was going, here we have the altar of the Yellow King. We'll look at what's actually happening there towards the end, but for now hopefully it's clear that it's an altar, a place of alleged spiritual power that involves human skulls, and we very much get the feeling that it may have an element of the Yellow King's spiritual essence embodied within it. Obviously the altar of the Yellow King is much more garish than anything we might find in Palo, but hopefully that's enough where the link is visible. And you can start to see these influences appear now we're beginning to see beyond the veil of what the cult actually believe. And it doesn't stop there. Along with the language of renewal, there's another distinct mode of symbolism we see in both the victims and the cult. The language of initiation, of the rituals and practices one might engage with when pursuing a new spiritual or a new occult path. Initiation is a big thing in Santeria and Palo. Quoting Jikivox again, in Santeria the initiate is known as an Iabo or Iawo, a term meaning both slave of the Orisha and bride of the Orisha. And as Rust is pursuing Errol, we hear Errol tell him to take the bride's path. Again, the language surrounding this, Errol calling Rust a priest, having him take the journey Carcosa initiates would take, it's part of a symbolic initiation. And of course, we have symbolic bridal figures in our victims, these female, specifically crowned figures. Why are they specifically crowned? Because symbolically speaking, they're brides of a yellow king, and queens need crowns too. So Rust is being symbolically initiated, he's taking the path these girls, these brides took, and that idea of the bride's path lines up with the language of initiation in Santeria. Next up, we have the practice of drawing sigils related to different spirits. In Palo, these are referred to as firmas, firma being Spanish for signature. There is an analogue for this in Voodoo too, and Jikivox points to a passage from Living Santeria suggesting a priest of Santeria might paint the signature of the Orisha on the floor. But let's stick with Palo for reasons that will soon become obvious. Now, all these sigils, or signatures, are visually distinct, a bit like the sigils from the Goetia. In Palo, we have a figure called Centella Ndoki, associated with the dead, gateways between worlds, and storms. Is that sounding familiar? Well, it should, because in the show we have a great storm, a gateway between worlds, and a bunch of dead people, all connected by this spiral imagery. And Centella Ndoki's firmas, or rather one of her firmas, the signature you would draw to invoke her, looks like this. That's right, it's a fucking spiral, ladies and gentlemen. Now, these firmas may be painted on bodies, on altars, or on the Nganga. It's all very ad hoc. And obviously our victims have the spiral, this firmas, painted on their bodies. This spiral is the mark of the spirit the cult are trying to reach, and they're painting it on their sacrificial offerings. But let's bring it home because this next part is absolutely crazy. In Palo, there is a process specifically tied to initiation rites called rayamiento. This literally translates as the scratching, and you can probably guess what's coming next. These firmas, just like the spiral, are scratched or scarified onto the skin of the initiate. From what I understand, this can be anywhere on the body, but the majority of the images I've seen have them on the back between the shoulder blades. Now, two little stipulations. This is a very secretive brand of faith, and there are not a lot of images. In fact, these firmas are often intended to stay hidden. So I couldn't find a direct image of the spiral on someone's back, nor will you find many images in general. And second, the images of it involve scarification, and as I'm narrating this, I have no idea if that will be okay on YouTube. So if you're not seeing the images right now, just search up rayamiento on Google to see what I'm talking about. Just to bring it all full circle, if we go back to Adolfo Constanzo, the HBO documentary The Narco Satanica features an interview with one of the female leaders in the gang, and she describes how the leader's apprentices had to undertake rayamiento in order to become part of the gang's inner circle. And of course, this is all exactly what we see on Reggie and Errol, a scarified version of the spiral on their back, the firmas of the Yellow King that denotes their initiation into this ritual. I hope by this point we are far away from coincidence and we're all on board with this, but just in case we aren't, let's take a closer look at that altar. Something that's very easy to miss due to the horrendous action occurring on screen to the right of it, the base of the altar is heaped with oyster shells, which is a pretty weird touch to add to something that is already plenty weird. Quoting Jikivox, both Santeria and Palo involve talking with the spirit. There are various systems for that, but one that exists in both religions is with seashells. It's a method of divination referred to as the mouth of the Orisha. Traditionally, Santeria would use cowrie shells, here we have oysters, but the principle is the same. They are being used to commune with the Yellow King, or at least that's what the cult believe. And looking at the size of the mound, they've been doing a whole heap of communing. So from that, we can essentially establish the ritual rites of the Carcosa cult. They create an altar for the Yellow King, believing it in some way to be attached to his spirit. This functions somewhat like an nganga, needing to be fed by the blood of sacrifice, in this case human. Sacrifices are marked with the firmus of the spirit, in this case a spiral. This allows them to communicate with said spirit through divination via oyster shell. Initiates of the cult scarify the firmus into themselves to link themselves with this ritual. Through this process, Errol at least believes he'll be able to ascend to Carcosa and to an elevated level of power. We'll look at exactly what Errol believes he is going to become in a moment. Now, I've built on these ideas somewhat, I've found a few extra details, I've linked it into Theories on Constanzo, but I just want to stress how amazing this work is from Jikyvox and thank him for his input on this. I've spoken to him briefly while making this video, and he's an absolutely lovely dude that has an incredible passion for analysis, so please go read his whole collection of posts on Reddit if you found this interesting. There are a couple of other bits of linking material that I'll cover very briefly before we move on. Firstly, linking back to the discussion on Telios De Lorca, Santeria blends in a good amount of Christianity, and in Santeria, St. Francis of Assisi is closely linked with Arula, the Orisha representing wisdom. Again, that's not universal in every brand of Santeria, but it is certainly a nice little bit of linking material tying the show's mythology and the practices of the cult to these belief systems we find lurking on the edge of things. And secondly, Jikyvox also links this idea of the disc and the loop to something known as the Dekenga, the central symbol of Congo cosmogony. Here is a visual representation of it, and as you can see, we have both a disc and a loop around it, and it's treading very similar ground to the karmic wheel and the spiral in the show. It's a representation of everything, the material, the immaterial, and the cyclic nature of time. There's a lot more to discuss there, and again, I encourage you to go read Jikyvox's writing on it, but given what we've already covered here with the nature of the spiral and the karmic wheel, we're not going to add much to this video other than solidifying the links between the cult and Afro-American belief systems. I chose to go with the karmic wheel to lead this discussion because it's going to be more well known, and ultimately it's the explanation Pizzolatto chose in interviews. I just want to close out this section by reiterating that what we're seeing in the show, despite building on Santeria, Palo and Voodoo, it's not representative of any of them. This is not a direct one-for-one for any of those actual religions. It's a horror-driven remixing of them designed by methed up inbred lunatics. In fact, the show tells us as much, so before we move on to Errol, let's look at how exactly the Carcosa cult came into being. And we've already touched on its beginnings of piracy and plantations in the antebellum South, slavery and the fallout from slavery, creating this varied influx of belief systems and isolated cultural pockets in Louisiana, and the merging of African belief systems with Christianity. Things like Santeria, Voodoo, providing a more occult edge to the Christian mainstream, slavery creating this environment of exploitation, piracy creating this air of secrecy, criminal behavior, insular families and remote structures like we see in Childress's Carcosa at the end. The waterways of the Mississippi Delta providing the perfect labyrinth for pirates to hide out, evade capture and proliferate unimpeded. All of that creates an environment where power can be subsumed at a local level and secrets can remain hidden for a long time. Now, piracy essentially comes to an end in Louisiana in the early 1800s, and slavery comes to an end in 1865. And Rust is positioning that as the general history of the area in which these beliefs come to be. So the Carcosa cult certainly springs into being after that. The only real indicator we have for how long the Tuttle family has truly been here is Errol's murmuring to himself that his family has been here for a long, long time. There were settlers by the name of Tuttle moving to America as far back as 1635, and the idea of the family going all the way back to that initial colonialist clashing of cultures certainly fits with themes in American folk horror. In episode 8, we get a glimpse of the Tuttle family tree, which is also the Childress family tree, and the Ledoux family tree. Now, numerous lovely people have fleshed this out beyond what Rust and Marty have done here in the show. Here's a great example of that from Stephen Emery, circa 2014. And this is a great help for looking into the history of the Tuttle and Childress families. But if we go back to Rust's version we see in the show, there is a key detail there. The name Sam Tuttle is emphasized in blue. And given we're looking at what is essentially a history of key cult members, it seems likely that the emphasis denotes this all begins with Sam Tuttle. This is supported by the way we hear about Sam Tuttle from other side characters, and most crucially by Pizzolatto himself. Quoting him, "There's enough that you can actually piece together historically how Sam Tuttle in the early 30s led to Errol Childress in the first decade of the new millennium. And I think all of that together is enough to say that the Carcosa cult starts with Sam. Now, we do have the names of Sam's parents, Henry and Jill Tuttle. If Sam Tuttle engineers the cult in the 30s, we can say that the Tuttles were likely in the area as of the 1890s up to the turn of the century, and that's really as far back as we can definitively track them. Now, we can't say for sure that the parents weren't into some weird shit too, but given that we know they have 2 sons and we don't hear anything about any offshoot bastard families or mentions of incest, it seems like the trouble starts with Sam. Now, we don't know much about Sam, but what we do know isn't great. He's not just having affairs, he's siring at a bare minimum 3 different lineages via his Tuttle children, his Childress children, and his Ledoux children. Mr. Loris says he had lots of children of all types. Given the subtext here, that could mean rich and poor, but it's also likely she's referring to racial differences in his affair partners. Given the Ledoux, Tuttles, and Childresses are all white, I think that is quietly confirming he's got other familial lines beyond them too. So he's clearly promiscuous, but the existence of the cult suggests a darkness far beyond that, and we certainly have hints towards him engaging in utterly horrendous acts. She says he didn't like a woman, at which point she cuts herself off for a moment and leans in, continuing, "See, once she had it done to her, he didn't like 'em but that one time." Now, there's a lot to unpack there. It's perhaps hinting towards something barbaric, where he sees them as being either sullied or otherwise changed by the experience. She's saying once she had it done to her, which can obviously be old-timey speak trying to avoid the issue, but it's also alluding to this being something horrible, something you have done to you. And when you push it all together, it seems like Mr. Loris is embarrassed, that she starts a bit loudly with "he didn't like a woman," and then continues the point with "he didn't like a woman he'd already been with." I think given his proclivities and different genetic offshoots, that seems statistically likely either way. However, it's a clever bit of doublespeak because "he didn't like a woman" as it exists on its own could be polite old-timey speak for "he didn't want an adult woman." And when we read it that way, it sure seems like the second half of her dialogue there could well be describing that he only likes virginal women. That it's not his desire to bed hop causing him to only be with them once, but rather this desire for someone entirely unexperienced, let's say. And that certainly fits with this idea of a rapacious cult leader. Of course it could, and it likely does, also mean that whatever they endured was something so barbaric he wouldn't be interested in them again, and that also paints this as some sort of horrendous cult leader type activity. Now, Miss Dolores clearly believes in the Yellow King. She sees him as a real supernatural entity. As we've covered, given the accuracy of her description, she almost certainly has first-hand experience of the altar and the tunnel systems of Carcosa. Now, sure, she worked there as a maid, maybe she just stumbled upon this stuff, but given she seems to believe it so keenly, I think it's likelier that she was some level of initiate at a time where the cult was more free with its memberships. And if Sam Tuttle made the cult, then chances are he understands it was manufactured because he manufactured it. So there's a very good chance that he was engaging in charlatanism, that he found a local community that could be corrupted and exploited, and he twisted the local beliefs of Voodoo and Santeria into his own warped vision of them, appropriating their customs into this deranged worship of the Yellow King. This spiritual obfuscation presented him the perfect opportunity to get away with his crimes in plain view, to make the locals he was sexually exploiting accepting of his behavior via this spiritual mask. Now maybe he was just as mad as a box of frogs and truly believed this stuff, but the much likelier answer is that he was manipulating people to serve his own insatiable desires. We'll see Rust go through a version of this Carcosa initiation, likely something similar to what Dolores went through, given her description of it matches Rust's experience quite closely. Her description of a robed figure, something Rust sees, and her mention of a wind of invisible voices, again Errol's voice just somehow echoing through the tunnels at Rust. So it seems likely there's something theatrical to all this, something rehearsed, something the cult put the superstitious locals through in an effort to manipulate their beliefs. And as this process is ongoing, Sam Tuttle and his brother Frank sire the next generation of the Carcosa cult, in the form of Sam's sons, Billy Lee Tuttle, Billy Childress, Ted Childress, and Frank's son, Edwin Tuttle. Sam also has some Ledoux children, one called Bart, Reggie's father, but we don't know if they're directly involved during the second generation. What we do know is that this second generation of Carcosa has far grander designs than simply siring many different families. They crave power. Now, Sam was a powerful man, a sheriff and a local leader, but his sons and nephew definitely spread their wings far beyond him. His son Ted becomes a sheriff, Billy Lee becomes a local religious leader, and Edwin goes into politics. Errol's father, Billy, worked in maintenance, but I think that's necessary given we have to get to this lunatic hillbilly in Errol. He'd be a very different character if his father was a senator. So this second generation likely represents the zenith of the cult's power. We know from the videotape they definitely had more members we're not listing, at least 10 according to Pizzolatto, so we can only really guess as to how big the cult became. What we do know is that they used this power to ensure they were free to commit their crimes, exerting influence over the police, making potential cases go away, and that they set up channels to find and access potential victims like the Wellspring program. Now, it's somewhat unclear as to what level this generation actually believes the supernatural rhetoric of their own cult. Unlike Sam, they've grown up with it rather than creating it, so we have no reason to accuse them of outright charlatanism. We know from the tape that they're certainly including the ritual elements alongside their abuses. At the same time, however, Billy Lee isn't as clearly and outwardly deranged as Reggie, Errol, or DeWall. He wears his mask well, and seemingly everyone but Rust buys into the notion that he's an upstanding and religious man. It's based entirely from feeling, but my guess would be that they practice these dark beliefs in a similar way to what we might imagine from Bohemian Grove. The cultural conspiracy that the elites engage in satanic practices and the worst kinds of abuses as an exercise of their own power. It's not necessarily devout belief, more the thrill that their motives are secret and they can continue to get away with them. That they're so protected and untouchable that they can get away with anything, which itself becomes a catalyst for darker behavior. Then, at some point, likely first a gradual, then a sudden process, the rumors and close brushes with justice lead to them curtailing their disgusting endeavors, closing their efforts like the Wellspring program, and doing whatever they can to engage in a cover-up. Pizzolatto has confirmed as much, saying, "Then you can begin to look at that as if the cult began to disintegrate shortly afterwards." I don't think we can assume that Billy Lee just becomes a saint overnight, but their organized efforts and systemic grooming are brought to a close. However, sometime prior to this, the third generation of the cult has come into being, almost certainly a smaller group powered by meth and an interest in satanic occultism. The key difference between them and previous generations is that they believe this stuff devoutly. Even facing down their deaths, they don't shift in their beliefs. In fact, they see their deaths as confirmation of their beliefs. This leads to them being a lot more careless than the previous generation and content to operate at a much lower social level because their desires are ultimately spiritual. Given the goal is Errol's, and perhaps the others' ascension to Carcosa, they're far more focused on a spree of heinous acts rather than setting up a system for the long term. And that's where the show comes in. That's why Rust and Marty start digging into the past, because it's not just that they don't care about being caught. For Errol at least, this is something he wants, an encounter that he is ultimately desiring. This little priest, this unknowing acolyte of Carcosa, bringing about his death and the moment of his ascension. Alright, with all of that established, let's move on to the home stretch, and just like Nightmares, just like the show itself, this video has a monster at the end of it, Errol Childress. Let's start with his name, because just like the other characters, we'll find meaning interred there. Childress is actually an Anglo-Saxon family name that referred to a specific family that lived either by or in an orphanage. It may have also functioned as a family name for children that became orphaned, or even for people who worked at an orphanage, kind of like how Snow or Sand function as a second name for bastards in the Game of Thrones universe. Obviously, that has pretty worrying connotations for Errol, given the danger he presents to children. We can go further. It could also be a deeply concerning portmanteau of child, and other words I probably can't say in close proximity to that, so I'm extending this sentence out of necessity, distress, or undress. It doesn't really matter which we go with, because the implied threat largely remains the same. We also have the name Errol, which is closely linked to the word Earl, implying some kind of leadership position, which absolutely checks out given he seems to be the highest figure in the nouveau generation of the Carcosa cult. And I think the obvious parts of Errol we've already covered. He's a lunatic, he's got proclivities towards children, he's got this scarred visage that has led witnesses to describe him as a monster. He's also bisexual and incestuous, so again we have this feeling that for him anything is on the table. And we can link that back to these notions of pagan, sylvan sexuality associated with figures like the Green Man and Pan. Now, Errol is not what we'd describe as a sympathetic character. His horrendous actions have taken him far, far beyond any possibility for forgiveness. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't ask the question, where does this all come from? How did Errol turn out this way? For a show that's so concerned with demonstrating how this area, how the legacy of those that came before, weighs heavy on the new generation, the explanation that he's simply a deranged monster wouldn't be particularly satisfying. Luckily, that isn't the explanation, and as it turns out, Errol is also a victim of the cult, as well as the perpetrator. That's not my choice of words, that comes straight from Pizzolatto, the quote being, "I think it's relevant that the person they're chasing is both the victim of a historical evil and the perpetrator of a historical evil." So we have this notion of cyclic abuse, of abusee becoming abuser later in life. Again, this is a very tricky thing to do tastefully, and we have to be very careful how we approach it because this is sadly a stigma that people who've suffered abuse may face. The notion that they'll become an agent of things they've previously endured. In Errol's case, we see that taken to the extreme. He's not just reigniting the evils of the cult's previous generations. According to multiple sources, his sister wife being one of them, he's worse than anybody. He is a lived embodiment of evil, the likes of which this area has not seen before. And this isn't just true for Errol. Reggie is possibly the product of the cult's abuses too, given his mother went to one of the Tuttle schools and his father works offshore drinking himself to death. So it's absolutely fair to say that Errol is the way he is due to the abuses of the cult. But we can be a lot more specific than that. When we meet Errol properly in the finale, one of the many wonderful surprises in his home is the mutilated body of his father. I can't show that on YouTube, but he's been tied up, sewn up, and remoistened by Errol, who visits and converses with him essentially as an exercise of the power he's now found over him. It's safe to say that while Errol may take a pleasant tone with his father's body, there is no love lost between them. And we know from Miss Dolores that Errol's scars came at his father's hands. When Rust asks her about Sam Tuttle having a scarred child or grandchild, Miss Dolores says his daddy did that to him, poor boy. So we know there's been physical abuse from his father, likely the cult too, and given that these scars are the things that initially indicate him as a monster to his victims, it's very clear language for him being a monster of their making. But it's not just physical. During his ending speech to Rust, he says, "You know what they did to me? What I will do to all the sons and daughters of man." And, well, we know what he does to the sons and daughters of man, so it's pretty safe to say that was done to him too. Given that his gross dead father is seen wearing duct-taped undies and not much else, I'd say that's certainly the image we're building. And this is all supported from Pizzolatto, who describes Cole, Hart, and Errol as creations of their fathers. Now let's look at a few pieces of dialogue we get from Errol at the end. He tells his sister wife, "I have very important work to do. My ascension removes me from the disc and the loop." And we know what that is, his ritual sacrifice leading to his ascension to Carcosa, the disc being the flat circle, our material universe, and the loop being this idea of the fixed timeline repeating over and over again. But he also says, "I'm near final stage. Some mornings I can see the infernal plane." So he feels like his ascension is at hand, he's right where he needs to be, the hard work is done, so to speak, and in hallucinatory glimpses, he can see this infernal realm beyond time. Infernal plane has historically referred to hell, a specific wasteland of hell, but also the lowest level of the astral planes and even a shadow inversion of the material plane. Any route we take, that can be Carcosa, so all good there. He continues, "It's been weeks since I left my mark. Would that they had eyes to see." Now we know his mark is the spiral, so he means it's been weeks since he last left a victim for the police to find. Remember that he placed Dora's body in that field. He wanted them to find her. That's what he's saying. Would that they had eyes to see. He's expressing annoyance that they haven't found him yet, that they haven't shown an interest in his ascension to adopt serial killer logic. To quote Pizzolatto, he's angling for a reckoning, for a showdown. In fact, he goes as far as to say that Childress is inviting this fatal confrontation with Marty and Rust, because he sees himself as being close enough to his ascension that his death will essentially catalyze that process. The work is done, so if he's killed now, to his mind at least, he's going to shoot off to Carcosa. To quote Pizzolatto, summing up this whole process, he believes the murders, ritually enacted over a period of time, upon his death, permit him an ascension that removes him from the karmic wheel of rebirth. That's pretty much all stuff we've established, but understanding what Errol's plan is key to understanding why Errol has a plan in the first place. This represents an escape for him. And if we think back to what Rust found so distasteful about this idea of the karmic wheel and time repeating, it was the idea that he'd have to relive the horror, that his daughter would have to relive the horror, that those children that he and Marty saved would have to relive the horror. And if we strip away all the delusions of grandeur, that's what Errol wants too. He is certain in the knowledge that if nothing changes, then on the next pass of the loop, he will be right back where he started, a victim to his father's abuses. That's why he sees it as being free from the disc and the loop, because the disc and the loop have only served to make him suffer horrendously, as he makes people suffer now. And that's key because it's the reason he wants the police to find him rather than simply dying by any other means. Because he doesn't just want to escape. He wants the cult to be held responsible. He wants to draw attention to what happened to him. Pizzolatto was asked directly, was Errol trying to expose the monsters who made him, his family, by leaving clues that implicated them? And Pizzolatto replied, yes. Childress was signaling to the authorities both his presence and the presence of the men who made him. So there it is, quite straightforward. Now we've done the groundwork. Childress is adopting this method of sacrifice, adopting this delusion of Carcosa in our prosaic understanding, as a method of escaping what he sees to be his infinite and unavoidable fate that lies both in his past and his far future. And in doing so, he hopes to expose the crimes of the previous generations of the cult, the men that made him into the monster he is. And there's actually a really nice nod to that we see as early as episode 2, back in the destroyed church. Written on the wall is the phrase, he bowed himself with all his might, and the house fell upon the lords and all the people who were in it. This is from the book of Judges and the story of Samson, the biblical strongman whose strength is tied to his hair. Specifically, this is the moment where Samson pulls down the walls of the temple on his Philistine captors that have enslaved him. Obviously, Samson is a man of great strength, just like we have Errol as this giant, imposing figure, and just like Samson, he is bringing the temple, really the cult, down from within. In this case, perhaps literally, given the church has very likely been destroyed by him too. And he's bringing this temple down on the heads of those that control the temple, even though again, just like Samson, it will mean his death. Okay, I feel like we've got quite weird, but also not quite weird enough. So let's move on to one last theory and one last use of the devil net. This theory was again developed by u/Jikivox, and I'll reiterate that I think his work is stellar, and you can find a link to his Reddit posts in the video description and the video bibliography. Again, I'm going to build on it in places, and our conclusions will be our own, but I did really want to encourage people to go read it if they want to get into this stuff as deeply as possible. Now, we've looked at how African diasporic religions like Palo, Santeria, and Voodoo have factored into the cult's private beliefs. But what about Christianity? Not only is it a clear factor in the show, but all of those religions I just mentioned incorporate Christianity in some way. So let's start with Errol's victims. Earlier I said that in the original screenplay, Dora wasn't found with antlers, but rather some pseudo-angel wings attached to her back. Remember, her hands were bound in prayer, and she was kneeling. And when we combine that imagery with angel wings, suddenly we have some pretty familiar imagery in Christian iconography. Now, the victims may not wear wings in the show, but they are still referred to directly as angels. In episode 2, we hear Rust read aloud from Dora's diary as she gives a description of the King in Yellow. She says, "The king's children were marked, they became his angels." We know what the king's mark is the spiral, and we know who wears the mark, the victims of the King in Yellow, just like Dora. So his victims are his angels, and that fits with a lot of the stuff we see, like Reggie's tattoo of a praying angel, the statues of praying angels, and so on. As we know, these aren't your run-of-the-mill angel. These are the angels of Carcosa's twisted philosophy, angels of the Yellow King, and the wings we see in the original script are described as dark, rather than the pure white feathers you might imagine. So again, there's this idea of a twisting, of an inversion of traditional Christian imagery. Now, we know from the show and from Pizzolatto that Errol's construction of this ritual imagery is in some way fueling his ascension. And obviously, ascension appears in the Bible a fair amount. In fact, we have several different figures, types of figures, that might ascend to heaven. Most notably, we have the ascension of Jesus Christ to heaven. We'll come back to that. Another group that seems to have relatively free passage between earth and heaven is the angels. And the Bible isn't consistent here. Angels can and do move between heaven and earth with seemingly no explanation, but in Genesis we get a very clear description of a ladder to heaven, more commonly referred to as Jacob's ladder. And I quote, "Behold a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven, and behold the angels of God ascending and descending on it." Now, if this was an exploration of Christian symbolism, we'd understand this as largely symbolic language. In fact, in that passage, it's stated that it's occurring in a dream. But that symbol of angels ascending and descending on a ladder is prevalent in Christian art, and in those representations, it is most definitely an actual ladder. So we have a mode of ascension from the material plane that directly involves a ladder and angels, and our angels in the show are found next to these devil nets, which have been described by the production designer as having a ladder aspect tied directly to the motive of Errol's ascension. Now let's take a momentary tangent to look at one John Dee. I'm not going to go into too much detail because we've already covered John Dee in my video on the witch, but to give you a very quick explainer, he was the court astronomer and advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. He was also an alchemist, an occultist, and a keen proponent of Hermeticism. Hermeticism being a school of magical thought ranging from Hellenistic Egypt all the way up to modern day. Perhaps most notably attached to the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, of which Aleister Crowley was a prominent member. We've already had mention of him, and I think it's fair to say that Hermeticism is another occult thread the show is pulling on. Now, Dee was a talented academic by all accounts, but in his later life, he began to fall out of popularity and relevance a little bit, and he turned more towards the supernatural as a method of understanding all the secrets of nature and the acquisition of forbidden knowledge. To quote Wikipedia, he sought to contact spirits through the use of a scryer, which he thought would act as an intermediary between himself and the angels. He takes a couple of unsuccessful runs at this, but in 1582 he meets Edward Kelly, a man whom he believed to be a talented scryer that could converse with the spiritual world. Stemming from this came Dee's main claim to fame, the development of Enochian, sometimes casually referred to as angel language, although that's a bit of an oversimplification. Enochian, Dee and Kelly alleged, was the language of creation. the language spoken by Adam and later Enoch, hence Enochian. It was with this language that the angels allegedly communicated with Kelly. Without dwelling on the minutiae, it's also worth pointing out that Enoch is another figure that does, in a certain manner, ascend to heaven. Now, this is all a fascinating topic in its own right, but to stay specific, here's an extended set of quotes from Deborah Harkness's book, John Dee's Conversation with Angels, originally cited by Jikyvox. One of Dee's contemporaries, the natural philosopher Francesco Giorgi, reminded his readers in De Harmonia Mundi that just as God descended to the world by emanation through the angels, so humans might use the angels as a ladder to ascend to God. John Dee, along with many of his contemporaries, searched a variety of authoritative treatises for information on how to ascend Jacob's ladder, to learn the secrets of the cosmos, and then descend to share that information with a waiting world. Dee's library furnished him with the tools and materials that served as a foundation for his conversations with angels, and they provide us with the intellectual context for what he sought to accomplish. Building a ladder that linked heaven and earth promised a natural philosopher like Dee the intellectual attainment of certain knowledge, as well as the moral achievement of spiritual salvation. Dee's ladder to the heavens, the angel conversations, enabled communication between separate parts of the cosmic system and offered the hope of intellectual and spiritual perfection to an increasingly frustrated and anxious world. So Errol and Dee have something in common. They're both fascinated with the notion of somehow tapping into, perhaps hijacking, this Jacob's ladder, this route of ascension to the spiritual plane. And how does Dee go about this? By attempting to have conversations with angels. And what does Rust say about the devil net? The devil net with the inbuilt ladder symbolism. Well, when he's ruminating on it in episode 2, he says, "To me, it was like someone was having a conversation, you know?" And as Jikyvox rightly identifies, this is kind of baffling language for Rust to use right here. He's not mentioning who he thinks Errol is having a conversation with, and we know Errol is using these devil nets to somehow facilitate his own ascension. So who would he be talking to and what would he be talking about? Really, it's being said purely for the audience's benefit to allude to exactly what we're discussing right now, the angel conversations. And they're a pretty popular moment in occult history, and they're always very deliberately referred to as conversations. Not only that, but these conversations are specifically related to prayer. Again, quoting Harkness in Jikyvox, prayer was a way for people to rise to higher intellectual levels and to climb the cosmic ladder. Dee used prayer to facilitate the angel conversations rather than spells and conjuring. But prayer could never be completely divorced from occult practices. He communicated with God directly and asked the deity to send angels, who would then function as intermediaries in the transmission of divine knowledge for communicating with the divine. And as we've seen, as we'll look at again briefly, we see prayer imagery being used in Errol's ritual scenes. Now, on its own, that could perhaps be seen as reaching, but it's present enough and out of place enough that it certainly raises an eyebrow. And it's not the only link between Errol and Dee, nor Errol and Hermeticism. There's a few key items that Dee and Kelly used to make this alleged contact with angels, two that we're interested in specifically, the showstone and the holy table. The showstone was a scrying stone that was said to show visions to Kelly. They used a few different versions of the showstone, but that's the broad idea, some glass or reflective sphere that allowed for angelic visions to manifest within. To quote Harkness, in Dee's conversations, the showstone clearly served as a locus for divinity, a sacred space capable of representing the world in microcosm. Dee noted that the whole world in manner did seem to appear, heaven and earth, etc., within the stone. And as Jikyvox points out, that's exactly what we have in the devil net, what the spiral really is, a representation of the heavens and earth, this flattened superposition of everything that exists. Again, just like we see with the Dekenga, the land of the living and the spiritual afterlife, all in one image. The other object, the holy table, is a little bit more mysterious. We don't have a clear example of what this table might look like exactly, and Dee himself apparently struggled with its design and construction. The angels told them not to worry though, as Dee's holy table was only an earthly interpretation of what an actual angelic holy table may look like, a design that was yet to be revealed to humanity. One thing we do know, however, is that it was adorned with complex sigil designs. The main one, the one on which the showstone was placed, was known as the Sigillum Dei, meaning seal of God or seal of truth. At the core of this sigil was a pentagram design. Moving over to True Detective, according to the production designer, there were two key bits of instruction from Pizzolatto when designing the devil nets. Firstly, it must have this ladder aspect to it, we've covered that. The second is that the structure itself must be freestanding, like a table. and if we look to the original script, it describes there being a freshly carved pentagram in a tree next to Dora's body. And so we're left with this freestanding structure linked to Dee's desire to access a real or metaphorical Jacob's ladder via conversations with angels with a pentagram sigil on it. In Errol's version, we have a freestanding structure linked to conversations with angels and Errol accessing a means of ascension found next to a pentagram sigil. At least the sigil is present in the original script. And this pentagram in the center of the Sigillum Dei design isn't just a pentagram. It's more accurate to describe this as a magical seal. And if we move over to Rust's conspiracy lockup, what do we see lurking on the back wall? 3 magical seals, one that is very clearly reminiscent of the design we see on the Sigillum Dei. Now that's not the only place you will see a 5-pointed star used as a magical seal. It's not something entirely unique to the Sigillum Dei, but it's still relevant and a very good indicator the show is quietly concerned with Hermetic and Solomonic magic systems. In fact, if we look just above it, we also have the secret seal of Solomon. Again, this is something that goes back a long way, but it's also another link to Aleister Crowley, whose publication of the Lesser Key of Solomon repopularized the symbol. We don't need to worry too much about the details there. All we really need to say, and can say for sure, is that these seals are evidence that the show is aware of these links to very old systems of magic, and potentially the exact one we're discussing right now. I'd also like to point out that the dark wings Dora is wearing in the original script are dipping into a small patch of dirty snow. Angel wings and snow are both things we associate with pure white, innocence, and so forth. The script describes her face too. Something subtle in it, a parting of the lips, almost suggests a rapture. And despite going through changes during production, bringing in more Louisianan folklore, more paganistic imagery, this is still the visual language being evoked by Errol's ritual. Corrupted rapture, corrupted ascension. And I think just that description alone is a solid indicator that while the show may remain ultimately prosaic and never confirms the supernatural, I would question why there'd be this hint in the direction that Dora looks as if she's experienced a rapture. The answer being, of course, she does, because despite the show choosing to focus on a very human kind of evil, it's still built from the ground up with this continued suggestion of something far beyond that. And implicit in the term rapture is the notion of ascending to heaven. So we've got conversing with angels, ascension, the symbolism of the showstone, and perhaps the holy table and the Sigillum Dei all rolled into Errol's ritual. But pentagrams are popular imagery. We know the crime scene has been described as satanic, and it's not exactly massively conclusive simply because something is freestanding and has this allusion to a ladder. For me though, this last piece of connective tissue cements all of that into certainty. Let's look more specifically at ritual magic, the magic that Dee and Kelly used to enact these conversations, magic that in some senses had been present from the ancient world, magic that persisted all the way to Crowley and the modern day. In the case of Dee and Kelly, the angels provided several different instructions they had to follow in order for these angel conversations to take place. To quote Harkness, Dee recounted the angel Aniel's instructions to fast, abstain from sex and gluttony, be clean and neatly groomed, say their prayers 7 times facing each of the 4 cardinal directions, and be secretive about the angel conversations as evidence of their devotion. Those are pretty specific requests. Be bathed and clean, abstain from food and sexual activity, and for anyone familiar with occultism and ritual magic, that's going to ring immediate bells because these instructions, really a form of purification ritual that the angels allegedly provided, also crop up in a number of other places where contacting angels is the goal. And as Jicky Vox points out, this isn't necessarily the whole deal, depending on your motives. It's not necessarily just about purity. To quote Jode Raymond's Conversations with Angels, Essays Towards a History of Spiritual Communication, the rituals for purification and pollution were intended to place men and spirits on a more equal footing, raising the operator to the level of angels or making the spirits corrupted with terrestrial matter like man. So it's a concept involving both purity and pollution. And the general idea is that you purify yourself, like Dee and Kelly were doing, if you want to converse with angels. You purify yourself to raise yourself up to their spiritual level. But if you want to bind a spirit, if you want to pervert it to your own selfish ends like Errol does, then once you've purified and got the spirit's attention, you do the opposite. You engage in sexual activity, perhaps of the depraved ceremonial kind, to pollute a spirit, to corrupt it and bring it down to your level. And again, we have this imagery of corrupted rapture and a corrupted angel at the Dora Lang crime scene. Now, as I mentioned, these elements of purification prior to ritual magic are not specific to Dee. Some of them go all the way back to ancient Egypt and ancient Greece, and as with many other elements, they get rolled into Christian mysticism and appear in several different later magic systems. Very notably, they appear in the Abramelin procedure, a lengthy and disturbing ritual magic process designed for the magic practitioner to do exactly what Dee and Kelly were allegedly doing, making contact with an angel. You can actually find a phenomenal rendition of the Abramelin procedure in the 2016 film A Dark Song, and you'll find all of these elements therein: the ritual cleansing, fasting, abstaining from and then indulging in sexual activity, even the notion of trapping malevolent spirits. If you are interested in this stuff on screen, then that's absolutely the film for you. If you're interested in this stuff in practice, then pick up the actual book, The Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage, which goes into exact detail about the nature of the Abramelin procedure. However, I would warn you that the only way you're likely to meet an angel doing this is if you derange yourself so badly across months of unnecessary suffering that you get to the point of suffering complete mental collapse. I should also point out that the original grimoire it's translated from presents a narrative that claims to have been written centuries prior to when it was likely actually written, so I wouldn't go throwing away your sanity over it. Alright, back to the show, and let's look at Marty and Rust hearing Dora's autopsy results. The medical examiner says she was washed clean, not a print on her. We got ligature marks on the wrists and ankles, evidence of intercourse, bound upright, hadn't eaten in a day, maybe more. Toxicology hit for lysergic acid and methamphetamine. And the key elements there: she was washed clean and she had been abstaining from food. Obviously, it's written in a way where this assessment is going to make us imagine the terrible conditions she suffered prior to the event, but it's also hiding this motif of purification, and the evidence of intercourse is obviously running counterintuitive to this purification, but it's also the exact kind of spiritual pollution that Errol might partake in if his goal was something beyond just attempting to converse with angels, and he was in fact trying to pollute them or some malevolent spirit to bring it down to his spiritual level. And let's go back to the priest's initial description of the devil net and his auntie's tale about them, that they were to trap the devil before he gets too close. This is exactly what's described in Abramelin, exactly what's described with Dee, that to make contact with an angel, one must first navigate, trap, and contain bad or evil spirits that might attempt to interrupt the ritual or lead the magic practitioner astray. To quote Harkness one last time, the angels made explicit references to the safe, sacred nature of the showstone, for it served as a protective device to keep potentially evil spirits at bay. Now, whether or not that's something Errol is aware of, this lunatic hillbilly who's pulling a tremendous amount of secondary meaning into one twig design, we can't say for sure, although really we have no reason to doubt it. But crucially, it's demonstrating the show is playing around with these ideas that are quite common in ritual magic. And I think when we take all of this together, given Dee's relatively popular status in occult history, making contact with angels being a prevalent topic in occultism, it's enough for me to say that this is almost certainly something the show is pulling on. Truthfully, for me, just that mention of the devil nets seeming like someone was having a conversation is enough because it has no place in the script otherwise. But beyond that, we have our angels, we have our motive, our method, our means of communication, and the similarities with hermetic magic. But we're not quite done, because as Jicky points out, no one has ever successfully used Enochian magic to ascend to heaven the way they had theorized they would. Errol's looking for a way to genuinely do that. This isn't a parlor trick to him. So his next step is to look to someone who actually pulled that off, Jesus Christ. So let's change tack slightly and look at this mural next, which I may have had to censor slightly on YouTube. Jicky compares this to a redneck lunatic's attempt at a religious fresco. He also points to the fact that these figures are clearly in a garden. We know they've got woodland paganism rolled in there, but we've also had mention of a garden already, with Rust's contemplating of the moment in the Garden of Gethsemane. Hold on to that thought for now. Now, we know these antlered beings represent our angels, our victims. We have 3 antlered angels here, and 3 victims that we see photographs of, the victims of the 3rd generation of the Carcosa cult. If we look to the figure in the middle, we can see it's kneeling in prayer, just like how Dora was found. The other 2 poses are a bit weird. We have one that looks like it's dancing, perhaps prancing, doing a happy little jig. The figure on the left has its arms spread upwards, perhaps looking a little bit like angel wings. Now again, on YouTube, I cannot show you the photos of the victims' bodies, so I've taken the liberty of drawing terrible outlines of them. Dora is familiar, praying angel position. But then we have Stephanie Cordish, more frequently referred to in the show as the Lake Charles murder. She's the one suspended in a sort of crucifix position, strung up in the air. That's what we're seeing here with this figure's arms outstretched. On the building next to it, we can see an even clearer representation of this. Rianne Olivier, the killing that was ruled accidental, was found after a flood cleared, so we don't know exactly how she might have been positioned, but she's found on the ground. Now this little jig pose we see on the mural is quite specific, and Jikyvox linked this to the painting Descending Angel by John Wimberley. We can look to other imagery of descending angels and find similar visual language. And we don't get a lot of info about Rhiannon Olivier, but as we hear speculation about her death from the case file, one sentence stands out. They said she was high, fell in. Note the doublespeak there. They might mean she was off her chops on substances and fell to her death, but the concept of being high and then falling could also, and likely does, refer to this notion of the angel descending from heaven. So that's broadly what's happening. Angels ascending and descending, and what we're looking at on the mural and how their bodies are found are representations of this language of ascension. The angels ascending and descending as described in the Bible. And you know, I've been trying not to fanboy too hard during this video, but hopefully we can all agree that Rust staring at this, recognizing the imagery, and trying to decode it while chasing Errol is absolutely sick. However, what about Dora? She's just praying. And what about this garden they're in that's potentially linked to Gethsemane? Well, this isn't the only time we see a kneeling angel mural designed to represent Dora. We also had the version painted in the ruined church, and if we zoom in on it, it appears to be looming over Jesus. Now this isn't just Jesus, this is specifically Jesus in the garden, Jesus during the agony. Not only is he painted in a nice little natural scene, but he's also wearing a purple robe. And as Jikyvox points out, in both Mark 15:17 and John 19:2, Jesus is described as wearing a purple robe during the crucifixion. Now, chronologically, this moment in the garden is a couple of steps prior to the crucifixion, but I think the allusion to that period in Jesus' life is definitely there. And we have a few different descriptions of Jesus' agony in the garden, but the version that we get the term agony from is the book of Luke. And in that version, Jesus uses this moment in the garden to pray on what's about to befall him. As he does so, an angel appears and, quote, strengthens him. In this mural, we see Jesus, potentially in a garden, being confronted by a giant praying angel figure. Jesus is looking up, presumably in the original mural, looking up towards God for answers, but following Errol's vandalism, he's looking up at this giant angel. So to go back to the fresco, we have one image, the left angel, Stephanie Cordish, either in an ascending angel pose or potentially also a crucifixion pose. We have the central angel, Dora, that seems to relate to Jesus praying in this meeting with an angel in the garden. And on the right, the descending angel, Rhiannon Olivier. Jesus prays, angel descends, angel ascends, Jesus ascends. It's not perfectly clear visual language, it's a hallucinatory personal interpretation of Errol's, exploring this notion of beings ascending to and descending from heaven, as he attempts to navigate his own Jacob's ladder and an escape from the material and mortal coil. Now, Jikyvox takes this further. He thinks that this vandalism by Errol is a mockery of Jesus, that he was angry and burned the church because he saw Dora take an interest in it. And again, I'd encourage you to go read that. But for now, to keep things streamlined, let's just say Errol is adopting the visual language, ritual elements, and methodology of this moment of ascension, and that's what we're seeing in the killings and his artwork. As Pizzolatto puts it, his methodology is intimately tied to a mythology of belief, and that belief seems to be a mix of African religion, Christianity, and ritual magic. So to sum up, Errol is looking for ways to facilitate his ascension. He's pulling on and amalgamating every piece of ritual magic he can find, from African religion to Christian occultism to Christianity itself. He looks to the ascension of Christ, he looks to how angels were able to ascend and descend the ladder to heaven, and he goes about tying that to pagan and occult ideas and comes up with what we find at the crime scenes. A lunatic interpretation of these different narratives of ascension that he's tied together in one brutal magical act that he believes will allow him to ascend to this exterior spiritual plane. And given we know that Rust, by his own admission, has been contemplating the moment in the garden, and we know that circuitously Rust has come to similar conclusions as the Carcosa cult, just from a different moral side, here again we see their philosophies syncing up, as both men have pondered this moment in the garden from their own directions. Rust sees that his pursuit of justice at all costs will demand his sacrifice, and Errol seeks to sacrifice others as a method of pursuing the same means of ascension that Jesus used, that was seemingly an ability that angels just had. So that's the cult's entire history and Errol's motivation and methodology all squared away. But there are still a couple of remaining questions, the first being the biggest question fans of the show had following its conclusion. Even if we're solely talking about within Errol's delusion, who exactly is the Yellow King? He may discuss his ascension, but he never says, I am going to ascend to become the Yellow King, or I am going to ascend because I already am the Yellow King, or even, I will ascend to serve the Yellow King. So we need to look a little bit closer, and stemming from that, we have the other question, is this tunnel system at the end Carcosa, or is Carcosa somewhere far beyond this plane of existence? And those are both questions we can answer. Let's start with who or what the Yellow King is. We have three main candidates. Number 1, Errol Childress. Number 2, an actual eldritch being. We'll call him Hasta for ease of discussion. And finally, this thing, which admittedly I've already said is an altar, but I was surprised to hear that a fair few people did see this as the Yellow King. And obviously there's iterations beyond that. Is Errol some earthly manifestation of Hasta? Is the altar some earthly manifestation of Hasta? Is it somehow embodying his spirit, as we saw in Palo, and so on? And depending on where we look and which source we use, we're going to find different answers. For example, the True Detective Wiki describes Errol as a deranged and fanatic devotee to the Yellow King, kidnapping and murdering victims by the dozens, or possibly hundreds, in the belief that he would ascend and join their figurehead. So very clear there, he's not the Yellow King, he's an acolyte of the Yellow King. However, we can say that one is definitively incorrect. This is going to be disproven in a moment, and we should already be a little bit perplexed by this, given that Errol describes Reggie and Dual as acolytes to him. So if he's an acolyte, a devotee, why would he then have people devoted to him? Surely they'd all be pointing their faith in the same direction. Now, I suppose we could argue that Errol's the only one truly aiming to ascend to Carcosa, and that's why they're devoted to Errol, but Reggie kind of alludes to himself reaching Carcosa too, and it all gets a bit messy. Next, we could argue that we have a very clear answer from the costume designer Jenny Egan. In an interview with Slate following the season finale, she said, "There were some elements in the set design in last night's episode. You see the big creature wrapped in yellow fabric, the Yellow King, that were obviously intentional." And that would seem pretty conclusive. Indeed, many people did take this as an answer and ran to various message boards to proclaim that this is the Yellow King the series has been banging on about, and that Egan's comment proves that. But if it is an answer, then it's an incomplete one, and I think we need to be a little bit realistic about what members of production are really allowed to say during interviews. Even if we ignore everything we looked at with altars and so forth embodying or otherwise housing the spirit in African religion, there's still no doubt that this altar is supposed to represent the Yellow King. He's wearing yellow robes that match with Mr. Lorry's description. He's obviously representing the Yellow King. And that's enough for Jenny Egan's comment to be understood as shorthand for that concept. That altar is the Yellow King, just like if we looked at a statue of Achilles, we'd say that's Achilles. It is, of course, not actually Achilles, and we can ignore the Sausurian discussion beyond that. It's representing the Yellow King. By some understandings, it may be a conduit to the Yellow King and something he can inhabit, but it is most definitely not the actual Yellow King. At this point in the wider mythos, the Yellow King is a great old one, not some twiggy bitch surrounded by shells. And speaking of the actual mythos, what about the Hasta understanding? Whether or not the characters in the show have heard of it before, we understand that the Yellow King is an established figure in literature. It seems odd to have this very recognizable name be used and also expect the audience to not associate or assume all the meaning tied up in that name. The very fact the show is wearing its cosmic horror influences on its sleeve presumes the existence of some brand of cosmic horror. The design of the altar, something we know is supposed to be visually representative of this Yellow King figure, is deliberately alien and inhuman. This huge arm span, shredded robes, multiple heads. At the very least, we can say that the show is alluding, if only through the cult's delusion or charlatanism, that there is some actual being outside of time, and that being is something supernatural. I think that's a very fair reading, and we can absolutely make an argument for that being the case. Why would Errol be painting things yellow if he's the Yellow King? Why would he build, or at least maintain, an altar to himself? These seem more like acts of devotion rather than ego, and if that's the case, then who is the cult and Errol devoted to? Seemingly, the answer would be Hasta, an actual Yellow King deity that they are somehow aware of. However, none of that is concrete, and we have the creator of the show saying it deliberately stays away from anything actually supernatural. So let's go a little bit deeper and look at Errol. We have characters hinting at the Yellow King throughout the show, and he certainly seems to be a living, breathing being. Guy Francis says, "I'll tell you about the Yellow King," right after saying, "You never caught the man who did that, and I met him once." Now, there's a little bit of disconnection there. He jumps from talking about this man, Errol, to then saying, "I'll tell you about the Yellow King." There's enough plausible deniability built into that we could argue he's discussing two separate beings. But the counter-argument is that this man he's describing, that he wants Russ to know about, is absolutely the Yellow King. And Charlie tells Russ that Dora told him that she met a king. That's more concrete. If she met him, then that's a very good indicator he's someone walking around, just like Francis was claiming to have met someone. Now, again, we can play devil's advocate here. Perhaps Dora actually met the altar, kind of like how Dolores feels as though she witnessed the Yellow King and has almost certainly just been tricked by the altar and pageantry of the cult. Given we know that Dora met Errol too though, I think that deniability starts to narrow a little bit. There's certainly more clues. As we already looked at, Childress encourages Rust to take the bride's path shortly before trying to kill him. Presumably Dora and the other victims took the bride's path too, given we have this vague sacrificial bridal imagery and how they're found. We also have the specific descriptions that these victims are wearing crowns. If the victims are crowned brides, then we can presume it's a king they're symbolically marrying, and we know Errol is the main perpetrator. So again, a very good indicator that Errol is the king in question. And obviously, we have this mention of Errol's ascension, and sure, that could be an ascension to Carcosa to serve the Yellow King, but implicit in that is the notion of Errol becoming some kind of quasi-supernatural entity, given it's a spiritual realm free from the infinite loop of time. I think it's more accurate to say that ascension isn't necessarily, or just, him moving from one place of being to another. It's alluding to him becoming something else, metamorphizing into this fully realized Yellow King figure. Not that he's an acolyte, rather that he's an avatar of some kind. We're getting deep into the woo now, but either that he's an earthly manifestation of the Yellow King, committing these acts to return to Carcosa, or to achieve some level of apotheosis that has been denied from him in this mortal life, or that this is in fact the birth of the Yellow King, an origin story for a being that is yet to exist in a fully fledged form. We certainly have clues towards that as well. Really, once you get to that level of depth, you can fill in your own headcanon, but the general idea would be that he is the Yellow King or an earthly avatar of the Yellow King. We definitely have hints towards that too. For example, Rust, Errol, and to a lesser extent Reggie and DeWall all seemingly have knowledge beyond what they should have. Not just the lexicon of a Chambers novel, but their impending deaths, this spiritual link to Rust. We have this sign that says God is working right next to where Errol is labouring, and obviously that could just be upping the creep factor around the portrayal of Christianity, that these horrendous circumstances are evidence that God is working, but it could also be that a God is potentially working right there. And we could go on, and obviously it is his delusion in the prosaic reading of the show, but Errol is literally suggesting that he can glimpse the infernal plane, that he has sight of things far beyond the natural. And however you imagine the intricacies of all that, that's up to you. But thankfully I can say for sure that this is the closest thing we have to a definitive answer. It's not well publicised. In fact, I only heard it in whispers, but luckily when I got in touch with Jikyvox, he had a screenshot. This is Nick Pizzolato on Instagram confirming this exact theory. The original commenter asks, was the Yellow King an actual person or was it just a figurative idea? Pizzolato replies, it was Errol Childress, or at least in his psychosis he viewed himself as its avatar. That's it, no Yellow King waiting to be found, that was it. Now there's a lot to break down here, but let's start with the obvious. He's confirming that Childress is the Yellow King figure primarily being discussed by characters in the show. He then clarifies that Errol sees himself as the avatar of the Yellow King, that he, at least in his own mind, believes himself to be an earthly representation, manifestation, let's say, of this Hasta figure from outside of time. And so ascension most definitely means becoming that figure, or being reunited with that part of himself, restoring his throne, etc. Now we should also discuss that Pizzolato again confirms that there is no Yellow King waiting to be found. And I can understand exactly why he said this, because he doesn't want speculation about the supernatural to undercut the human evil he's examining via the show. It's the exact same answer we got from his interviews when the show initially came out. And as I'm sure is clear by this point in the video, if Pizzolato says it, then it's absolutely canon. But I want to stress it's not as concrete as his comments make it seem. We don't have all these supernatural illusions purely as a red herring. There is a mythology the show is exploring and hinting at, and we have to acknowledge that there's a bit of a narrative split going on that we need to approach with parallel readings. In the confirmed plot of the show, nothing supernatural occurs. It's all explainable, nothing truly supernatural ever occurs for definite. It is a human-driven detective show. But at the same time, we're absolutely supposed to wonder. We're absolutely supposed to allow in that what if, that cosmic doubt that something is lurking. We see this exact same technique in Rust's faith. The character is a staunch atheist and he will never have that disproven. But by the end, that doubt will have crept in via his near-death experience, and we're left with the question Rust is pondering. What if? What if that experience was real? How does that recontextualize Rust? It's the exact same game with the darker elements of the supernatural. Errol is revealed and he is just a man, not some obviously eldritch entity. But we also have doubt. He's a man devoted to these beliefs, certain of them. He's a man that appears to know more than he should, to be capable of more than he should. And for me, the moment that crystallizes this dual narrative as something that cannot ever be fully dismissed is the SOS flare flying up in the sky, escaping the flat circle we see it through, the confines of the mortal coil. very possibly, very clearly alluding to this ever-brightening spirit of Errol's ascending into the sky. We even have Marty looking up dumbfounded and illuminated, playing with the same themes of enlightenment that we saw when he entered Rust's lockup to be confronted by the horrible truth of Carcosa. All of that is not accidental imagery, and so we have to realize that while the explanations for the show remain largely prosaic, this shot simply would not exist if we weren't supposed to ask the question, what if? So there's the answer to the biggest question. Errol sees himself as an earthly avatar of the Yellow King, and by virtue of that, he sees himself as the Yellow King, something that is almost certainly born from his lunatic hillbilly delusions of grandeur and a life of abuse. In that world, there is no Yellow King truly lurking behind the scenes, but we are purposefully left with the creeping doubt, some infinitesimal chance that he was absolutely right and these barbaric acts of amalgamated magic have in fact raised him up to some kind of spiritual plane. And now that we've answered that, the secondary question becomes much easier. Is this tunnel system we see at the end the actual Carcosa, or is there a Carcosa that lies beyond the veil? And we can use the exact same logic here. It's a hillbilly cult dungeon that they term Carcosa, presumably because they believe themselves to have actually identified Carcosa as the real court of the Yellow King. But we can also presume that there is this minor suggestion that Carcosa is an actual spiritual realm outside of our reality, because that's what it is, and that's the term the show chose. Let's look a little bit deeper though, because there are some interesting details here. Firstly, even though it's not fully clear on screen, this overgrown tunnel system is built like a spiral. To quote the director Kerry Fukunaga, it's hard to tell, but there's a spiral-like nature to the maze, and once you get to the final section before the altar room, the funnel grows smaller and smaller and smaller. There is a way of actually seeing this play out on screen if you're paying very close attention. As Zasilis points out, it's easier to see if you refer to the cult symbol, which outlines Marty and Rust's trajectory. At the end of each tunnel, they make a sharp right turn through an arch, leading to another tunnel until they've reached the central vault. So we know, based on the fact that they keep taking right turns, that they're moving inward in a spiral. And Fukunaga deliberately refers to this route as the bridle path and confirms that the cult use this to confuse and entrap their victims and initiates. And Zasilis takes it a step further and combines these exterior shots of the structure with his knowledge of the interior maze and a little bit of Yellow Mythos artistic license to create this amazing concept sketch of what the building may have once looked like. I don't think we can see it as anything close to canonical, and I think given the clues the show offers, we can say the structure is more likely some lost remnant of a pirate hideout or some forgotten logistical component of the slave trade. At the same time though, I do think conceptually this is very close to what they were alluding to, and it looks badass. So I thought it was worth showing. Again, if you'd like to read Zasilis' work on this, it is linked in the description and the bibliography. And for anyone wondering, this location is actually Fort Macomb, a military installation built in 1822 designed to protect the waterways following the invasion of the despicable, tea-swilling forces of the British Empire. Now, as Rust and Marty follow these spiral tunnels, really at the point they show up on the Childress ranch, things are getting stranger, more hallucinatory. Errol's voice is somehow everywhere. We get this beautiful shot of Rust stepping down into the realm of madness that is just off enough to stand out, to denote he's stepping into a different reality. The same with Marty here. There's the repeat visual language of crossing over thresholds, of charging towards insanity, and as they continue through it, we get this crazy decor. Lots of quiet allusions to portals, to transcendence, as Rust walks through these driftwood and twig corridors, which are again influenced by the spiral shape. We're very much getting the sense that we're blurring into another realm, into an actual Carcosa. And very quickly, because we have already discussed it, but it's especially pertinent here, we come to Rust's vision. The spiral, the flat circle, the materium, however we want to term it, that's all of creation, and he has stood there observing it, exterior to it. There's only one place we have mentioned that's exterior to all of that, and that's Carcosa. So symbolically, Rust and Marty have crossed over into this realm of madness. And that's why Rust is able to look back at all of creation, because in this moment, he's exterior to it. Alright, with that out of the way, let's look at Errol's final monologue and the ending events of the show. And I love doing stuff like this at the end of these videos, because these climactic moments in horror have a habit of throwing a bunch of wild shit at the viewer, and if we've done all the right work in getting here, then we're going to have an explanation for all that wild shit. And what was at first confusing should now make complete sense. So let's break it down in sequence and check that everything makes sense. We begin with Marty in the house, confronting the beautiful and talented Anne Dowd, the half-sister wife of Errol. If you aren't aware because the performance is so good, that's Joan from Hereditary. She's had many wonderful roles beyond that, but if you're a subscriber to this channel, you probably understand why that's so special to me. Outside, we see Rust examining the grounds and being confronted by Errol, who has mercilessly killed his own dog simply because it was giving away his position. This is, of course, a garden. We have a mural that seems to be quietly concerned with events in the Garden of Gethsemane, and this confrontation between two men who have both been contemplating that moment in the garden in their own opposite ways. Errol refuses Rust's request to get on his knees and flees into the tunneled structure of his own Carcosa. Rust pursues him, and we get this extended and disjointed speech from Errol as he does so. "Come in here, little man. Come in here with me. Come on inside, little priest. To your right, little priest. Take the bride's path. This is Carcosa. You know what they did to me? What I will do to all the sons and daughters of man? You blessed Reggie, Dewall, acolytes, witnesses to my journey, lovers. I am not ashamed. Come die with me, little priest. This is Carcosa." And a lot of that is obvious, but let's go through the parts that aren't. Little priest we've already covered. Rust is a priest because he takes confession and because he shares some aspects of the cult's philosophy, albeit from a different side of the moral coin. Take the bride's path is an indicator that Rust and Marty are following the route and the rites of the Carcosan initiation ritual, likely influenced by initiation rites in African diasporic religions. You know what they did to me is in reference to the horrendous abuses Errol suffered at the hands of the previous generations of the Carcosa cult, and what I will do to all the sons and daughters of man is a deliberately biblically canted explanation of cyclic abuse, that he is enacting what was done to him on a much larger scale, and ultimately what his horrendous intentions are should his delusion of being this avatar of the Yellow King be proven true. Next, you blessed Reggie, Dewall. We know what Marty and Rust did to Reggie and Dewall, and so we have the very clear conclusion that to the Carcosa cult, searching for a way to escape the karmic wheel of rebirth, death does represent a blessing, because they believe they have done enough sacrificing that their death will be a moment of escape, freedom, and transcendence. We know this confrontation was something they invited in, that's why they deliberately made the crime scenes public, and none of them, except maybe Dewall, expressed any kind of fear when confronted with death. Errol continues by describing them as acolytes, witnesses to his journey, which makes sense given he's clearly above them on the supernatural totem pole. But he then describes them as lovers, and yes, that definitely means there was perhaps the grossest hillbilly circle jerk to ever take place going on behind the scenes. Errol closes out his speech with "Come die with me, little priest," either because he's very confident in his abilities and plans to end himself either way, or more accurately because he has the horror villain tendency to speak prophetically about the future. Hopefully, that's the most confusing piece of dialogue pretty well explained, but we're not quite done. As Rust and Errol struggle together, we return to the Gethsemane metaphor. Rust is suspended. It's not necessarily obvious, but there's a moment where he's almost Christ on the cross-like as his ultimate sacrifice begins to look more and more likely. There's even a knife in his abdomen, not quite the right spot for a direct reference to the spear of Longinus that pierces Christ, but close enough that we can see the imagery when we take it all together. Errol's ascension looks likelier too, as we know he's at a point where it's close at hand, and here he is committing even more sacrifice in the central chamber of his pseudo-Carcosa. We see Rust try to struggle past the terrible violence he's having inflicted on him. His only strategy at this point is to attempt headbutting Errol into submission, and in this moment we see him considering this plan. Really, he's considering what he's willing to sacrifice. How far is he willing to go in this eternal battle of light and dark if he is willing to give everything to protect the species he's so vocal in condemning? Errol's final words to Rust here are "Take off your mask," a direct reference to Camilla's request that the stranger remove his mask in Chambers' play within the book, The King in Yellow. What he's failing to see, what Dewall and Reggie fail to see, is that underneath this face Rust wears, this face that is allegedly not his own, he is so traumatized by the loss of his daughter that emotionally he doesn't really exist, and that the Rust we see obsessively pursuing injustice in as ruthless a manner as possible, that's all there is to him, and that's all there is holding in the darkness. Dewall might recognize that darkness, recognize the dissonance between Rust's inner and outer self, but he fails to see that Rust is exactly what he's showing them. That just like the stranger, Rust wears no mask. He is simply their end made manifest. He would never succumb to Carcosan philosophy because he's diametrically opposed to it. He may be dark, he may have nothing but darkness underneath and lacking any kind of emotional center, but he is also an unshakable agent of the light, willing to give everything to put an end to Childress. And from there we know what happens. Marty takes a hammer to the chest, Rust shoots Errol, we have this moment of salvation, enlightenment, and ascension all rolled into one, and Rust blacks out. We wake up in hospital, and then experience the most beautiful ending a season of television has likely ever had. A personal moment between two men that have given everything to protect a world that likely never deserved it. and this unlikely beacon of light emerges from a man that has been near entirely consumed by darkness. It's stunning, incredible television that I cannot speak highly enough of. Everyone that worked on this show should be eternally proud of what they achieved. Before we finish though, there is one more little bit of mythological rounding off to cover. We know from Pizzolato's comments that despite Rust opening himself up to something spiritual at the end, it isn't some big 180 to his character. He's shifted by a degree, but he's not exactly born again. However, symbolically speaking, he is resurrected. We've known from the start that Rust is being associated with Jesus, specifically the moment of Jesus' death. He's considering his willingness to sacrifice himself for the good of others in his duty as a police officer, and he essentially does make that sacrifice by almost dying while putting an end to Errol's evil. I guess we could go as far to say that he actually, momentarily, did die in a medical sense, especially if we believe that Rust really did blur into an afterlife before having his life saved. And following that, we have a period where Rust is in a coma for an undisclosed period of time, very similar to Christ in the cave for those 3 days, although potentially for weeks longer in Rust's case. And then when Rust finally does wake up, we get this very confronting shot of him. And there's something there that at first it's tricky to put your finger on, but obvious once you know what you're looking at. He's pretty clearly intended to be reminiscent of the Shroud of Turin, the alleged bloody imprint of Jesus' face on fabric from when his body was laid in the cave following the crucifixion. His sacrifice is complete, and now like Jesus, he wakes from his death and lives once more. I think when we combine that with this ever so slight movement towards the spiritual, towards the light and the hope, the ending becomes even more optimistic for Rust. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is everything for this video. I think I've covered everything in terms of mythology and folklore, but it's not everything I have to say about True Detective in general. There's already hours more on Patreon, and I'm also completely open to making more YouTube videos about it. About Rust specifically, about his relationship with Marty, about what really happened to Marty's daughter, about how the show approaches men and women, about how it influenced television in general, in-depth looks at the real-world crimes we've touched on here. The list goes on, and it isn't limited to season 1. So if you did enjoy it, if you want another video about it, please give it a like and let me know what you'd like to see in the comments below. Before I go, I just want to thank Jikyvox, Zercilius, Cindy Greening, and Old King Cole. It's been years since they worked on this, but I don't think their ideas have had nearly enough attention. They're all linked in the bibliography if you want to read more. I'd also like to thank my patrons that jumped in and helped me as we were doing initial work on this over on that platform. I'm so lucky to have such a supportive group behind me, and I'm so thrilled that this process is becoming more collaborative with all of you. Alright, that's it. Thank you so much for listening. We'll be back with more folk horror soon in the complete guide to the Wicker Man.